After transmigrating, I was pinned down by the gorgeous campus goddess. Waking up, Jiang Mubai felt a bit at a loss. By the bed sat a blonde beauty, her long, fair legs crossed, her delicate shoulders exposed. She glanced at Jiang Mubai and said coldly, "Take the money. No one can know about this." Jiang Mubai. Excuse me, where is your manners? Chapter 1. Starting out with a date with the campus belle. Early morning, Crown Hotel, Jiangbei City, Dragon Country. Amid the faint sound of dripping water, Jiang Mubai slowly opened his groggy eyes. A sore waist made him instinctively lift the quilt and glance down. He was completely naked, his 8-pack abs covered in red scratches. On the bedsheets beside him, a bright red plum blossom stain stood out vividly. Swallowing hard, Jiang Mubai shifted his gaze around the room. On the wool carpet lay a few lacy undergarments scattered among his own clothes, along with several opened condom wrappers and tissues everywhere. What happened last night? With his head pounding, Jiang Mubai slowly sat up, trying to recall. The college entrance exams had just ended, and he decided to reward himself with a night out at a bar. He remembered drinking a bit too much. And when he woke up, he was here. Don't tell me I got picked up while drunk. No way, I'm a guy. Just then shush, shush. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Jiang Mubai instinctively looked toward it. Behind the hazy glass partition stood a curvy, dazzling figure. She froze, as if realizing she was being watched. After a few seconds of stillness, the figure moved again. The glass door slid open, and out walked a blonde woman in a bathrobe. A faint fragrance filled the air, her long, slender legs catching his eye first, followed by a breathtakingly beautiful, dangerously alluring face. "You're awake." Her cold voice snapped Jiang Mubai out of his daze. He looked at the stunning woman and stammered. What exactly?" Before he could finish, a wad of cash landed squarely between his legs. "Oh." Jiang Mubai winced, stunned. What did this woman take him for? A gigolo? He was about to demand an explanation when the beauty added coldly, "Forget everything. It was just a misunderstanding." Got it. Leaving those words behind, she stripped off the bathrobe right in front of him, revealing a devilish figure, quickly slipped into a long slip dress, and strode out. The whole thing took less than 30 seconds. Jiang Mubai, dumbfounded, muttered, "What the hell was that? Just toss some money and leave. She doesn't even know my name. So what if you're beautiful? Does that give you the right to do whatever you want? I'm not bad myself, okay?" Fuming, Jiang Mubai wiped his nosebleed and jumped out of bed. He was about to rush after her when his foot suddenly slipped crash. He fell face first onto the carpet, his ankle caught in a lacy bra strap. Ding! Congratulations on your successful bar conquest. Perfect life system activated. Reward: a school district apartment. Reward has been delivered to host S backpack. Please check immediately. A system. A school district apartment. Jiang Mubai froze, then grinned in delight. That's right, he was a transmigrator. It had been 18 years since he arrived in this world, one nearly identical to Earth. He had planned to rely on his wit and knowledge gap to climb to the top. But who would have thought right after the college entrance exams, a system finally appeared. Overjoyed, Jiang Mubai chuckled. Better late than never. Glancing at the clock, he quickly got up. Moments later, at the Crown Hotel front desk. What? You're telling me the room rate was 88,000 yuan a night? Holding the room card while checking out, Jiang Mubai asked about the room info, hoping to find out the woman's name only to be shocked by the price. 88,000 for one night. That's half a year's income for an average family. Respected Mr. Jiang, your girlfriend has already settled the bill, the receptionist said awkwardly. No need to be so surprised. Surely someone like you doesn't care about such a small amount? Hearing that, Jiang Mubai felt a bit embarrassed. He glanced at the registration name, then turned and left. Meanwhile, in the Pujiang Villa district of Jiangbei City, a pink Ferrari roared into the compound. The security guards at the gate instantly stood at attention and saluted. As the sports car disappeared inside, two guards muttered to each other. Miss Lin is so gorgeous. If I could marry her, I'd reach the peak of life. Forget it. Miss surely studies at Imperial University. You. Stop reading urban web novels. Inside the villa, Lin surely parked the Ferrari at her doorstep. Staring at the two stone lions flanking the gate, she felt a twinge of irritation. A dull ache in her abdomen brought back a rush of heat to her cheeks. Biting her lip, she pulled out her phone and typed, "Find out who Jiang Mubai is. Urgent. And also, I was drugged last night. Check the bar surveillance for me." The moment she sent the message, the group chat named Imperial Campus Bells lit up. No way, No way our goddess Lin got drugged. Don't tell me she lost her virginity. Leave it to me. I'm a hacker. Gimme 1 minute. Shaking her head at her silly friend's chatter, Lin surely checked the time, then walked inside. Meanwhile, near Imperial University in Jiangbei City, Jiang Mubai arrived outside his brand new school district apartment, dragging a suitcase. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air, he felt relaxed. Who else could say they got a private apartment the moment they started university? No more dorms, no shared bathrooms, just pure bliss. Holding the key, Jiang Mubai headed inside. At that same moment, inside room 1706, Building 3, Unit 2, Tang Wanwen looked at her graying mother, sighing softly. Handing back her university admission letter, she bit her lip and said firmly, "Mom, I'm not going to college. Let us go back to our county. I'll find a job and take care of you." Her mother, Tang Wanxiu, burst into tears on the sofa. "Don't talk nonsense, Wanwen. This is Imperial University everyone dreams of getting in. Even if I work 3 jobs, I'll make sure you go. Only through your education can our family have a chance to rise again." With reddened eyes, Tang Wanwen sobbed. She knew all too well if not for financial aid, even 10 jobs wouldn't cover the tuition. Clutching the admission letter tightly, she whispered, "I'll work hard, Mom. I'll do part-time jobs during school. Please don't tire yourself out. You're all I have left." Tang Wanxiu wiped her tears, nodding with a smile. "Good girl. Enough crying, it's a happy day. The landlordess coming by soon. Let us ask if we can pay just 1 month's rent first. After that, I'll take you out for a big meal to celebrate." But just as her words fell, the front door slowly creaked open. Chapter 2, The Tang Mother and Daughter. Dragging his suitcase inside, Jiang Mubai froze the moment he saw a mother and daughter sitting on the sofa. He glanced at the door, then at the keys in his hand, his mind spinning. "I didn't walk into the wrong apartment, did I? What are you doing here? How do you have our house key?" Tang Wanxiu, looking utterly confused, quickly stood up and shielded her daughter behind her as she questioned the strange young man. "Auntie, this is Building 3, Unit 2, Room 1706, right? I didn't get the wrong place, did I?" Jiang Mubai asked timidly, shaking the keychain in his hand. "Huh? Isn't that the landlord's keychain? Don't tell me you're his son? You must be here to collect the rent, right? My apologies, I've just never seen you before. Come in, have a seat." The moment Tang Wanxiu recognized the keychain, she immediately assumed this young man must be the landlord's son. Without giving him a chance to explain, she pulled him inside. Once the door was closed, she smiled and said, "Wanwen, go pour some water. What are you standing there for, silly child?" Blushing slightly, Tang Wanwen softly replied, "Oh." She stole a glance at Jiang Mubai dragging his suitcase and thought, does collecting rent require bringing luggage too? Before Jiang Mubai could even speak, he quickly explained with an awkward smile, "I'm not the landlord's son. I'm the new landlord. I'm here to take over the place." The system had already completed all the transfer procedures for him. That was why he had shown up with all his luggage, ready to move in. But the system never mentioned someone else was still living here. New landlord? Taking over the house? Tang Wanxiu blinked at the young man in shock. "What did you just say? You're the new landlord?" 5 minutes later, the truth was clear. The 3 of them sat awkwardly on the sofa. Holding a cup of plain water, Jiang Mubai felt a little embarrassed. Looking at the mother and daughter, he realized forcing them to move out right away didn't sit right with his principles. He sighed softly, set the cup down, and was about to say something when Tang Wanwen whispered, "Can you give us 3 hours? We'll pack up everything and leave, the house will be yours." At her side, Tang Wanxiu shook her head. She had thought fortune was coming their way, but trouble had followed instead. "That's right, landlord," she added. "There are quite a few things here we'll need time to pack. Please wait a little." But Jiang Mubai shook his head calmly, looked at them both, and said, "Don't bother moving out. It's almost dark, you won't find anywhere else to stay tonight. This apartment has 3 rooms. It's more than enough for 3 people. I can make do. As for the rent, forget it for now. Just treat it as me paying for my meals here. How about that?" Meals? 3 people living together? Tang Wanwen instinctively wanted to refuse. But seeing her mother's graying hair, she bit down on her lip. Tang Wanxiu, too, was surprised. If their old landlord had said such a thing, she would have suspected ulterior motives about her beautiful daughter. But this clean-cut, handsome young man in front of her didn't give off that kind of vibe at all. And considering his age about the same as Wanwen's, yet already owning a school district apartment in a prime area of Jiangbei, his background clearly wasn't ordinary. Just as she hesitated, Jiang Mubai stood up with a smile. Which room is empty? I'll go tidy up. Tang Wanshou blinked, then quickly said with a smile. Take the master bedroom, it's big and has its own bathroom. Before she could finish, Jiang Mubai was already carrying his suitcase down the hall. Spotting the slippers outside the master and secondary bedrooms, he instead turned toward the unused room. He opened the door to find it clean, though a few bags and boxes were piled inside. These things haven't been sorted yet. We'll clean it up. Tang Wanshou blushed slightly as she rushed in to help. Wanwen followed behind, sneaking a glance at Jiang Mubai's tall figure in the doorway. She lowered her head nervously only to bump straight into a wall of muscle. Her cheeks turned crimson as she quickly ducked past him into the room. Jiang Mubai scratched his nose awkwardly, watching her flee like a startled rabbit. Pretty cute, he admitted to himself. Even with all the beauties he'd seen, she was easily a 9.5 out of 10 on par with the stunning woman from last night. Outside the room, Tang Wanshou sighed, unsure what to say. She turned to her daughter and comforted her. Wanwen, don't worry. Tomorrow I'll go out and look for another place. I know you don't like living with a man. But Wanwen shook her head. She knew just how hard it was for her mother to rent such an affordable apartment near Imperial University. If she insisted on moving out, they wouldn't be able to afford anything close by. Mom, Wanwen said with a small smile, he already said it's fine. Let us not rush. Her thoughtfulness warmed Tang Wanshou's heart. She had all but begged the old landlord to let them live here. If they moved out, they'd probably have to settle outside the 5th Ring Road, and the commute to Imperial University inside the 1st Ring would be unbearable. She sighed again. Tomorrow, when I look for work, I'll also see if I can find us another place. Meanwhile, inside his new room, Jiang Mubai stretched lazily on the Simmons bed. Staring up at the ornate white ceiling, he chuckled to himself. He quickly sent a message home to let them know he was safe, then scrolled through his phone. As a special admission student of Imperial University, he was starting school tomorrow. He'd been playing around for weeks and hadn't even looked into his college yet. With a sigh, he opened Imperial University's official site. Pinned at the top of the forums were bold letters, the 4 great campus bells. The discussion thread was nearly 99% of all activity. Jiang Mubai shook his head, ready to scroll past when one name caught his eye. Lin Shuili, a second-year senior. Crowned the #1 beauty of Imperial University, the goddess pursued by countless rich heirs and young masters. The moment Jiang Mubai saw the name, his heart skipped a beat. No way. She goes to the same university. Of all places, it had to be here truly. Enemies meet on a narrow road. Chapter 3.3, Flirting with a Decent Girl? Goo. Just as I was lost in thought, my stomach suddenly growled. Jiang Mubai shook his head slightly and was about to order takeout for a meal. But I heard footsteps outside the door, followed by a knock on the door. It's time to eat. It's time to eat. Hearing the sound, which was no different in volume from a mosquito, Jiang Mubai thought it was the girl named Wanwen. I glanced at the time and thought to myself that I have been living here for a long time. If you order takeout, it will be a bit out of place. A moment later, at the dinner table, Jiang Mubai, who was picking up food with chopsticks, glanced at the mother and daughter and couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Jokingly said, "Maybe I ate too much. Did it scare you?" No, Tang Wanshou said with a smile. As long as you like it, it's fine. I'm afraid it won't suit your appetite. Jiang Mubai smiled slightly, picked up a piece of braised pork and said with a smile, "Auntie's cooking skills are quite good. The braised pork is as good as my mom's." Hearing this, Tang Wanwen on the side couldn't help but pout. I thought this guy was too sweet. We've just taken 2 bites of food and you're already so familiar with each other? That's good. Tang Wanshou was happy from the bottom of her heart when she heard this. Apart from cooking, she has almost no other talents to show off in her life. He glanced at Jiang Mubai, who had a good appetite, and asked, "We'll be neighbors from now on. What's your name?" "By the way, my name is Tang Wanshou, her name is Wanwen, and we study at Imperial University." Mom, Tang Wanwen, who was sitting next to him, saw her mother talking to this guy and even telling him about her school. This made her somewhat embarrassed, and she quickly rolled her eyes and said, "Let's eat. Eat an extra piece of braised pork. You have to go to work tomorrow." Tang Wanshou, who understood her daughter, smiled slightly, rolled her eyes at Tang Wanwen, then looked at Jiang Mubai and said, "Don't mind it, this kid is shy." Jiang Mubai, who was eating the braised pork, nodded and chuckled. "It seems we are classmates. I am also in Imperial University. I'm from the Department of Political Science and Law. What department are you from?" "Political Science and Law Department?" Tang Wanwen frowned. The Department of Political Science and Law is a special recruitment department in the Imperial University. When she arrived, she heard that there were only 4 admitted students nationwide. It was so difficult that it was 10 times more difficult than the language she was learning. Only the ultimate academic masters who have perfect moral, intellectual, aesthetic, and labor skills can go there. She sighed and wondered, is the gap between people really that big? He used to be proud of himself for getting into Imperial University and receiving a scholarship, but now he has been blasted to pieces by this top student in front of him. Language department, Tang Wanwen said calmly. Mom, I'm full. Please enjoy your meal. After saying this, she went back to the house wearing her stuffed bear slippers. This made Tang Wanqiu feel a little embarrassed, and she quickly smiled and said, Don't be shy, don't be so shy. Jiang Mubai nodded calmly, wondering if he had said something wrong. At this time in the villa in Pujiang district, Lin Xueli looked at the email sent by her best friend, her brows furrowed into a line. Jiang Mubai. Special admissions to the Department of Political Science and Law of the Imperial University. Height 185 centimeters, weight 140 kilograms. Family misfortune. I previously studied at Yanqing High School and ranked first in the school for 3 consecutive years. Looking at the excellent resumes passing by, Lin Xueli couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This guy is also at Imperial University. What a trouble. She recalled that she was in a bad mood last night and went to a bar to get a little drunk. Unexpectedly, she felt dizzy before she had even taken 2 sips of the wine. Lin Xueli, who had lived abroad for many years, naturally knew that someone had drugged her. In a hurry, she subconsciously grabbed a guy who looked handsome and didn't look like a bad guy and drove away. This is why the hotel behaved so ridiculously. I feel embarrassed when I think about it now. Lin Xueli took a look at the face that was no less handsome than that of a top male star, and suddenly felt that she had a good taste. In comparison, it's not a disadvantage. After glancing at the time, she closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, at the Imperial University, with the annual arrival of new students, the entire college seems unusually active, especially the seniors from the 2nd and 3rd batches, who are scattered everywhere holding signs. Among them are many rich second generations who come here to see beautiful women and handsome men, and many beautiful and wealthy women gather here. Jiang Mubai rode a shared bicycle all the way here. As soon as he got off the bike, he felt that his bike was a bit low-end. In the open space at the gate, there are Ferraris, McLarens, Porsches, and everything else. He shook his head and was about to report to the Political Science and Law Department. Suddenly, a familiar figure in the crowd not far away caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Aunt Tang's daughter. Tang Wanwen, wearing a white shirt, jeans, and a ponytail, looks particularly pure and beautiful today. He seemed out of place among a group of people who looked like bad boys. The weak girl looked around and subconsciously wanted to leave. But he was stopped by these guys who didn't look like good people. Beauty, you are so beautiful. How can your looks be at the level of a school beauty? My name is Yi Xiaoqian. Be my girlfriend. Follow me and I'll definitely take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Yi Xiaoqian, who had a slicked back hair, an evil face, and a skull tattoo on his hand, smiled and said, Why don't you agree now? The younger brother beside him echoed, Brother Qian is protecting you, it's your blessing. Tang Wanwen, who was almost crying, shook her head. She never expected this to be the first day of school. I actually met such a playboy. What luck is that? She asked for help from people around her several times, but found that everyone here was extremely indifferent. It was as if he didn't see her being bullied and just walked right past. This made Tang Wanwen feel a little desperate, and she was about to grit her teeth and rush out. A familiar figure appeared in his eyes and was approaching him. She was slightly stunned and wondered if this was a coincidence. Wanwen, why are you here? The tall and strong Jiang Mubai glanced at Tang Wanwen, walked straight through the crowd, came to her and asked. After looking around, I roughly understood that this girl had encountered the plot in the novel. A young man with a big breast molested a decent girl. They 1T let me go. Tang Wanwen, who was a little timid, glanced at Yi Xiaoqian and the others and said weakly, Who are you, brat? You have nothing to do here, get out of here. When Yi Xiaoqian's younger brother saw someone trying to stop him, he immediately stepped forward and barked. However, Jiang Mubai, who stood out from the crowd, was not moved at all. He glanced at them and said calmly, Get out of the way. Yi Xiaoqian, with his arms folded, smiled slightly and glanced at the handsome guy in front of him. He shook his head and clapped his hands. I, Yi Xiaoqian, want a woman, but it's not your turn to be a hero and save her, right? A hero saves the beauty? Jiang Mubai shook his head, thinking that Tang Wanwen was his tenant. Since he encountered this matter, there is naturally no reason to ignore it. Chapter 44. Meet Lin Xueli again. In broad daylight, are you really going to resort to violence? Jiang Mubai asked calmly, deliberately showing off his muscular arms. He used to be the captain of the high school basketball team, so his muscles were not gained for nothing. A few skinny younger brothers who were addicted to alcohol and sex and walked unsteadily were stunned and quickly took a few steps back. Not to mention Yi Shaoqian, the leader. He was dressed like a human, but there was not a single piece of flesh on his body. He glanced at Jiang Mubai and said viciously, "Boy, do you know who I am? If you offend me, I'll make sure you can't stay in Imperial University." That's right, my brother Qian is from a Qinglong society. The younger brother beside him also wanted to protect him and shouted at the top of his voice, "If you leave school, I'll make sure you're sent to West China Hospital for 2 days." When Tang Wanwen, who was hiding behind Jiang Mubai, heard this, her pretty little face turned pale. She clenched her fists tightly, and she was so angry that she said, "There are laws in this world. If you still want to hit someone, I'll call the police." Call the police? Yi Shaoqian raised the corner of his mouth, glanced at Tang Wanwen's face a few times, and licked his lips very frivolously. Resisting the itch in his heart, he looked at Jiang Mubai and said, "The feud is over today. Kid, wait for me to find you." After saying this, Yi Shaoqian and his men left in a swagger. His arrogant and domineering back made Tang Wanwen grit her teeth. At the same time, I feel a little helpless because I am too weak. Lifting her head and glancing at the tall figure, Tang Wanwen blushed slightly and said, "Thank you for this. If they dare to cause trouble to you, tell me, let's face it together." Jiang Mubai, who didn't take it to heart at all, couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He glanced at Tang Wanwen, who was about 165 centimeters tall, and said teasingly, "Come on, you only weigh about 90 pounds, and you're going to face it together and be a human punching bag. I'm going to report. See you later." After saying this, Jiang Mubai turned around and walked towards the Political Science and Law Department. Tang Wanwen stood there stupidly, glancing at her thin and weak self, then recalled the teasing words this guy had said to her. Her cherry lips pursed subconsciously, she rolled her eyes and then left. At this time, at the gate of the Political Science and Law Department, a brand new pink Maserati was parked downstairs. All the students passing by were amazed. You have to know that this is an imperial university, and many children of high-ranking officials and dignitaries come here. Regarding parking, there are clear regulations that prohibit parking randomly. Especially since it was openly displayed at the gate of the Political Science and Law Department. It was extremely arrogant. Whose car is this? Why is it parked here? The new instructor Wang Qianzheng had long heard that the Political Science and Law Department had many talented people, so he took advantage of the enthusiasm of the new students enrolling today. "I came here to take a look on the way, and saw this illegal and disorderly thing at the first sight." He glanced at his classmates and saw that no one was paying any attention to him, and he couldn't help feeling a little surprised. I took a closer look at the car and my eyes immediately lit up. Wow, all the license plates have the same leopard number. Wang Qianzheng remembered that his nephew who worked at the vehicle management office had once mentioned such a leopard number. The price of one piece is often tens or even millions, and those who can afford it are not ordinary people. He had just come to the Imperial University for management, and today he had really opened his eyes. "Instructor, I advise you to just leave it alone. Go wherever it's cool, stay there. You're really helpless with this car." At this time, Yi Shaoqian suddenly passed by here. When he saw the lively scene, he immediately came over. It turned out that Miss Lin's car was seized by the new instructor. He remembered the student union president, brother Sun, but he was also worried about the owner of the car. "Student, what do you mean? Our Imperial University has a fine tradition. How can we just leave it there randomly? This isn't a place where you can do whatever you want just because you have money." As the saying goes, a new official starts with 3 things to do. Wang Qianzheng changed his mind and wanted to take this opportunity to establish his own authority. "After all, I've just arrived, so I have to prepare some things in advance. Otherwise, this Imperial University with its shallow waters and many turtles is not a good place to stay." Yi Shaoqian snorted in disapproval and was about to say something. But I saw a man and a woman walking out of the gate of the Political Science and Law Department. He was very familiar with the girl, the most beautiful girl on campus at Imperial University Lin Xueli. As for this man, didn't he just hit that guy? How did these 2 people get together? And they looked like a good match, so Yi Shaoqian quickly put this idea behind him and trotted to meet him. Jiang Mubai, who was following behind Lin Xueli, looked helpless. Looking at the woman with a devilish figure in front of him, he didn't know what to say for a moment. I had just finished my report in the political science and law department when I suddenly discovered that this woman was also here. Moreover, this woman is 1 grade older than him and is his senior. Jiang Mubai thought that if they met, they would just meet, but the woman brought up the matter of the bar and asked him to follow her. He glanced at the crowd outside the door and the man with slicked back hair jogging up. He was stunned and thought that the road for enemies to meet was too narrow. Ms. Lin, your car has been stopped by the new instructor. Do you think I can do you any service? Just tell me and I'll clear the way for you. Yi Xiaoqian, who was almost drooling, looked at Lin Shuili, who had a beautiful fair face and was wearing sunglasses, in front of him, and asked as attentively as a pug. Unexpectedly, the arrogant Lin Shuili didn't even look at him and walked straight towards her beloved car. Jiang Mubai, who was following behind him, spread his hands and couldn't help but exclaimed, saying, "Hey, it smells like a pug." When Yi Xiaoqian heard this, his face instantly turned red to his neck. I subconsciously wanted to turn around and curse, but I saw that the person had already walked away. "And the goddess is here too," he hummed softly and followed her. "Classmate, is this your car? I'm telling you, you can't park here. The school has regulations." Seeing Lin Shuili coming towards him with a fierce and intimidating aura, Wang Qianzheng subconsciously felt his legs go weak. Firstly, he felt weak in the knees when he saw a beautiful woman, which was his old problem. Secondly, this beautiful woman had such a strong aura. Before he could finish his words, the beautiful woman opened the car door and got in. As the roar of an engine sounded, Wang Qianzheng was frightened and subconsciously took a few steps back. Jiang Mubai, who followed, glanced at everyone and then got on the passenger seat tacitly. This scene undoubtedly became a hot topic in the eyes of the people around. Oh my God, who is this new student? He's so handsome. He actually got to be the co-pilot of the school beauty. Ah, I really want to see the school beauty's white thighs stepping on the accelerator. This is so enviable. When Yi Xiaoqian, who was standing aside, saw this scene, he was stunned. The goddess that brother Sun had been dreaming of but could never get, was actually sat in the passenger seat by a freshman today. This is too outrageous. Chapter 5:5, Reject the School Beauty. As the roar of the engine sounded, a cloud of exhaust gas was left behind for everyone. Watching the sports car drive away, posts about the Lin University beauty finding a boyfriend suddenly flooded the official website of the Imperial University. You are so disrespectful to the school rules. I must give you a serious warning. Wang Qianzheng, who was sprayed with exhaust fumes in his face, wiped his face and looked at the sports car driving away, and couldn't help shouting. It seemed that this would help the new instructor regain some face. Yi Xiaoqian, who couldn't bear to watch, sighed and stepped forward to comfort him. "Coach, I think if you go to the board of directors and complain, you might be the one who gets fired." Among the several permanent directors of this Imperial University, one is from the Lin family. After saying this, Yi Xiaoqian smiled evilly, then waved his hand and left here in a swagger. Permanent director? Wang Qianzheng, who was standing there in a daze, swallowed his saliva. When he heard the words permanent director, his legs couldn't help but tremble. In this Imperial University, these 4 words are the rules. Next to the Imperial University Starbucks, Lin Shuili rushed here, ignoring the strange looks from people around her. As soon as I got off the car, I walked toward Starbucks. Jiang Mubai, who was following behind, felt a little embarrassed and felt like a puppet. But the key point is, he still followed. "Clear the place, I'll take care of it today." As soon as he entered the room, Jiang Mubai saw Lin Shuili taking off her sunglasses and throwing out a black and gold card with a jasmine pattern. He placed it in the hands of the receptionist and walked towards the corner. He was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but marvel at the man's generosity. He began to become interested in his identity. As Starbucks cleared out, the whole room soon fell silent. The waiter who subconsciously came over to ask what he wanted to drink just approached, but was waved away by Lin Shuili. "You guys go out too, I need some quiet." The somewhat stunned waiter was stunned for a moment, then, pulling the manager's hand, quickly followed him out of the store. At this point, they were the only 2 left in the entire Starbucks. "What are you doing?" Jiang Mubai glanced at Lin Shuili without looking away and asked with a chuckle. Although I saw it very clearly last time, it was still a bit panicky and absurd. This time, after watching her up close, he felt that the woman was breathtakingly beautiful. "Make an offer. How much does it cost to get me out of school?" Lin Shuili, with a calm expression, threw out a blank check and said casually, "I don't care who sent you to discuss me. I can only say that you succeeded. So, you can name your price, understand?" Hearing this, Jiang Mubai laughed. "I thought this woman was in love with me and wanted to have a quick relationship with her. Who knew that all he talked about was dropping out of school, conspiracy, and money being thrown at him. He glanced at the blank check on the table and was about to refuse it. But I heard a prompt from the system. Ding, the perfect life mission is activated. The options are as follows. Option 1. Agree to Lin Shuali's terms and receive 10 times the reward check amount. Option 2. Reject Lin Shuali's offer and receive the Wing Chun Kung Fu manual as a reward. Automatically max level. Seeing the two conditions, Jiang Mubai couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. I thought I came to this Imperial University just to study. For him who regards money as dirt, it is not worth mentioning at all. Option 2. The mission has been activated. Please complete it as soon as possible. Lin Shuali, who was sitting opposite, didn't even bother to see that this guy didn't respond for a long time, and now she actually smiled. I became even more certain that this person's appearance at the Imperial University was definitely not an accident. He glanced at the blank check on the table and then gritted his teeth and said, 1 billion, is that enough? After saying this, Lin Shuali felt a pain in her heart. After all, these 1 billion yuan is her pocket money for a year. If this guy asks for a huge amount of money and is still not satisfied, she really doesn't know what to do. 1 billion. Jiang Mubai came back to his senses and smiled slightly. He glanced at the blank check on the table, then took it in his hand and tore it in half. He stood up, stretched, and said jokingly, although I don't know what you are talking about, but I am very angry about your behavior. Don't act like you're at a disadvantage. In fact, I'm the one at a greater disadvantage because I'm also a beginner. After saying that, Jiang Mubai walked towards the gate without even looking back. Lin Shuali stood there in a daze, looking at the check torn in two on the table, and couldn't help feeling a little unbelievable. He glanced at the departing figure and said coldly, don't think that I will believe you are innocent just because of you doing this. Just wait, as long as you stay in this school for 1 day, I won't let you. Before he could finish his words, that dashing figure had already walked out the door. The echoing sound of the door closing made Lin Shuali panic. This was the first time in her life that she encountered something that couldn't be solved with money, especially the man's attitude, which made her feel an inexplicable atmosphere. But thinking back carefully, Lin Shuali suddenly felt that she had been too hasty. After all, the surveillance footage from the bar that night was destroyed, and she had no direct evidence to prove that this guy did it. But when she saw him appear at Imperial University last night, she subconsciously felt that all this was not simple. Lin Shuali shook her head and was about to leave. But I saw a few messages suddenly came in the group of the Imperial Campus Beauties. Oh my, our eldest lady is so impatient. Is she declaring her sovereignty already? Of course, that Jiang Mubai is so handsome, he's even been hyped up as the school idol on the official website. Seeing the teasing of the two silly girlfriends, Lin Shuali just felt a headache. At this time in the central garden of the Imperial University, Jiang Mubai felt the subtle changes in his body and was shocked. After he completed the task, the system automatically taught him the essence of Wing Chun and its internal strength. If he was just an ordinary person a second ago, he now feels like a master-level figure. He glanced at the roses in the flower bed and subconsciously punched them. Between the fast and slow air flows, the bright rose moved slightly and then broke into 2 pieces. Fuck, it can cut through things through the air. Jiang Mubai couldn't help but exclaim in surprise and was stunned. His punch just now didn't hit the rose itself at all. It just stopped 30 centimeters away. Unexpectedly, the flower fell straight to the ground as if it had been broken. He was so surprised that he could only say that the system was awesome. Classmate, how can you fold flowers? This is uncivilized. At this time, a woman's voice came from the side, and Jiang Mubai immediately looked over. I saw a woman about 165 years old, wearing a halter dress that showed her shoulders, and with an average-looking face walking towards me. In his hands, he held 2 cups of taro bubble milk tea. Chapter 6.6. Your zipper is not closed. Hello, my name is Wang Chinga, from the broadcasting department. What's your name, classmate? Wang Chinga was looking at the handsome guy in front of her and her heart was filled with joy. As soon as she arrived at school, she heard that a school idol had arrived, and was thinking about going to see him. Who knew I would run into her halfway? Her figure and appearance are quite good. Looking at the jade hand extended to him, Jiang Mubai felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, he did not have the habit of shaking hands with others casually. He glanced at the innocent-looking woman with 2 pimples and nodded. Hello, my name is Jiang Mubai. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. After saying this, he walked straight towards the political science and law department. If I remember correctly, all freshmen have to report there. But just now, because of Lin Shuali, he had no time to go. Cold. Well, not bad. Wang Chinga, who was standing there in a daze, squeezed the milk tea in her hand and couldn't help muttering a few words. She turned around and walked towards the language department. She heard that Tang Wanwen was also here. I was very curious about how this poor relative got in. At this time in the language department, Tang Wanwen, with her chin supported by her little hand, looked helpless as she looked at the green leaves outside the window, wanting to leave here quickly. But I couldn't resist the entanglement of my new friend and could only sit here and wait. Yes, yes. It's this pose, with a more melancholic look. Wanwen, you are absolutely stunning. Sure, if you were in ancient times, you would definitely be a queen who is so beautiful that she can topple a country. Sitting next to the seat, Su Ye, who had short hair and was dressed like a tomboy, picked up her camera and took a few pictures. A set of the latest beautiful youth photos was perfectly produced by it. She glanced at Tang Wanwen and hurried over to mutter, "It's still missing some flavor, hee. Why don't you show me a little bit of your shoulders, slurp?" "Don't give me that, yi." Tang Wanwen rolled her eyes and then stood up and left her seat. He walked to the window and glanced at the mottled corridor downstairs, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. "Why, are you tempted by the beauty of the Imperial University?" Su Ye, who followed over, teased, "Beautiful scenery goes well with beautiful women. Come on, another one." Tang Wanwen rolled her eyes and walked straight out the door. I feel a little helpless towards this lively, active, and kind-hearted friend. Don't walk so fast, my Tang University beauty. Are you in a hurry to see your lover? There's a welcome party tonight. We have to go and see it. Orientation party? Hearing the voice behind her, Tang Wanwen instinctively wanted to refuse to participate. But since she had just arrived, she sighed and said, "Can I not participate?" Su Ye smiled slightly. She knew Tang Wanwen was afraid of trouble. After all, such a beauty is walking in the school where rich second generations gather. It is like a lotus flower that grows out of the mud without being stained. Who wouldn't want to tease it? She patted her small chest, held her head high and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely protect you when you are in danger, just like today. I will never let my beauty go and let others bully her." Tang Wanwen spread her hands and was speechless about Su Ye. She kept calling her a beauty, and if it was someone she didn't recognize, she was afraid of causing misunderstanding. Just like when she was harassed today, she thought that the guy who came to rescue her was in cahoots with that group of men. "Don't worry, if you were a man, I would really like you." Hearing Tang Wanwen say this, Su Ye's eyes couldn't help but turn. He glanced at the beautiful woman beside him and said teasingly, "Then I'll book a flight to Thai country this afternoon. Will you wait for me? Once my merits are complete, I will surely be able to enjoy the pleasure of love." Tang Wanwen covered her ears with a helpless look on her face. She was completely speechless about this guy who was talking dirty jokes. She glanced at the huge electronic display screen of the school in front of her and then walked over quickly. On the screen, there was a message saying "For Campus Beauty Selection Campaign." Tang Wanwen skipped over the first 3 people one by one. I couldn't help but be secretly shocked by their appearance. But when she saw the 4th person, it was herself. She was confused. The photo that was submitted for the selection was the one she had just taken by the window. Tang Wanwen, with a slightly red face, looked back at Su Ye and muttered, "You guy, aren't you harming me? You want me, a big fat sheep, to fall into the hands of more bad guys." Su Ye spread her hands disapprovingly and said jokingly, "Don't worry, my family has 3 gold mines, 8 silver mines, and 5 listed companies. My beautiful wife, how could I let you fall into the tiger's mouth?" Hearing this, Tang Wanwen felt helpless. Just as I was about to leave here quickly, I saw another photo appear on the big screen. And the photo reads the most handsome boy in the Imperial University. Isn't this that guy? Tang Wanwen, with a confused look on her face, took a closer look and immediately recognized that this was Jiang Mubai. "Are you charmed, my beauty?" Su Ye leaned over and said, "I admit, I kind of like this guy, too, slurp." Tang Wanwen was stunned and thought, "The school hunk lives next door to me?" An unfounded feeling suddenly arose in her heart. How wonderful it would be if I could have dinner with this campus hunk tonight. This would probably be the happiest thing that could ever happen to me. Stop dreaming. I heard that the second-term campus beauty, Lin Shuali, has been rumored to be having an affair with him. It seems that they were riding in the same car. Of course not. It's not just her. I heard a lot of beautiful, rich, and beautiful women are going. Tonight's welcome party is sure to be exciting. Tang Wanwen, who was in the crowd, couldn't help but look strange when she heard these discussions. In her mind, she couldn't help but recall the scene of this guy saving her this morning. Shaking her head, she turned around and said, "What time does the orientation session start?" In the corridor of the Political Science and Law Department, Jiang Mubai, who had walked around for a while before finding this place, felt his legs inexplicably weak. He took a look at the elevator that was about to close and hurried forward to stop it. As the elevator door opened, a woman wearing QL black stockings and uniform work clothes, with an S-shaped figure, red glasses frames, and a beautiful face stood inside. Looking at the materials in her hands, Jiang Mubai concluded that this woman was a teacher. When I was about to press the floor button, I found out that she was also going to the 5th floor of the Political Science and Law Department. You are Jiang Mubai, right? As the elevator door slowly closed, the beautiful teacher who was about 168 centimeters tall behind him suddenly asked. This made Jiang Mubai look embarrassed, and he turned around and said with a smile, "Yes, hello, teacher." Fu Qingyu nodded. Seeing that this new top student was quite polite, she couldn't help but smile and said, "I'm your department head, not a teacher. Besides, your zipper is unzipped." "The zipper is open?" Jiang Mubai's old face turned red, and he quickly looked down, only to see that the zipper of his crotch was not closed. He forgot to poop after going to the toilet just now, which made him look messy. Chapter 77. The Student Union President is here. With a ding sound, the elevator door slowly opened. The awkward atmosphere also came to an abrupt end. Fu Qingyu, wearing black high heels, walked straight out. After she left, Jiang Mubai quickly zipped up his clothes. Looking at the graceful figure leaving, I couldn't help but think that the female director's focus was really strange. A moment later, in the exclusive classroom of the Political Science and Law Department, Fu Qingyu glanced at the classmates in the classroom and nodded one by one. Especially Jiang Mubai and others who had just arrived, she took a few more glances at them. Well, the new semester has begun. Welcome new students, I hope you enjoy the welcome party and jokes. After saying this, Fu Qingyu smiled leisurely and left the classroom in her high heels. As soon as he left, the classroom suddenly started to whisper. Wow, Director Fu Qingyu hasn't found a boyfriend yet? Her figure is amazing. What are you talking about? She doesn't have a boyfriend, so I have a chance. Keep working hard this semester. Jiang Mubai, who was sitting in the 3rd row by the window, couldn't help feeling a little bored when he heard these discussions. It seems that it is particularly common for students to have a crush on their teachers in college. Especially such a beautiful female teacher. It really makes people imagine a lot. After all, who doesn't want to enter the society with a beautiful girlfriend and a diploma in hand as soon as they graduate? Hey, Jiang Mubai. At this time, a shout came from the side, and Jiang Mubai looked over. He saw a fat man in a casual suit, with a simple face and holding a brand new apple, staring at him with wide eyes. It was as if there were flowers on his face, and he couldn't take his eyes off them. This is so cool. As expected of Senior Son's love rival, TSK. Senior Son? Love rival? Jiang Mubai's eyes changed. He glanced at the honest fat man, and simply asked, Fatty, what are you talking about? Lin Chenxiang, who appears honest and simple but is actually very careful, smiled slightly. He immediately moved closer to Jiang Mubai, took out his phone and said, Look, this morning, the whole school was in an uproar because of the Lin University beauty chasing you. The Student Union President, Sun Chancheng, wants to see you. Student Union President? Jiang Mubai, with a calm expression, was stunned and glanced at his phone. Then I saw that there were several extremely popular posts about Lin Shuali's boyfriend on the official website of Imperial University. He sighed slightly, thinking that this was exactly as described in the novel. As long as you get involved with these beautiful women, you will definitely have no good luck. He shook his head and spread his hands. I'm not her boyfriend, I'm single. After saying this, Jiang Mubai stood up and checked the time. When I was about to look somewhere else, a few figures suddenly appeared at the classroom door. The 1.80-meter tall man who walked in first was dressed in a suit and tie, with a neat short hair and handsome face, looking very cool. And behind them were the guys led by Yi Shaoqian and others. Oh my god, this is really like saying the devil, damn it. Classmate, you're on your own. These guys are definitely here to cause trouble for you. When Lin Chenxiang, who was standing nearby, saw this scene, he was so frightened that his 3 legs went limp. The Student Union President and those little hooligans are here. Who can stand up to them? He glanced at Jiang Mubai a few times, said a few words of comfort, and then stepped back. When the other people in the classroom saw the Student Union President Sun Chancheng coming, they all gathered forward. Jiang Mubai put his hands in his trouser pockets and smiled bitterly, thinking to himself, I just want to read a book. Why do I always run into these guys? Glancing at Sun Chancheng, who was coming at him aggressively, he couldn't help but sigh slightly. Hello again, Jiang Mubai. Yi Shaoqian, who was walking behind Sun Chancheng, smiled and waved his hand sarcastically. What a narrow road for enemies. I told you I won't let you go. Jiang Mubai smiled slightly, his eyes fixed on Sun Qiancheng. As for Yi Xiaoqian, he was too lazy to take another look. Seeing that the guy in front of him didn't answer and was still staring at him, Sun Qiancheng couldn't help but laugh. He waved his hand and said calmly, "You have the guts to keep calm in the face of danger, something you only read in books, but you've mastered it perfectly. It's a pity that you met me. Stay calm in times of crisis?" Jiang Mubai was stunned and thought to himself, "I'm just too lazy to answer, okay? What does this ability to remain calm in times of crisis have to do with him? Stinky boy, why are you so crazy? Senior is here, can you still hold your composure?" Time passed second by second, and Yi Xiaoqian saw that Jiang Mubai still didn't speak. The man had his hands on his belt and looked nonchalant, which made him furious. He couldn't help but take a step forward and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Control your dog. If you yell like that, you might get beaten up." Jiang Mubai shook his head disapprovingly, glanced at Sun Qiancheng and smiled. Suddenly, these words fell into Yi Xiaoqian's ears, and his old face turned red. As everyone knows, he usually plays with Sun Qiancheng, but that's only because his position as the student union president is beneficial to him. As for the term little brother or something like that, he hated hearing such words the most. What the hell are you talking about? Yi Xiaoqian, who was so angry that he was embarrassed, shouted angrily and took out a stick similar to a baton from somewhere. He smashed it towards Jiang Mubai's head, and the ruthlessness of his attack made everyone around him terrified. Especially Lin Chenxiang, who knew his identity, was well aware that the Qinglong society was behind this guy. They do things as they please and do not treat ordinary people as human beings at all. When he was about to take out his cell phone to call the police, the scene before him left him stunned. Jiang Mubai, who remained calm in the face of danger, raised the corner of his mouth when Yi Xiaoqian swung his stick at him. He moved his body slightly and easily avoided the attack. With a backhand grab, he immediately caught Yi Xiaoqian's right arm. The stick in his hand fell to the ground like a stone. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. "It hurts, it hurts. Fog, please be gentle." Yi Xiaoqian, who was sweating profusely from the pain, felt that his arm was useless. That big hand felt like an iron claw, causing him to grimacing in pain. Jiang Mubai smiled lightly with a relaxed look on his face, glanced at the eager followers behind him, and said, "You guys want to try it too?" As soon as the words fell, several followers swallowed their saliva and saw Yi Xiaoqian's painful expression. Anyone normal would know that the guy in front of them was no ordinary person, so they would just retreat helplessly. Sun Qiancheng, who had been indifferent throughout the whole process, had a calm expression, but after seeing this scene, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He glanced at Jiang Mubai and chuckled. "It seems he's a character, really interesting. I don't like opponents who are too weak either. I'll take note of you, my love rival." After saying this, Sun Qiancheng left here in a swagger. Chapter 8:8, Welcome Party. Yi Xiaoqian, with a pale face, felt disappointed when he saw Sun Qiancheng leave like this. He glanced at Jiang Mubai and said anxiously, "Let go, it hurts so much." "You want to kill someone?" Jiang Mubai smiled calmly, glanced at Yi Xiaoqian, and said, "Do you think that's appropriate to say?" After saying that, he increased the strength in his hands, causing Yi Xiaoqian to grimacing in pain. His old face flushed red as he sighed and quickly said, "A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. I am wrong, so what? Let go, it hurts so much, you must have been a bricklayer before, how could you have such strong hands?" Seeing this, Lin Chenxiang, who was standing by, suddenly had a gleam in his eyes. Yi Xiaoqian is a member of the Qinglong society and is much stronger than ordinary people. In the hands of this guy named Jiang Mubai, it was as thin as paper. As a member of the opposing society, he couldn't help but smile. Their club is currently recruiting talented people. Isn't this guy exactly the talent they need? Well, Jiang, forget it. We are all classmates, let's let him go. Lin Chenxiang made up his mind, then walked over and said with a smile. His playful smile was full of disdain in Yi Xiaoqian's eyes. Under normal circumstances, why would he need help from the Black Dragon Group? But now it is different from the past. He sighed and said, "Fatty Lin, I'll let my brother let go of the land to the east of you." Jiang Mubai, who had been holding on tightly, suddenly changed expression. He glanced at the two of them and was secretly shocked. Obviously, the guy next to him with a hippie smile and a tiger-faced face also has a background. Although he is not afraid of trouble, having too many lice can be quite troublesome. He glanced at Lin Chenxiang and said calmly, "Okay, for brother Lin's sake, I'll let you go. Next time, don't mess with me." Hearing this, Yi Xiaojian felt embarrassed and angry. He rubbed his bruised wrist and was secretly shocked. In the club, he is at least known as Kogoro, but it is too easy for this guy to control him. This kind of skill is definitely not something an ordinary person can do. He glanced at Lin Chenxiang and said, "Fatty Lin, it seems you know a lot of people." After saying this, Yi Xiaojian snorted and quickly left. Lin Chenxiang smiled slightly, and after the person left, he turned around and was about to say a few words to him. But I found that the guy next to me had already walked out the back door. As night falls, in the welcome hall, Wang Qing'er looked around a few times, but couldn't see the man. She couldn't help but sigh slightly, turned around and said, "Wanwen, what a pity. That's Senior Jiang, I actually saw him today, he's so handsome." Tang Wanwen, who was standing with Su Ye nearby, nodded, seeing her cousin, whom she had met a few times, so excited. I couldn't help but wonder, is that guy really that handsome? She had spent a night in the same room with him, so why didn't she think he was handsome? Then you can talk to him later, Tang Wanwen said with a smile. Maybe it will work out. Are you kidding? How could such a handsome guy be interested in me? Wang Qing'er muttered a few words, her face turning red unconsciously. She glanced at Tang Wanwen and said, "Right, how much scholarship did you give this time? Aunt Tang has worked so hard, so this time should be a little easier, right?" Scholarship. Tang Wanwen's expression changed, and when she heard her cousin mention it, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She had just learned that there was an unwritten rule at Imperial University. Those who received scholarships were children from poor families. Wang Qing'er mentioned this in front of him simply to show off how well off her family was. However, Tang Wanwen was already used to being teased by her relatives, so it didn't matter to her anymore. She nodded and smiled. If you park a lot, it's almost free. Free of charge? When Su Ye heard this, she couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow, Wanwen, you are so amazing. All free. Is my beauty the legendary beauty academic master? Please come to the college dormitory so we can study late into the night. What do you think?" Seeing Su Ye teasing again, Tang Wanwen looked helpless, but she felt warm in her heart. She felt that she had no connection with such a friend. Wang Qing'er, who was standing by, couldn't help but look slightly embarrassed when she saw this. She nodded and said with an awkward smile, "That's right, it costs hundreds of thousands a year. Fortunately, it's completely free. Otherwise, even if Aunt Tang works a few more jobs, she won't be able to support herself, right?" Hearing this, Tang Wanwen smiled bitterly, thinking that this cousin really had bad intentions. She sighed and was about to say a few perfunctory words and leave. Suddenly, a few people came over from the crowd in front, and they turned out to be Sister Zhu from the language department. Mo Zia, who was in the lead, glanced at Su Ye and Tang Wanwen, then smiled and said, "Classmates, are you new here? Are you interested in forming a group and singing a couple of songs?" Sing. Tang Wanwen, who was born tone deaf, was stunned and subconsciously wanted to refuse. But Su Ye had already spoken. She smiled and said, "No problem, I'm good at singing. It's just an improvisation, no problem." Mo Zia nodded, and seeing that the two new students agreed, she wrote something in her notebook. Then he turned around and walked towards the other new students. "Oh my God, Yi," Tang Wanwen said helplessly. "I don't know anything, how can you expect me to sing?" "Don't panic, just pick up a harmonica and play it later," Su Ye said. "My a cappella singing is invincible. I guarantee we will be the most handsome in the audience." Tang Wanwen sighed. Seeing how happy Su Ye was, she couldn't refuse anymore. In the crowd, on the side of the political science and law department, Jiang Mubai looked at the rows of seats in front of the stage and his eyes lit up. I saw that the names written in the main 1 and main 2 positions were Yang Mi and Zhong Ji. One of them is a film and television queen, and the other is a music giant. He didn't expect that they would be invited to the Imperial University's welcome party. "Oh, brother Jiang, I'm so tired. Let's go, I found 2 seats close to the big star Yang Mi. I heard she's different from ordinary people. Now we can get a closer look at her." At this time, Lin Chenxiang came over panting and pointed to the front rows of seats. Jiang Mubai smiled a little embarrassedly. This guy had been following him since he left the classroom. He looked like a follower, and no one knew what he was thinking. But Jiang Mubai didn't care. After all, he was penniless and there was nothing to be afraid of. Keep a low profile. Even though it's big, we can't just stare at that, right? Hearing this, Lin Chenxiang's old face turned red, and then he walked forward. Chapter 9-9. Tang Wanwen was plotted against. As time passed, the atmosphere in the venue soon reached its climax. Almost all the freshmen of Imperial University this year have come here. The performance began after the new instructor Wang Chenjing's clumsy opening speech. Tang Wanwen, sitting in the corner, glanced at the time and then looked around. Seeing that there was still no sign of Su Yeye, he couldn't help but start to get anxious. She remembered that their group was ranked 3rd on the performance list. Wanwen, isn't it your turn soon? Why are you still here? At this time, Wang Qing'er walked over. She glanced at Tang Wanwen, who was in a panic, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. She thought that if she didn't make a fool of herself in this performance, she wouldn't be called Wang Qing'er. No, have you seen Su Yeye? When Tang Wanwen saw that it was Wang Qing'er who came, she quickly asked, I haven't seen her for a long time. I don't know where she went. Wang Qing'er, secretly delighted, shook her head and spread her hands, saying, I don't know, aren't you together? If she doesn't come, what will you do with your show? Hearing this, the extremely intelligent Tang Wanwen immediately realized that something was wrong. She glanced at Wang Qing'er, who was smiling, and subconsciously felt that something was not right. Just when I was about to ask a few more questions, I saw that the performance on stage had already ended. Helpless, I could only bite the bullet and go backstage. At this time in the front seat, Jiang Mubai watched a few performances and couldn't help feeling a little bored. To him, the songs, movies, and various games and entertainments in this world are too boring and monotonous. Compared with his previous life, it was simply the difference between primitive society and developed society. Of course, it is also thanks to this innate advantage that Jiang Mubai has been an all-rounder in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor since childhood. Brother Jiang, what are you daydreaming about? Is it too big and making you dizzy? Fatty Lin, who was sitting next to him, leaned over and asked with a smile. I don't know if it was a coincidence or Yang Mi just happened to turn around and heard these words. Immediately, Jiang Mubai's old face turned red and he couldn't help but roll his eyes at Fatty Lin. The beautiful Yang Mi frowned slightly, then turned around and crossed her arms. It seemed like it was to cover up the breasts, which made the two of them feel embarrassed. Boy, can you speak with some moderation? It's right in front of you. How can you be so direct? Hearing Jiang Mubai's lecture, Fatty Lin couldn't help but chuckle. He spread his hands nonchalantly and said, What are you afraid of? These actors on the stage are just for fun. Down there, just like ordinary people. Jiang Mubai shook his head speechlessly, unable to understand Fatty Lin's innate sense of superiority. However, we can roughly guess that this may be related to the Black Dragon group behind him. Where's the toilet? Jiang Mubai asked after glancing around. I've been holding it in for a while now and I can't hold it in any longer. Just go out this way, Fatty Lin said with a smile. You haven't been looking at it for too long, have you? Jiang Mubai rolled his eyes and immediately walked to the side aisle. I don't know if it was coincidence or I wasn't paying attention, but when I turned into the aisle, I bumped into something soft. When I looked down, it was Tang Wanwen. Why are you here? Tang Wanwen, touching her forehead and blushing, was slightly stunned when she heard such a familiar voice. Without bothering to explain anything more, she glanced at the stage and said, Do me a favor. On the stage, Mo Zia, vice president of the student union, glanced at the performance list and then read out the name of the next group to enter. After waiting for about a minute, there was still no movement backstage. She looked at the audience with some embarrassment and couldn't help but laugh. It seems our new student is a little shy, haha. How about I go look for her for the students? I heard she's this year's freshman campus beauty contestant. When the people in the audience heard this, they immediately cheered. Especially Yi Xiaoqian and his friends, they even held up Tang Wanwen's cheering signs. Wanwen, you're the best, campus beauty. You must keep up the good work. Wanwen, you're the best, campus beauty. You must keep up the good work. Wanwen, you're the best, campus beauty. You must keep up the good work. Sun Qiancheng, who was sitting aside, frowned and glanced at Yi Xiaoqian and the others, feeling speechless. He looked at the time and wondered if Lin Xueli would come tonight. Wow, what a fantastic combination. They're so handsome, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Oh my God, this is the strongest freshman group, right? Unbeatable, a talented couple, a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. I can't say enough, I'm so envious. At this time, the audience below the stage became restless again, and Sun Qiancheng couldn't help but look at the stage. Jiang Mubai and Tang Wanwen were seen walking up slowly hand in hand. Under the combination of her stunning beauty, Sun Qiancheng was a little stunned. Oh my God, why is it him again? How many girlfriends does this guy have? When Yi Xiaoqian saw that it was Jiang Mubai again, his eyes almost popped out. This guy was paired up with Lin Xueli first, and then with this freshman campus beauty. He felt so upset that he almost couldn't help but go on stage and make a scene. When the host Mozia saw Jiang Mubai next to Tang Wanwen, her eyes lit up. She nodded and smiled quickly. "You two are truly amazing. Your combination of looks is incredible. I wonder what kind of show you guys want to perform tonight." The shy Tang Wanwen instinctively lowered her head. How could she sing when she was tone deaf? In addition to the previously set program, Su Yeye disappeared again. When she was about to speak, she saw the guy next to her say, "Sing, Marshmallow." Marshmallow? Tang Wanwen's expression changed and she wondered what song this was. She searched through all the music knowledge in her brain, but there was no such song. Could it be that this guy specifically chose an unpopular song to trick himself? Okay, then please start your performance. Mozia nodded, her eyes falling on Jiang Mubai, and then walked off the stage in high heels. When she was about to go backstage to rest for a while, she heard the crisp sound of kneeling down, which made her stop involuntarily. Recalling our first meeting, sitting next to you, who once said that being too happy can lead to lack of oxygen. Love has been planted in my heart, growing freely. The romance in fairy tales needs to be cultivated with care. I want to take you to wander around and bask in the sunshine, to fulfill my warm imagination. I like your cute look when you are willful, like the sunshine you cast when you are frustrated. You are the marshmallow in my heart, the sweet dream. Jiang Mubai, holding the microphone, seemed to be possessed by a singing god. As soon as he opened his mouth, a pleasant voice came out. Tang Wanwen, who was held in his hand, was stunned when she heard what he said. Such a beautiful voice, at such a close distance, she almost fell for it. Chapter 10:10, Stunning Skills. Fortunately, she knew her mission and quickly began to dance to the song. Although the dance moves were a bit awkward, surrounded by the singing, everything else seemed less important. In particular, everyone in the audience turned their eyes to the affectionate Jiang Mubai. Holy crap, what kind of song is this? It's so good, I've never heard it before. Junior brother is so handsome, and his singing voice is so beautiful. What is the name of this song? I want to learn to sing it too. I'm about to cry. This song makes me want to fall in love. It's so beautiful. Wang Qinga, who was in the crowd, was stunned when she saw this scene. She thought that by locking Su Yeye in the toilet, she would embarrass Tang Wanwen. But unexpectedly, this woman actually found her favorite school hunk to sing with. Especially the intimate interaction between the two on the stage, it made people grit their teeth. This song, how come I've never heard of it before? Zhongji, are you influenced by it? Young Mi, with a look of surprise on her face, glanced at the two people on the stage and turned her head to ask. After all, in the music industry, as a big name, Zhongji has a lot of say. No, it's probably a niche song. This song, there's no reason it wouldn't be popular. Zhongji shook his head. He had been in the music industry for many years, and as soon as he heard the lyrics and music of this song, he knew that it was a masterpiece that could only be produced by a top producer. But he had never heard of this song. At this time, in a corner of the hall, three graceful figures stood there. Watching the wonderful performance on the stage, one of the women wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap jokingly said, "Cheryl, it seems your rumored boyfriend is pretty good. I love this voice, this figure, this look. You don't want me to make a move." Lin Shuali, who was in the middle, snorted softly and said, "This guy has something. Do you think ordinary people can have such a talent? My, if you have that idea, I won't stop you." Hearing this, My couldn't help but take off her sunglasses. The beautiful big eyes on her beautiful face are so bright and watery. Really? With my figure and pretty face, wouldn't it be a win-win situation if I pursue him? The graceful figure who was standing silently by the side and looking at her phone raised her head. She glanced at the two of them, opened her phone and said, "It's over. I searched all the songs in China, but this song isn't on the list. I suspect he created this himself." Self-created? Lin Shuali was stunned. She took the phone and looked at it for a few seconds, then asked doubtfully, "Bauer, are you sure? He's handsome and talented. Isn't he amazing?" The cute and adorable Bao touched his chin, pointed at a string of data on his phone, and said with his hands spread out, "The facts are right in front of us. This guy is so talented. Combined with the previous data, this guy is undoubtedly a genius." My, hugging her arms and squeezing her chest into a ball, covered her mouth with her hands and smiled. She glanced at Lin Shuali and teased, "Wait for my good news. I'll have him following me around within a week." On the stage, after singing a song called Marshmallow, Jiang Mubai couldn't hold his urine any longer. After a quick bow, He pulled the shy-looking Tang Wanwen off the stage. When Yi Shaoqian saw this scene, his teeth were chattering. He looked back at where Lin Chenxiang was, and couldn't help thinking that maybe he could get what he wanted from him. It's really wonderful. This year's freshmen are so talented. Next, let's invite these students to perform. Yang Mi looked at the host coming up, and a hint of boredom appeared in her eyes. I glanced at the empty seat behind me and wondered why this guy hasn't come back yet. This kid is quite talented. If I take him to the recent Voice of China competition, he might make a splash. Zhong Ji, who had been enjoying the song with her arms folded, suddenly turned her head and smiled, which made Yang Mi a little surprised. The Voice of China is a dark horse in the recent national singing competition. Many people have become big stars from grassroots level on this stage. The layer-by-layer clearance process has received praise and attention from countless people. If ordinary people want to get in, they must have some real skills. And now the music giant is going to take this guy to the Voice of China. Doesn't that mean he's already on the road to success? Yang Mi shook her head, becoming more and more interested in this guy. Outside the toilet door, Tang Wanwen, with her face flushed all the way to her neck, pinched her little hands, thinking about what had just happened, and was still in a daze for a while. She didn't expect this guy to be so talented, and she is still shocked. I thought he was just handsome and had good grades, but I didn't expect he could sing so well. Tang Wanwen was happy but also a little helpless. She was speechless about such a genius. What are you still doing here? You peeked at me when I went to the bathroom. When Jiang Mubai came out after washing his hands, he saw Tang Wanwen standing at the door of the toilet in a very restrained manner. Look at that red face. It looks like it has been hurt. He stepped forward, shook the sparks in his hand, and asked jokingly, "Is there any other program?" Tang Wanwen was stunned when she realized what was happening, and quickly retorted, "I didn't peek at you in the bathroom. I just wanted to say thank you. If you hadn't been there for what happened just now, I would have been so embarrassed." Jiang Mubai said "oh" in disapproval, glanced at the empty surroundings, and said with a smile, "Then how do you want to thank me? Look, there's no one around here. How about this?" Hearing this, Tang Wanwen's pretty face turned red. He rolled his eyes, took a few steps back and said, "I already told you thank you. What are you thinking about? Goodbye." Looking at the graceful figure running away shyly, Jiang Mubai shook his head slightly. It was the first time he discovered that this girl had such a good figure. After a while, in the venue, when Fatty Lin saw Jiang Mubai coming back, he hurried over with 2 business cards in his hand. He stepped forward, sighed, and spread his hands, saying, "My dear brother, I thought you had sung me to death. Here, take a look, this is good stuff." "Nice one." Jiang Mubai took the thing from Fatty Lin and took a look. Aren't they just 2 business cards? One of them is of the music giant Zhong Ji, and the other is of the film and television queen Yang Mi. He glanced at Fatty Lin and said bitterly, "You're not going to ask them for their business cards, are you? That's too embarrassing." Fatty Lin, with his face full of flesh, waved his hands and quickly explained, Hey, I'm going to ask for these too, and is going to give them to me too. This is all for your sake. Zhong Ji asked you to call him, saying she has something to talk to you about. Yang Mi also asked you to call her. I guess she's into you. My goodness, her thing is quite big, my dear brother, you'd better not suffocate to death." Listening to Fatty Lin's dirty jokes, Jiang Mubai couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Chapter 111, Tomboy. At this time, in the language area, Su Yeye, looking embarrassed, touched her head, handed over a bottle of milk tea, and said, "I don't know either. The door suddenly can't be opened. If someone hadn't opened the door for me, I'd probably have to sleep in the bathroom tonight." Tang Wanwen hummed softly with her arms folded and her lips pouting, then took the milk tea and said, "If I hadn't been lucky today, I might have been cleared of all charges. There were so many people there, I was scared to death." Su Yeye snorted in disapproval. She glanced at Tang Wanwen and deliberately teased, "I watched the replay. Wow, that's the campus hunk. How do you feel? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? The video of you singing with him has been circulated on all the major Douyin platforms. I guess you'll be an internet celebrity tomorrow." Internet celebrity? Tang Wanwen frowned, put down the milk tea in her hand, spread her hands into a bowl shape, and said, "Please give me some money, my friends." This kind of internet celebrity? Su Yeye almost couldn't help laughing out loud as she watched Tang Wanwen imitating her so vividly. Just when he was about to tease her, he saw Wang Qinga coming over. "Tang Wanwen, when did you meet Senior Jiang? Let me tell you, there are so many people who like him. A guy like you isn't even worthy of carrying his shoes." When Tang Wanwen heard Wang Qing'er say this, her expression suddenly changed. She knew that this fake relative's visit to her was definitely not as peaceful as it seemed. Now she was being insulted in public for a man she had never met. She sighed and said unwillingly, "You know what? Holding hands just now felt really good. Have you ever experienced that?" "You." Wang Qing'er, speechless, snorted softly, crossed her arms and said, "Do you think you can eat swan meat just because you're beautiful? You should know your family background clearly. Don't be shameless." Tang Wanwen's face turned pale. Her poor family background was her weakness. Wang Qing'er's sarcasm to her face made her grit her teeth. When she was about to retort, she saw Su Ye walked up to her with her hands on her hips and said casually, "Why? My Wanwen is the school beauty just because of her face. She can dance with the school hunk. And you, with your sarcastic face, you think you can live a foolish dream? Wake up and get out of here." Hearing this, Wang Qing'er was furious. She glanced at Su Ye, who looked neither male nor female, and was about to retort. "I was suddenly shocked when I saw the watch on this guy's hand. Patek Philippe. Good job." Wang Qing'er swallowed her saliva. As a person who specializes in luxury goods, she knew quite a bit about this watch. The entry-level Patek Philippe alone starts at hundreds of thousands, which is simply the standard for the super rich. Anyone who wears this thing is either rich or noble, and basically not from a humble family. And based on her observation of the watch in Su Ye's hand, it seemed that it was not an entry-level model. This model looks low-key, elegant, and classy, very much like a private custom series. Wang Qing'er felt that she dared not offend such a person. She sighed in her heart, secretly shocked at how many hidden talents there were in the Imperial University. "What are you looking at? Why don't you get out of here? Your eyes are so wide open. Are you trying to eat me?" Seeing Wang Qing'er glaring at her, Su Ye couldn't help but scold her again. This made Tang Wanwen, who was standing by, feel both surprised and heart-warmed. After all, it was the first time she saw Yi like this. "Tang Wanwen, just wait. We are not done yet." Wang Qing'er snorted lightly, said this and left. After people could no longer see her back, Tang Wanwen sighed and said, "Thank you, Yi. Don't be polite. I said I would protect you." Su Ye, who was carefree, put her arm around Tang Wanwen's shoulders and said, "As long as I am here, I will have you. Don't be afraid." Tang Wanwen, who was being held, rolled her eyes, patted her hands that were pinching everywhere, and said, "Behave yourself, you're a girl. What are you afraid of? Let's go take a hot spring bath together," Su Ye said with a wicked smile. "I really want to see it, he. Just as the two were playing, Yi Xiaoqian came to this area along the aisle. As soon as he got closer, he saw Tang Wanwen being hugged by the man. He swallowed his saliva and could not help but stare blankly. "My goodness, there's someone here who got there before me. Damn it. I want to see who you are." It happened in the blink of an eye. Yi Xiaoqian rolled up his sleeves and grabbed Su Ye's arm with one hand. With a strong pull, the two girls turned around. "Tomboy, it's you." When Su Ye heard the word tomboy, her pretty face turned dark. She glanced at Yi Xiaoqian, waved her fist and said, "If you keep yelling like that, I'll tear the door off your McLaren." Yi Xiaoqian touched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. He glanced at Tang Wanwen and couldn't help but feel relieved. I thought it was that bold guy who actually dared to hug his goddess. Who would have thought that when he looked at her, it turned out to be the tomboy he had known before Su Ye. He waved his hand, glanced at Tang Wanwen and said, "Goddess, it's almost over. Look, how about I take you home?" "Take me home." Tang Wanwen's expression changed, and she subconsciously hid behind Su Ye and said, "Are you sending me into danger?" "That's right, get out of here." Su Ye shouted, "If you don't want to see your car door removed tomorrow, get out of here." Yi Xiaoqian shook his head, seeing that the plan to send the goddess home could not be implemented. He sighed and left in dejection. After Su Ye saw the man walk away, she put her hands on her waist and said, "Come on, beautiful girl, I'll take you home." A moment later, outside the gate of Imperial University, Jiang Mubai, who was riding a bicycle, looked a little embarrassed under the gaze of his female classmates. He glanced at the people blocking the wheel and said with his hands spread out, "Classmate, it's late. My mother is calling me home for dinner. Could you please make way?" The girls standing in front of the car were stunned, then shyly made way. Looking at the handsome figure leaving, I couldn't help but exclaimed, "My idol actually spoke to me. It's so exciting. I love it. He obviously said that to me. That's so nice." Tang Wanwen, who was standing aside and being protected by Su Ye while weaving in the crowd, heard this. I subconsciously glanced at these girls. They were all wearing branded clothes, had long legs and pretty faces. She sighed slightly in her heart and couldn't help but think of what Wang Qinga said. 10 minutes later. Okay, that's it. Su Ye glanced at the traffic light ahead and said with a smile. See you tomorrow, bye. Tang Wanwen nodded and looked at Su Ye, who was walking carefree with her head in her arms. I couldn't help but feel that she was really like a boy. Having her protection saved me a lot of trouble. Chapter 12:12, Couple Slippers. After taking a look at her home not far ahead, Tang Wanwen then took a step forward. However, after taking only 2 steps, her intuition told her that someone seemed to be following her. Looking back, I saw that there was no one on the asphalt road under the orange light. She swallowed and couldn't help but remember that her mother often told her that this area seemed to be a cemetery in the past. Tang Wanwen was startled and quickly left. Little did she know that not long after she left, a sneaky figure came out. Wang Qinga. She looked at the direction of the community where Tang Wanwen left and couldn't help but touch her head. Just now at the same intersection, she saw Jiang Mubai walk in from here. Wang Qinga shook her head in confusion, wondering if these 2 people lived in the same community. She remembered her father once saying that the residential areas nearby were all school district houses. Many people rent or buy houses here in order to attend Imperial University or to earn rental income. In Jiangbei City, where every inch of land is valuable, especially in a good location like Imperial University, the rent is not cheap. With doubts, Wang Qinga touched her chin and then quickly left. In the rental house, when Tang Wanxiu saw Jiang Mubai coming back first, she quickly handed him the slippers. She covered her nose, smiled, and said, You guys have bad foot odor. Come, Auntie Tang bought you a pair of breathable slippers. Jiang Mubai was a little flattered and was stunned for a moment, then quickly took the slippers. He glanced at Aunt Tang, who was pretending to be disgusted, and couldn't help feeling happy. Because the move was so hasty, he actually didn't have time to buy many toiletries. For example, this pair of slippers, he used them to wash Tang Wanwen's feet last night. Thank you, Aunt Tang. I don't have any slippers. Tang Wanxiu waved her hand, glanced outside the door, and then looked at the time. He quickly asked, You guys got out of class a little late today. I remember it was the orientation party, right? Why, Wanwen and the others haven't finished class yet. Jiang Mubai, who was busy changing his shoes, was stunned when he heard this. After school, he actually forgot about Tang Wanwen's existence and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He glanced at Aunt Tang and spread his hands. Maybe. Each department has different tasks. Aunt Tang, don't worry. She's grown up enough to know how to go home. Hearing this, Tang Wanxiu became even more worried. She only has this one daughter, and since her husband went to jail, she has only this one person to rely on. Besides, the child has some of her looks, so if he meets a bad guy, it will be the end of him. Xiao Jiang, if you don't mind the trouble in the future, why don't you wait for her? She's a girl, I'm a little worried. Before he could finish his words, Tang Wanwen walked in slowly, carrying 2 books. Seeing that the door was not closed, she thought something had happened. As soon as I entered the door, I heard what my mother said. She glanced at Jiang Mubai and shook her head. I just came back a little late, it's okay. He's busy too, so don't bother others. Tang Wanxiu rolled her eyes, took the book from her daughter's hand, and quickly handed her the slippers. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. Jiang Mubai suddenly discovered that these slippers are actually a couple S. It seemed that Tang Wanwen also discovered this after putting it on. The 2 looked at each other awkwardly and quickly looked away. What's the matter? Aren't these slippers nice? The person who sold them to me said they belong to a brother and sister, and your age is just right, so I bought 2 pairs, he. After hearing what her mother said, Tang Wanwen couldn't help but curse the lying and unscrupulous businessman in her heart. I glanced at the slippers on my feet and thought I would have to endure the pain and wear them for 2 days. I'll change it when I have the chance. Wearing couple slippers with that guy is so weird. 3 hours later, Jiang Mubai glanced at the time and thought, it's already 11 o'clock, the bathroom should have been used up, right? He picked up his change of clothes and bathing supplies and headed towards the bathroom. Who knew that as soon as I approached the door, I saw a graceful figure looming under the warm orange light. Jiang Mubai couldn't help swallowing and shook his head. He subconsciously turned around and wanted to go back to the house. But this unruly foot hit the pendant right on target. Tang Wanwen, who was taking a shower in the bathroom, heard the noise and subconsciously looked back at the door. After taking a few glances through the translucent door, her pretty face suddenly turned red. Because the door was not very private, her mother specially added a wall covering. But since they are usually the only 2 at home, they are too lazy to hang up the shower tent. However, Tang Wanwen was halfway through washing when she remembered that there was a hot-blooded man in the room. She touched her head and quickly covered her chest. He glanced at the wallpaper and then hung it up carefully. A moment later, as the sound of the door closing was heard outside the house, Jiang Mubai, who was lying on the bed, breathed a sigh of relief. He pinched his rosy nose and suddenly remembered the vague scene just now. Suddenly, I felt that this person is really not to be judged by appearance, and the sea is unfathomable. This is so huge. The next morning, accompanied by the aroma of food and the sound of various kitchen utensils colliding, Tang Wanwen woke up in a daze. She looked a little tired as she hadn't slept all night. She looked at the dark circles under her eyes in the mirror and her mouth suddenly drooped. Wanwen, you're still sleeping. The sun is shining brightly. Hurry up and get up. It's time for morning classes. When Tang Wanwen heard her mother's call outside, her pretty face suddenly turned red. He quickly put on his slippers and walked out wearing his stuffed bear pajamas. However, as soon as she opened the door, she immediately regretted it. Jiang Mubai was sitting upright at the dinner table, holding a bowl and looking at her. Tang Wanwen, with a slightly red face, swallowed her saliva and hurried back to the house to cover her face. I thought to myself, how could he see my face like this? A few minutes later, Tang Wanxiu couldn't help but sigh as she watched her daughter trying her best to eat her meal. She turned around to look at Jiang Mubai and said with an apologetic smile, "Sorry to have kept you waiting. This girl is a bit slow. It's not usually like this. I don't know what happened today." Jiang Mubai smiled calmly and nodded. "It's okay. There's no rush in college. I'll just wait for her." Tang Wanwen, who was eating desperately, sighed and wondered who needed this guy to wait. If it weren't for her mother's orders, she would have escaped long ago. After finishing the last grain of rice, she picked up the bowl and said, "Mom, mission accomplished. I'm going to school." Tang Wanxiu rolled her eyes and quickly handed over a napkin. He glanced at his daughter who didn't remember anything, then casually handed her a package of mysterious items and said, "Have you forgotten what day it is today? Don't forget this. Here, take it. It should be enough." Chapter 13:13. The school beauty stops me and confesses her love. Looking at the Sophie daily necessities handed to her by her mother, Tang Wanwen felt as if she had turned into a stone statue. She swallowed and quickly took it with trembling hands. She glanced at the guy who didn't look at her, and her heart was filled with bitterness. At this time, outside the gate of the community, a BMW M4 was parked on the side of the road. Wang Qinga, who was sitting in it, glanced at the time and wondered if the school hunk had already left. But she came at 6 in the morning and put a lot of effort into the chance encounter. There shouldn't be any such thing as leaving early. It can only be said that it hasn't come out yet. Wang Qinga nodded to comfort herself and was just about to wait a little longer. Two figures appeared at the entrance of the community. They were Tang Wanwen and Jiang Mubai, who walked out together. "Damn, we came out from the same route." "They are." Wang Qinga was stunned with jealousy in her eyes, and she couldn't help but believe that this was true. "I followed Jiang Mubai home last night and thought it was a coincidence that they lived in the same community. But now these two people were going in and out together, which made her suspect that they had known each other for a long time. Combined with what happened at the welcome party, she suspected that the two might be a couple, living together." At the gate, Jiang Mubai looked at Tang Wanwen walking forward and couldn't help but smile. He casually untied a public bicycle and said with a smile, "If you don't mind, how about I give you a ride? This will make you feel better." Hearing this, Tang Wanwen's face suddenly turned red. She subconsciously wanted to refuse, but suddenly she felt a little uncomfortable in her stomach. As her brows furrowed, she began to stagger, as if she was about to fall to the ground. Jiang Mubai was stunned when he realized something was wrong, and quickly stepped forward to support him. "Are you okay? Your stomach is aching." Tang Wanwen, who was holding her belly, blushed slightly. When she heard the question, she nodded awkwardly. She sighed bitterly, thinking that it was a good thing she had taken precautions in advance. Otherwise, it would be so ugly, she must have lost her concentration. "Let me go, I'll walk." Tang Wanwen looked at the big hand holding her arm and subconsciously wanted to walk by herself. Who knew that as soon as he raised his leg, tears started to flow uncontrollably. "Don't be so stubborn, I'll give you a ride. You can't go to school like this." Jiang Mubai touched his head, feeling a little embarrassed, and then helped him to the back seat of the bicycle. Glancing at Tang Wanwen, who was holding onto the bicycle frame, he reminded, "The car is going very fast. You'd better hold on to me." Tang Wanwen, with a slightly red face, sighed and started riding the bicycle. As she swayed, she felt refreshed. She didn't care about her modesty and had no choice but to hold the man's waist. Suddenly, the bumpy feeling became much less. Tang Wanwen, who felt a man's waist for the first time, blushed all the way to her neck. All of this was seen clearly by Wang Qing'er, who was following behind. Jealousy erupted in her, and she stepped on the accelerator, speeding past the two of them. She glanced in the rearview mirror and saw a man with a smile on his face, so handsome that it made people dizzy. She was extremely jealous and felt that Tang Wanwen was just a toad trying to eat swan meat and wasting things. At the same time, at the gate of Imperial University, Lin Xueli glanced at the time and showed a hint of impatience on her face. It's been almost 2 hours and this guy hasn't come yet. She glanced at her best friend who was sitting in a sports car not far away, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Zua, look at this guy, he's become an internet celebrity now. He was recorded singing last night, and now many people are asking who he is. Holding the cell phone, Bauer, sitting in the passenger seat of the Maserati, smiled. Looking at the various comments on her phone, she almost couldn't help laughing out loud. She also developed some interest in Jiang Mubai, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. What's so good about it? Just a bunch of idle people. I'm worried about Mai. She's too impulsive. Lin Xueli took a look at the video and lost interest. Her attention is now all on Mai. For some reason, she was actually looking forward to the exciting scene of her best friend pursuing this man. At the door, Xiao Mai, one of the foremost beautiful girls in school, glanced at the crowd watching around her and couldn't help feeling a little bored. I glanced at the time and wondered why this guy hasn't come yet. She has been here for 2 hours and her legs are almost weak. Wow, the ever-elusive Xiao Mai is here too. She's so pretty, worthy of being the school belle. She's so beautiful. I guess she came here because of the Lin University campus belle. After all, they were rumored to be a couple before. Who cares? As long as he's good-looking, that's all. Move aside, stop blocking my eyes. Sitting on a small path not far from the crowd, Tang Wanwen, who was sitting in the back seat, saw the gathered crowd from a distance. She didn't like trouble, so she shook her head and patted her back quickly. Put me down, I can walk. There are so many people up ahead, I don't want to get into any trouble. Jiang Mubai, who was humming a little tune while riding his bike, nodded and stopped immediately. He glanced at the limping Tang Wanwen and said with a smile, "Wait for me tonight. I'll take you there. I've already promised Aunt Tang." Tang Wanwen rolled her eyes and muttered, "Who asked you to send me?" Before she could finish her words, a breeze blew across her face. I saw that the person who said he would send her off had already driven away. Humph, all men are bad. At the gate, Jiang Mubai, who was riding a bicycle, was particularly envious in the crowd and glanced at the gathered people. He immediately parked the car aside and took a closer look, finding that there was a sports car blocking the door. And in the sports car, a woman with long legs, angelic face and black hair was looking at him. Jiang Mubai was slightly stunned, thinking, could this woman be looking for him? He shook his head and subconsciously wanted to go in. But this long-legged beauty actually came over, spread her hands, and smiled with her white teeth. "Hello, I'm Xiao Mai. Let's make friends and have a relationship." Have a love relationship? When these words fell among the crowd around them, they immediately exploded. It turns out that the school beauty had been waiting here for a long time just to confess her love to the new school hunk. This is truly a dream home run. It's so exciting. The school beauty actually took the initiative. This is absolutely amazing. If a guy is handsome, he can be chased by school beauties even when he rides a bicycle. Xiao Mai is so proactive. I love her so much. If I had a girlfriend with that figure, I could live 10 years less. Jiang Mubai, whose hair was disheveled in the wind, was stunned for a moment and glanced at the beautiful woman named Xiao Mai. He seemed to remember that Fatty Lin had told him about the 4 campus beauties. It seems that among them, there is one with the surname Xiao. He took a look at this woman whose appearance was no less pure than Tang Wanwen's and no less wild than Lin Xueli's, and who also had a touch of intellectual beauty, and said, "Can you refuse?" Chapter 14:14, Pay the Full Moon. Can you refuse? Xiao Mai was stunned. She looked at the guy's serious attitude and murmured, "No one has ever been able to refuse me, Xiao Mai. You became my boyfriend, picking me up on time every day and even delivering food." However, before he could finish his words, Jiang Mubai, who had no gentlemanly manners, pushed through the crowd and walked straight into the gate. Only a group of stunned onlookers and the bewildered Xiao Mai were left behind. Big news. The freshman campus hunk coldly rejected the campus beauty. This is headline news. I give up. Why do I feel like this school hunk is a bit ungrateful? There are not many top-notch beauties this beautiful and this big, right? Oh my God. I'm so envious. This romantic luck is incredible. In the crowd, Tang Wanwen, who was limping, looked stunned. When she saw that exciting and abrupt confession of love, she almost fell to the ground. Who would have thought that this guy would turn his head and walk away in disdain when a beautiful woman with a beautiful figure as good as his was courting him? She sighed and thought to herself, this is what it means to compare yourself with others. It's so frustrating, right? In the teaching office of the Department of Political Science and Law, Fu Qingyu glanced at the thick letter on the table and frowned slightly. She shook her head and spread her hands. As the Dean of the Political Science and Law Department, I may not be able to force students to do anything. Take this envelope back and tell your boss I'm not short of money. David, who was standing aside and looked a bit greasy, wearing lace glasses and a floral suit, was stunned when he heard this. He adjusted the frame of his glasses and said awkwardly, maybe our brother G is not polite, but he really values talent. If this student can participate in the Voice of China, he will definitely be successful. He might even become the next singing god. Fu Qingyu smiled slightly with a cold expression. She lifted her beautiful legs in black stockings, glanced at David and said teasingly, if this were an ordinary college, maybe others would be tempted if you said that. But this is the Imperial University. What's lacking here isn't money, but opportunities and reputation. Don't say anymore. I'll talk to him. Whether it succeeds or not is up to you. David, his eyes falling on the beautiful legs and stockings, nodded, seeing that the beautiful teacher agreed. He didn't say anything more, adjusted the frame of his glasses and walked out. After everyone left, Fu Qingyu picked up the coffee and took a sip. Then he picked up the envelope on the table with one hand, tore it open, and saw a thick stack of green banknotes revealed. She sighed slightly and threw it into the drawer. A moment later, in the Political Science and Law Department classroom, Jiang Mubai couldn't help but frown as he listened to Fatty Lin's chatter beside him. As soon as I took out my headphones and put them on, I suddenly felt that the world became much quieter. Just when I was planning to read a book and learn some broad knowledge. But then a graceful figure came in from outside the door. It was Director Fu Qingyu. She looks particularly beautiful today in a black silk miniskirt and hip skirt. The tightly wrapped perfect figure attracted countless people's attention. If I had a teacher like this in high school, I wouldn't have paid to study at Imperial University. Fatty Lin touched his chin and said, even in our club, there's no such pure model, Brother Jiang. Jiang Mubai shook his head in disapproval. He was really tired of looking at beautiful women. One Tang Wanwen, one Lin Shuali, plus today's Xiao Mai Mai. Which one is not better than Fu Qingyu? But he had to admit that Fu Qingyu had a bit of the aura of a mature queen. Perhaps this is the reason why Fatty Lin and others love her so deeply. Just when he was distracted, Fatty Lin suddenly twisted Jiang Mubai's arm. Only then did he realize that the pair of long legs and black stockings had come right in front of him. Student Jiang Mubai, come to my office. Fu Qingyu glanced at Jiang Mubai with a cold expression, said this and walked straight out. It seemed as if she came to this classroom just to say this. Fuck. Is this the charm of being handsome? Fu Qingyu actually invited you to her office. Brother Jiang, I'm really impressed. Fatty Lin swallowed his saliva excitedly, and many YY plots from novels came to his mind. He looked at Jiang Mubai enviously and said excitedly, we must seize this opportunity. It's too rare. Jiang Mubai rolled his eyes, sighed, put down the book in his hand, and walked out the door. After a while, he arrived at the door of the director's office. Just as he was about to knock on the door and enter, he saw something he shouldn't have seen through the crack in the door. I saw Fu Qingyu sitting upright on the chair, taking off her stockings in a very serious manner. His concentration seemed to have reached a state of selflessness. Jiang Mubai, who was not paying attention, was stunned for a moment and subconsciously pushed the door open accidentally. The two of them immediately looked into each other's eyes. Come in. Fu Qingyu, with a calm expression, just glanced at Jiang Mubai and continued with her actions. This woman who didn't even care about his existence made someone feel awkward. Director, what do you want to talk to me about? When Jiang Mubai saw that Fu Qingyu had put on high heels, he immediately shifted his gaze away from her smooth white legs and asked hurriedly, does it look good? My legs. Unexpectedly, Fu Qingyu raised his head, adjusted the frame of his red glasses, and asked slowly. Jiang Mubai was petrified on the spot and was stunned, thinking that this woman did not play by the rules. However, for him who is experienced, this is still easy to handle. It's beautiful, but it's a pity. These hesitant words immediately caught Fu Qingyu's attention. She smiled slightly, glanced at Jiang Mubai, and said, Student Jiang, you are indeed a student with high emotional intelligence. What a pity. What are you thinking about every day? You should focus your energy on other things. Hearing this, Jiang Mubai's heart started pounding. He glanced at this woman with great concentration and said with a smile, "Teacher, you're joking. Students don't have such dirty thoughts. What I want to say is, it's a pity that the stockings have a hole in them." Hole? There was a strange look in Fu Qingyue's eyes. The reason she took off her stockings was because there was a hole in them. She smiled slightly and nodded. "Yes, you have good concentration. It's just not nice to put that kind of attention on a girl's legs. There's an invitation on the table. Take a look." Invitation letter? Jiang Mubai, who was as steady as a rock, was stunned for a moment, and then he found the invitation letter on the table next to him. He took it and took a look. His brows immediately frowned. The invitation letter only read, "From Jiang Mubai personally. Chapter 1515, Invitation. Zhongji sent this, along with this wad of money. If you want to go, please send it back for me." Fu Qingyu, with an indifferent expression, threw the envelope on the table as if throwing away garbage. The stack of banknotes that fell out was worth at least tens of thousands. Jiang Mubai smiled, then tore open the invitation and started reading. Imperial College, Starbucks. Xiao Mai, supporting her cheeks with her small hands, took a sip of iced latte, but still couldn't get rid of the depression. She glanced at Lin Shuili, who had a calm expression on her face, and said with her hands spread out, "Is there something wrong with me? This guy actually rejected me. All the people pursuing me are lining up all the way to Paris, and he's the first one to reject me." Hearing this, Lin Shuili couldn't help but snort. He patted Xiao Mei's little head and comforted her. "You are big where you should be big, and thin where you should be thin. You are already perfect. Maybe that guy's target was me. Don't take it to heart." "Did he bother you?" Bauer, who was busy drinking coffee, asked suddenly, which made her feel embarrassed. "When I think about it carefully, it seems that apart from the time when I took the initiative to look for him at the beginning of the school year, no matter how many rumors there are outside, he has never taken the initiative to explain. It's as if he is not the school idol. He doesn't know himself. He is just here to study." Lin Shuili, who was beginning to feel a little depressed, gritted her teeth and hummed softly. "Don't mention this guy. It's such a bummer. Tomorrow is the weekend, and I have a dance party here. Do you want to go?" "Prom?" Bauer shook her head. She has always been disgusted by such occasions. On the other hand, Xiao Mai, who was in a depressed mood, nodded and said with a smile, "Just right. Let's have a couple of drinks and go tease those guys who want to eat swan meat." Lin Shuili shook her head and advised, "Let's not do that. Wasn't my last lesson severe enough? If I hadn't been smart, I'd probably have." "Already what?" Bauer asked with interest. "By the way, nothing serious happened to you last time, right?" Lin Shuili, blushing slightly, rolled her eyes, pinched Bauer's little face, and spread her hands and said, "Who can take advantage of me?" As soon as she said this, she unconsciously recalled everything that happened in the hotel. I shook my head and could only sigh that this was a sin. In the language department classroom, the carefree Su Ye glanced at the time and then packed her backpack. She glanced at Tang Wanwen and said teasingly, "Beautiful girl, do you want to skip class together?" Tang Wanwen, who was lying on the table, waved her hands and said sleepily, "Go ahead, I'll take a nap." Su Ye spread her hands without bothering to say more and immediately climbed over the window to take a walk. The elderly professor who was drawing on the podium just glanced back, as if he didn't see anything clearly. Ding, ding, ding. 10 minutes later, a rapid ringing sounded. This art language elective course is finally over. Tang Wanwen, feeling sleepy, yawned and then quickly walked out of the classroom. Her lower abdomen felt much better, and she felt inexplicably refreshed. Just when I was about to go to the library, a few familiar faces suddenly walked over. "Isn't this Tang Wanwen, the common school beauty? Is get out of class dismissed?" Wang Qinga, who was coming aggressively and crossing her arms, glanced at Tang Wanwen and teased her rudely. Behind him, several girls dressed in branded clothes and with disdainful expressions on their faces couldn't help laughing when they heard this. "Wang Qinga, is this your poor relative? She's so pretty, but it's a pity she's such a poor bastard. She's good looking, but why do you like toads and want to eat swan flesh?" Hearing these sour words, Tang Wanwen's expression changed slightly. She glanced at Wang Qinga and subconsciously wanted to make way and go to the other side. Who knew that a pair of white jade hands had blocked the way? Wang Qinga snorted with a bad look on her face and said calmly, "We have something to talk to you about. Come and talk to us. Otherwise, you can't leave today." In the office of the Political Science and Law Department, after reading the invitation, Jiang Mubai instinctively wanted to refuse it. For him, meeting important people is more suitable than studying. because as a reborn person, he really just wants to study hard. He glanced at Fu Qingyu and subconsciously said, "I." Before I could finish my words, there was a buzzing sound in my head. Ding! Perfect Life mission activated. Task 1. Accept the invitation and receive a limited edition Pagani sports car as a reward. Task 2. Decline the invitation and receive a book on the philosophy of life as a reward. Jiang Mubai was a little embarrassed and was stunned when he saw the two rewards with such a huge difference. He sighed slightly and then chose one. Ding! Enter the venue. The sports car will automatically load into the basement. Fu Qingyu was waiting for a response, but saw that this guy was looking at her without saying anything. The staring look made her subconsciously close her legs. He coughed and said, "You what?" Jiang Mubai came back to his senses and smiled, spreading his hands and said, "I will go and I promise not to embarrass the academy. Goodbye." Looking at the figure leaving in a hurry, Fu Qingyu couldn't help feeling a little surprised. I glanced at the money on the table and wondered whether I could return it or not. A moment later, under the Political Science and Law Department building, Fatty Lin looked at the invitation in his hand and frowned. After taking a closer look, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "This isn't an ordinary dance." Judging from the looks of it, Zhongji was invited, not the organizer. As far as I know, those who go there are all big businessmen from Jiangbei City. There are so many beautiful women here. Brother Jiang, can you take me with you? Jiang Mubai, with his hands in his trouser pockets, was stunned for a moment, glanced at Fatty Lin and said, "Don't joke, you need me to take you." Fatty Lin, who didn't take it seriously, chuckled and spread his hands, saying, "Because of your special status, our family can't enter a place like this." As they walked, they soon came to a forest path. Just as I was about to walk out along the path, I heard the sound of several women arguing. Jiang Mubai was stunned when he felt it was somewhat familiar, thinking, "Isn't this Tang Wanwen's voice?" In the pavilion, Wang Qing'er looked at Tang Wanwen, who was forced into a corner, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Holding a few ice creams, she smiled and said jokingly, "Eat it, and I won't punish you after you're done. I'll teach you a lesson. If you try to seduce our school hunk again, next time it won't be ice cream." Hearing this, Tang Wanwen, who was pale and limping, felt bitter in her heart. If the relatives hadn't come, she would have wanted to have a big fight. But now her stomach started to hurt and it was difficult for her to walk. "You're limping like that. Could it be that you've already gotten into our senior's bed? Looking at your slutty appearance, I really want to kick you to death. Come on, eat it for me, or I won't be able to swallow this breath." The female attendant behind Wang Qing'er smiled and said sarcastically. Chapter 16:16. Fatty Lin. Tang Wanwen, with a pale face, took 2 steps back and glanced at Wang Qing'er. There was a hint of anger in his eyes, and he could not help but scold. "We are relatives. Is it okay for you to treat me like this?" Relative? When Wang Qing'er heard these 2 words, she couldn't help but sneer. She looked at Tang Wanwen and said sarcastically, "Relatives, I mean relatives who are of equal status and on equal footing, understand? Look at this pair of shoes on my feet. They're enough to cover your living expenses for a month. I don't have any poor relatives like you." After saying this, she moved closer again. The ice cream in his hand was almost melting, and a hint of coldness was emitting from it. "Eat the ice cream quickly and lick it for me. I want to see how good your kung fu is to win the senior's heart." The 2 outspoken female followers chuckled twice, rolled up their sleeves and were about to take action. But at this moment, a tall figure blocked the way for them. Jiang Mubai glanced at Tang Wanwen with a cold gaze and asked gently, "Are you okay?" Shrinking in the corner, Tang Wanwen, with tears in her eyes, shook her head and subconsciously stood up and hid behind the man. She glanced at the broad back and a warmth welled up in her heart. "What do you want to do, you crazy women? Sister-in-law Gigi is prettier than you, isn't she? Let's see who dares to move. Believe it or not, after school, I'll send someone to take you to the nightclub to dance." Fatty Lin, who came with them, glanced at Wang Qing'er and the others and started cursing without hesitation. His ferocious expression immediately frightened them so much that they took a few steps back. "Sister Wang, let's go. This fat guy is the second son of the Black Dragon Group. He's not someone you can easily mess with." The female attendant, who had heard a little about Fatty Lin, turned pale. Seeing that this man was not someone to be trifled with, she quickly reminded him. This made Wang Qing'er's pretty face turn pale, and she wondered why this woman was protected by so many important people. She glanced at Jiang Mubai, whose face was cold, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This was seen by her senior, and her plan to get promoted was doomed. She hated Tang Wanwen to the extreme. Tang Wanwen, just wait for me. There's no such cheek between us, humph. After saying this, Wang Qing'er subconsciously wanted to leave. Unexpectedly, Fatty Lin snorted lightly, spread out his arms and stopped the few people. He whistled with a fierce look on his face and said jokingly, "What did you just say? You still want to touch my eldest brother's woman? Are you tired of living? You are the daughter of the new instructor, right? Let me tell you, if you don't apologize to my sister-in-law, I will make you suffer the consequences." When Wang Qing'er, whose face was pale, heard this, she couldn't help but have some thoughts in her mind. She glanced at Fatty Lin and gritted her teeth and said, "You think I'm afraid of you? I'm Brother Chan's woman. Would you like to try?" Yi Xiaoqian. Fatty Lin's expression changed, and he was about to say some harsh words and show off in front of Brother Jiang. Jiang Mubai walked forward, glanced at Wang Qing'er, and said coldly, "I'm warning you once. If you keep bullying others, even the gods won't be able to save you." Wang Qing'er, with slightly red eyes, was stunned to see the man she liked treating her like this. She gritted her teeth, glanced at Tang Wanwen, and then quickly left. After the few people left, Fatty Lin patted his chest and said, "Brother Jiang, leave this to me. I have 100 ways to deal with her. A fellow like her deserves a beating." Jiang Mubai shook his head calmly. He turned around to look at the weak Tang Wanwen and said, "Find me a car and wait for me at the door." Hearing this, Fatty Lin quickly nodded. This is a chance to show off. He glanced at Tang Wanwen and said with a smile, "Wait a moment, sister-in-law. I'll go find a car for you." Tang Wanwen, whose pretty face turned red, felt very embarrassed when she heard this name. She wanted to explain, but saw the fat man, who was somewhat cute yet somewhat fierce, walking away. "Thank you. You saved me again." Jiang Mubai, who didn't take it seriously, was a little surprised when he heard this. He glanced at Nizzy, who looked a little aggrieved, and said jokingly, "I can understand if a man bullies you. This woman bullied you. Is she also trying to rape you?" Rape? Tang Wanwen's pretty face turned red, and she subconsciously wanted to get angry. However, the pain in her lower abdomen made it difficult for her to speak. "Don't hold it back, come up. I'll take you out." Jiang Mubai glanced at the painful expression on the girl's face and quickly squatted down to advise. "Take the clothes, and don't say I'm taking advantage of you." Looking at the clothes handed over, Tang Wanwen's face became even redder. "Can't you feel it when it's on your chest? Isn't this just a case of trying to cover up one's own guilt?" She glanced at the squatting man and sighed. "Here you go, I don't need it, just don't think about it." Jiang Mubai nodded with a smile on his face, feeling the warmth coming from behind. He coughed and said, "Hold on tight, the car is going very fast." "Is the car going very fast?" Tang Wanwen, who hadn't reacted yet, was stunned and immediately felt the man stand up. She subconsciously grabbed his neck, and the two of them got in a seamless close-fitting position. Tang Wanwen rolled her eyes with a slightly red face, but her heart was warmed. At the gate, Lin Xueli looked at the sun in the sky and was about to put on her sunglasses and drive away. But Xiao Mai came running over quickly, panting anxiously and saying, "Big deal. This is not good. This guy is not a monk. He doesn't like our kind." Lin Xueli was stunned for a moment with a bewildered look on her face. She glanced at Xiao Mai and said, "Are you crazy?" Xiao Mai rolled her eyes and pointed towards the school gate. "Look what that is." Lin Xueli was stunned for a moment with a confused look on her face, then looked towards the school gate. "I saw many people walking out from the gate. Among this crowd, there were two familiar figures walking in the middle. Jiang Mubai, Tang Wanwen. Isn't it strange? He doesn't like rich and beautiful women, but he likes this common school beauty." Xiao Mai said coldly. "They even carried her on their backs. This is such a show of affection." After hearing what her best friend said, Lin Xueli suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. After taking a look at the two people showing off their affection, she said with disgust, "Let's go, men are all the same, they like innocent and gullible girls." "No, let's take another look," Xiao Mai said. "I heard they're not even a couple yet. This doesn't make sense." Lin Xueli, feeling uncomfortable, snorted softly, grabbed Xiao Mei's arm and said, "Are you going or not? There's a traffic jam today on the weekend. Are you angry?" Xiao Mai saw Lin Xueli's unhappy face and teased, "Could it be possible that something really happened between you two?" Lin Xueli, with a frown on her face, shook her head. When she saw the person get into the car, she immediately stepped on the accelerator and left the place at high speed. Chapter 1717. Wang Qing'er is asking for trouble. At the school gate, Tang Wanwen's pretty face turned red under the flashlights of the crowd. She knew that this man was particularly charming. With this face of mine, it's impossible not to be stared at. What happened? It's so sweet. She actually carried me out of school on her back. My boyfriend isn't that manly. You can change a man. Consider me, classmate. Look at my biceps here. How sweet. I just heard they were together the other day. Turns out it's true. Fatty Lin, who was in the crowd, coughed and, relying on his tall stature, quickly opened the car door. He glanced at the crowd and shouted, "Go away, what are you looking at? Have you never seen handsome men and beautiful women?" Jiang Mubai sighed after putting Tang Wanwen in the car and glanced at the crowd outside. He turned around and said, "Give me the key, Fatty." Key? Fatty Lin nodded and quickly handed over the key. He glanced at the two of them and said jokingly, "Have fun, sister-in-law. Be sure to pay attention to N." "No, it seems that I can't do it. My. Hearing the ridicule from Fatty Lin, who was talking nonsense, Tang Wanwen couldn't help but lower her head. She waved her hands and said while enduring the pain in her stomach, "Don't get me wrong, it's not the kind of relationship you think." I understand everything." The fat man smiled, closed the car door and said, "Brother Jiang, stop playing with me and go play together." Jiang Mubai nodded, holding the car keys, glanced at the time, and immediately stepped on the accelerator and left. At the same time, in a private club in Jiangbei City, Wang Qing'er came here with a nervous mood. Looking at the magnificent scene in front of her, she hesitated a little and didn't dare to step in. But when she thought of the humiliation Fatty Lin had just given her, she couldn't stand it. He glanced at the security guard at the door and then walked in arrogantly. Soon, led by a waiter, Wang Qing'er came to a luxurious private room. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Yi Xiaoqian sitting among several gorgeously dressed women. She felt embarrassed by his dissolute appearance. "Young Master Yi, she is the one looking for you." Yi Xiaoqian nodded, picked up a glass of foreign wine and took a sip. He glanced at Wang Qing'er, pushed the woman beside him away and said with a smile, "It's still a chick, I like it." "What's the matter? Tell me." Wang Qing'er, with a slightly blushing face, heard this and quickly explained the whole process. Especially when it comes to Tang Wanwen, she slightly emphasized more of her words. After she finished speaking in one breath, she breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced at Mr. Yi, who was very prestigious in the Imperial University, and only asked him to help her once. Not bad, very good. When Yi Xiaoqian heard the ugly woman in front of him asking him to deal with Tang Wanwen, he almost threw the quilt in his hand away, but out of courtesy, he forced himself to listen to everything. He glanced at Wang Qing'er and wondered if this woman was crazy. Tang Wanwen is his dream goddess. Asking him to find someone to deal with her, isn't that nonsense? However, Yi Xiaoqian already had a way to deal with this kind of person in his mind. He smiled and nodded. "Yes, I can help you. But you have to accompany me this time. This matter can be discussed." Hearing this, Wang Qing'er's face turned green. She knew where Master Yi was because of what those young sisters told her. "I thought it could be solved by spending some money, but who knew it would cost me my life?" She shook her head and quickly took out a card from her bag and said, "Here's 100,000. I'm willing to pay." "Master Yi, do you think this is okay?" "Money." Yi Xiaoqian smiled slightly. People in their line of work really like money. But today, he really doesn't care about the 100,000 yuan. Glancing at Wang Qing'er, he clapped his hands and said, "No, I want you today." As soon as the words fell, several women nearby immediately stood up and left. It seemed as if they were already familiar with this scene. Wang Qing'er was stunned and subconsciously wanted to follow him out. But I saw that two big men had come to the door and were guarding it tightly. This made her bite her saliva and quickly turned back and said, "Master Yi, let me go. I don't want you to do anything anymore, and I don't want this money." Looking at the panicked woman, Yi Xiaoqian couldn't help but smile. He shook his head, poured a full glass of wine, and said with a smile, "Asking others to do things for you is only natural. How can you just not do it? Are you kidding me?" Hearing this, Wang Qing'er shook her head like a rattle. She glanced at Yi Xiaoqian and begged for mercy. I didn't. Master Yi, please let me go." As she spoke, 2 lines of tears fell and immediately mixed with the foundation on her face, making her look like a harlequin cat. Yi Xiaoqian exclaimed with some disgust, picked up the wine glass and poured it over. Suddenly, the stimulating and cold wine woke Wang Qing'er up. She looked at Yi Xiaoqian in front of her and murmured, "You did this on purpose, didn't you?" Yi Shaoqian smiled slightly and said jokingly, "It seems that you are not stupid, but why did you provoke Tang Wanwen? Why don't you just take a piss and look in the mirror? Do you think you're worthy of bullying her?" Wang Qing'er swallowed with chattering teeth. She understood everything. It seems that Mr. Yi in front of me also likes that bitch. She sighed and wondered why she was so unlucky. She nodded and said bitterly, "I was wrong. I didn't recognize the real thing. Master Yi, please let me go." Yi Shaoqian smiled slightly, disapproving, and looked at the vicious look in the woman's eyes. He wiped the wine off his hands and said, "Are you still thinking about hurting Wanwen? I'm telling you, if I hear you once, I'll break your legs, believe it or not." Wang Qing'er nodded repeatedly, feeling bitter in her heart. She didn't even dare to look at Yi Shaoqian's face. When she heard the door slam, she raised her head. I took a look at the empty box and felt miserable. Downstairs in the school district, Jiang Mubai, who was speeding back, glanced at Tang Wanwen in the back seat. Then he smiled and said, "After getting off the bus, do you still need to carry me?" Tang Wanwen, with a slightly red face, shook her head and looked at the conversation with Su Ye on the phone, feeling helpless. "I thought that I was famous this time, and becoming this guy's rumored girlfriend would be amazing. Would you like to clarify that I'm not your girlfriend? I don't think this is a good idea. Do you want to?" Before he could finish his words, Jiang Mubai reached out his big hand and picked up Tang Wanwen, who was speaking. He glanced at the woman in his arms and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I only treat you as my sister. Besides, I like big ones. Anything too small won't suit me." Chapter 18:18. Keep the wealth within the family. Too small to fit? Tang Wanwen looked down her chest and immediately understood what this meant. She glanced at the man who was hugging her, and then pinched his waist hard. Jiang Mubai shook his head in pain and said with a wry smile, "Be gentle. We are walking up the stairs now. If I fall, I won't be responsible. If you become ugly and stupid, no one will marry you in the future." Hearing this, Tang Wanwen snorted, pursed her lips and stopped talking. As they were walking, whether it was a coincidence or just a chance encounter, not long after the two of them went up the stairs, they saw Tang Wanqiu coming down carrying a bag of garbage. She looked at the two people hugging each other and suddenly stopped in the stairwell. For a moment, the three of them felt extremely embarrassed. Tang Wanwen, whose face was blushing, pouted and pointed at her belly and said, "Isn't this relative here? I can't walk, so he carried me back." Tang Wanqiu glanced at Jiang Mubai, who was smiling, nodded, and didn't say much. After passing by the two of them, he smiled and said, "This is also good. It keeps the wealth within the family. I think it's pretty good. I left some wolfberry and winter melon soup on the table. Go back and have some. Xiao Jiang, you should have some too. Don't work too hard." After hearing what Aunt Tang said, Jiang Mubai felt a little embarrassed. He sighed inwardly, and seeing that there were still 3 floors to go, he quickly picked up Tang Wanwen and walked up. At this time, in a high-rise building in Jiang Bay City, renowned singer Zhong Ji had come all the way here. Seeing the packed house of dignitaries, he couldn't help but bow and smile, saying, "Sorry for the wait, everyone. I've been really busy, so I just took the time to come and get together with you all. Here are some gifts I brought back from outside. You can each pick some. They are all in good condition." As soon as he finished speaking, several followers behind him immediately took out box after box of ginseng, cordyceps, and other things and placed them in front of everyone. It seems like he's been doing pretty well lately. He became a singing star in the Tang dynasty after singing a few songs. Now he even sends ginseng and cordyceps in boxes. Our junior brother is really amazing. Sitting in the main seat, a middle-aged man with a bald head and wearing an 8-faced Buddha jade pendant smiled and joked casually. "Brother Bamianfo is right. After all, I'm Ji. Whatever I do, I have to be the best. I'll accept these ginseng and cordyceps today. You won't ask me for money, right?" The middle-aged man in Tang dynasty clothing sitting next to the 8-faced Buddha smiled and casually put the boxes of cordyceps and ginseng in his pocket. There was not a hint of impoliteness in his expression, which made Zhong Ji want to laugh for a while. He shook his head, then sat down in front of them and said, "Tell me, what are you guys doing in Jiang Bay? If you need any help, just let me know." The 8-faced Buddha nodded without saying anything else and casually took out a letter from a box beside him. He glanced at Zhong Ji and said seriously, "This is given to you by your master. He has passed away. This time we came to Jiang Bay City to make a career." Hearing this, Zhong Ji showed a little surprise on his face. After taking the envelope and looking at it for a few seconds, his eyes suddenly turned red. His master raised him for more than 10 years, but unexpectedly he passed away suddenly this year. He had been busy with work and had not gone back to see him for only half a year. He glanced at his fellow apprentices and asked in a cold voice, "Did Master really die of natural causes?" The eight-faced Buddha nodded, stood up, patted Zhongji on the shoulder and said comfortingly, "Everyone is destined to die. There is no need to be too sad, junior brother. We all know your feelings for Master. Now that our Master is gone, you're the only one doing the best in Dragon Country. We brothers would like to come here to make a living, but it depends on whether you agree or not." As soon as these words were spoken, several middle-aged men in Tang Dynasty clothing around them looked over, and the pressure in the room suddenly doubled. The few younger brothers and followers who came with Zhongji were a little confused and panicked for a moment. It seemed as if they were not facing a group of ordinary people, but a group of iron-blooded soldiers who had been licking blood on the tip of a knife and walking on the edge of death all year round. Zhongji nodded. He glanced at his senior brother, eight-faced Buddha, and then said firmly, "Okay, but what do you want to do?" When the smiling eight-faced Buddha saw that Zhongji agreed, the suspicion in his heart disappeared completely. Being used to seeing the unpredictable human nature, he originally thought that this fellow apprentice was doing very well in Long Country and might not take his fellow apprentices from remote areas seriously. But after using the Master's letter and testing the momentum of this group of people, he realized that his heart as a junior brother was still with them. For what? For example, if you need a bodyguard, we can be your bodyguard, but we still want to promote the power of our 8 gates here. Zhongji nodded calmly. After hearing what her senior brother said, she felt a little more confident. He glanced at his fellow disciples and said with a smile, "All of you brothers are also people who have been on the edge of a knife in the Mianbei region. I think you are not used to being bodyguards or doing other things. If you want to make a name for yourself in Jiangbei or become famous, you have to fight against local gangs or other forces. I'm sure you all understand this." The eight-faced Buddha nodded with bright eyes. They had always been on the brink of death in the northern Mianyang area. They had made friends with all sorts of people before. After only a day in this area, they felt that it was a mixed bag. Forces of all sizes are distributed here, including some old friends they met in the Cotton North region. "Junior brother, don't worry. Since we chose to come here, we must have made mental preparations. Before his death, our Master told us that if we live our lives in fear, we might as well find a rock and kill ourselves. I brought them here for the sake of the 8 gates prosperity. You don't have to worry about this." Hearing this, Zhongji nodded with satisfaction. If his fellow disciples came to Jiangbei City just to make a little money, he could satisfy them at will. However, he would not share his ambitions with them. But now, after hearing what his senior brother said, the passion in his heart surged out again. "Brother, since you've said that, I'll be honest. I've become quite famous performing here over the years. But actors are still actors after all. I know this very well. If we want to stand out in Jiangbei, we must learn from the Black Dragon Group and the Blue Dragon Group. Making our name known is the most crucial step." Chapter 1919. Going on a date? The eight-faced Buddha nodded. He had learned everything about the two major forces, the Black Dragon Group and the Azure Dragon Society, as soon as he arrived in Jiangbei. As the two leading companies in the area, if they want to set up shop here, I'm afraid we have to give them some publicity. That's true, but it's hard for us new here to encounter such opportunities. If you want to open the banner of our 8 gates, junior brother, you have to think of a way. Looking at the cigarette handed over by brother eight-faced Buddha, Zhongji waved a hand and said with a smile, "I haven't smoked for a long time. Brother, don't worry, leave this matter to me. And there's another opportunity soon. There's a social dance tomorrow night. All the people who will be there are some of the most important people in the district. If you come with me, you can even show up." Hearing this, everyone present had a smile on their face. Especially the eight-faced Buddha. He nodded and boasted, "I knew that my junior brother was a smart man, so I did it this way. It's getting late. Let's go back first and wait for you to send someone to notify us." After leaving these words, the eight-faced Buddha quickly left the house with a group of fellow disciples. After everyone left, Zhongji finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the cigarette but in the ashtray, and a trace of gloom appeared on his face. "Brother Ji, the person has already left. Do we need to follow him?" The follower who came over immediately reported, "No need, you guys can leave too, I want to take a rest." Zhongji waved her hand and walked towards the inner room. Looking at the huge picture of a tiger descending the mountain hanging in the middle of the office, a murderous look flashed in his eyes. He glanced at the compartment behind him and then said calmly, "What do you think about this matter? They have been here for so long and haven't found you, right?" As soon as the words fell, there was a sudden movement behind the picture of the tiger descending the mountain. Then a secret door slowly opened, and a beautiful woman in a black silk skirt and high heels walked out. She glanced at the famous singer GGE and said with a smile, "If I say they are a bunch of chickens and dogs, you won't scold me. After all, they are your fellow apprentices." "Brothers?" Jiang Ji showed a hint of sneer on his face and said with great contempt, "You are just a bunch of country bumpkins, and you think you can make clouds and rain with just a flick of your hand? Do you really think this is Cotton North? I want to hear your opinion, Xiaoyu, so that I can start arranging all this." The beautiful woman named Xiaoyu smiled indifferently and sat on Jiang Ji's thighs in a very ambiguous way. She lifted the man's chin, opened her sexy red lips and smiled, saying, "Since they are from the countryside, let's cheat them. After all, if they don't cheat, they won't know how deep the water is in the city. Besides, if they establish a power, it will be good for you, right? In the future, many secret matters can be handed over to them to handle." Jiang Ji, who was very skillfully touching Xiaoyu's thigh, nodded, with a hint of enjoyment on her face, and then began to knead it unscrupulously. He sighed and chuckled. "I'm just afraid that after these people realize what's going on, they'll want to bite me back. That wouldn't be a good thing." Xiaoyu smiled indifferently and let the big hand take advantage of her body without restraint. She twisted her sexy body slightly, exhaled a breath of blue, and said, "What are you afraid of? Don't I have me behind you? As for them, if they dare to mess around, I will let them go to the Jiangbai River to keep company with the fish and shrimp." Jiang Ji smiled slightly and said nothing more. After hearing this, he felt a little relieved. Looking at the woman who kept asking for more, he immediately went forward cooperatively. In the rental house, looking at the wolfberry and wintermelon soup stewed in the house, Jiang Mubai couldn't help but serve a bowl of it very skillfully. He glanced at Tang Wanwen lying on the sofa, then asked with a smile, "Do you want me to add some brown sugar? Will it feel better?" Tang Wanwen blushed when she was asked this question by a strange man for the first time. She glanced at the message from Su Yeye on her phone and muttered quickly, "You decide. I think it's okay to put in brown sugar or not. My stomach feels much better now." After saying that, she hurriedly explained to Su Yeye about the school and Jiang Mubai's relationship. But as she was talking, the woman refused to listen and instead started teasing her, especially those blushing dirty jokes, which she sent one after another. This made Tang Wanwen quickly turn off her phone, and she subconsciously wanted to sit up. "I don't know if I hit the corner of the table or something else, but my ankle felt a sharp pain. Oh my God, my foot is broken. Who put it here?" Hearing shouts coming from the living room, Jiang Mubai looked over. Tang Wanwen's ankle hit the edge of the table. Seeing that it was either bruised or swollen, he shook his head, then took the soup in his hand and said as he walked, "I doubt it. If Aunt Tang hadn't existed, how would you have grown so big?" "Spoiled, that doesn't look like it." Tang Wanwen's pretty face turned red. She rolled her eyes, and then carelessly picked up her feet. "When I rolled up my trouser leg, I saw a large bruise on my ankle." She shook her head and sighed. "Sure enough, what's written in the book is right. Beautiful women have always had many hardships. This physical torture isn't over yet. I'm being tortured again." Jiang Mubai spread his hands disapprovingly and glanced at this somewhat narcissistic guy. He immediately returned to his bedroom and ignored everything outside. This made Tang Wanwen, who felt a little embarrassed, snorted softly and started drinking the soup in the bowl. As she drank, the taste of brown sugar in the soup made her laugh. Glancing at the tightly closed bedroom door, she couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Is he still a warm-hearted man? He looks quite aloof, but that's about it." As soon as he finished speaking, his phone suddenly lit up. She quickly picked it up and saw that there was news about a part-time job for the weekend. Glancing at the message from the agent, her eyes lit up and she said excitedly, "Crimson building waiter, 1,000 yuan in just 2 days. That's too good to be true." Early the next morning, Tang Wanqiu originally planned to ask the two of them to get up for dinner, but she pushed open the door of her daughter's bedroom. "I saw that there was no one inside, only a letter left on the table. When I opened it, I found out that the girl had gone out to work part-time." She shook her head and walked towards Xiao Jiang's door. She knocked, but there was no response from inside. She forced herself to open the room and saw that there was no one in the room. She couldn't help but wonder, could these two be going on a date? Chapter 2020, Invitation from Jiang Ji. Tang Wanqiu blushed and wondered if her daughter was really that lucky. She is quite optimistic if she can really get along with the new landlord Xiao Jiang. After living with him for a few days, I have a pretty good understanding of his character. She shook her head, looked at today's work plan, then picked up a steamed bun, took a couple of bites, and hurried out. At the same time, downstairs of the Crimson Building in Jiangbei City, sports cars worth tens of millions of dollars were parked here, and everyone who got out of the cars was a well-known figure in Longguo. Among them are business tycoons, political leaders, and various popular stars. When Jiang Mubai arrived here with the invitation letter and riding a shared yellow bike, He suddenly felt that his bike was a bit awkward. When I was about to enter through the main gate, I was stopped by a security guard. "You've taken the wrong road. This isn't the place for you, little brother." After hearing what the security guard said, Jiang Mubai looked even more embarrassed. How come he encountered this plot, which only appeared in novels, again? He took out the invitation in his hand and said awkwardly, "Actually, I don't really want to come to this place, but one of you invited me. What do you want me to do?" The security guard was slightly stunned. He took a look at the invitation and immediately recognized the badge on it. It was the official mark of the Crimson Building. He glanced at the little brother's yellow bike and said awkwardly, "I'm so sorry to have stopped you. You're so low-key. I didn't recognize you." Jiang Mubai waved his hand nonchalantly, glanced at the people coming and going, and couldn't help but smile. "It's normal. Maybe I came here too suddenly today. I don't fit in with them." After saying this, he followed the crowd into the hall. This made the security guard, who was standing there in a daze, shake his head, thinking that the big shots these days really have weird tempers. It's really puzzling that he would ride a small yellow bike to attend the top banquet in Jiangbei City. Fortunately, he often reads urban novels and does not look down on others like those short-sighted security guards. Otherwise, he would have been severely beaten today, and might even have lost his stable job. Following the crowd all the way to the 88th floor of the Crimson Building, Jiang Mubai looked at the cocktail party full of people and couldn't help feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. After looking around, I immediately saw the singing superstar Zhong Ji in the crowd. He smiled slightly and then walked forward quickly. "Brother Ji, I'm your fan. Your latest song is so good." "Yeah, when are you going to release a new album? I'll definitely support you. I really love your songs." Zhong Ji, who was standing among several beautiful, wealthy young women, felt as if she were basking in the spring breeze when she heard this. Just as he was about to say a few words to deal with it, he saw a familiar figure walking up to him. "Hello, Mr. Zhong, I'm here at your invitation." Jiang Mubai smiled slightly, then handed over the invitation letter in his hand. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of several beautiful, wealthy young women around him. "Brother Ji, this is the talented handsome boy you mentioned in the interview before, right? He's so handsome. Oh my God, this face and this figure are amazing. Do you have a girlfriend, little brother? Come on, you're already old, and you're willing to let go of someone so young." Hearing the teasing of several beautiful young women, Jiang Mubai's old face couldn't help but turn red. Zhong Ji, standing nearby, shook her head and then introduced, "Yes, he's my guest today, Jiang Mubai. He sings beautifully, and you'll be able to see his performance today. Thank you for your hard work. Come over here with me and let's chat." Hearing this, Jiang Mubai nodded and then followed Zhong Ji's back and walked forward. But at this moment, a very familiar figure walked past him. He subconsciously felt that he had seen this person somewhere before, and couldn't help but look back. But I found that the waiter with the face towel had already left. Jiang Mubai shook his head, thinking that maybe he had seen it wrong. Little did he know that after he left, Tang Wanwen, who was working part-time as a waitress here, wearing a face towel, looked stunned. He swallowed and wondered why this guy was here. Just when I was about to go forward to see what he was doing here, I saw a middle-aged woman who was a foreman walking towards me. She pointed at Tang Wanwen's arm and ordered, "Go to the East private room. There are a few important guests there. Keep an eye on them. Be smart and open up a little. There are important people here. If one of them takes a fancy to you, you will be transformed from a chicken into a phoenix." Hearing this, Tang Wanwen couldn't help but roll her eyes, thinking that she was just here to earn some tuition money. What's the point of turning a chicken into a phoenix? Does she need others to like her? Shaking her head, Tang Wanwen walked towards the private room in the east with the champagne in her hand. In a private room, Zhong Ji brought Jiang Mubai here directly. As soon as he entered the house, he saw several big men sitting in the house. They all had fierce faces and looked like they wanted to eat people. "My dear brothers and sisters, let me introduce you to the artist I am about to sign. His name is Jiang Mubai." Zhong Ji, who was talking eloquently, glanced at Eight-Faced Buddha and others, and then introduced them. "Signed artist." Jiang Mubai's expression changed. He glanced at Zhong Ji and asked, "Signing an artist? What's the matter? Did you invite me here just to get me to join your company?" Zhong Ji nodded with a smile on his face, a hint of surprise on his face. He glanced at Jiang Mubai, then asked with a smile, "Don't you want to join my company? Follow me, and you can quickly become famous and become a singing superstar." Jiang Mubai shook his head in disapproval. His ambition was not to become an actor or a singing superstar. He came here just to complete the system's tasks. He glanced at Zhong Ji and then smiled. I may not have that ambition. I still need to study hard, Brother G. Slightly surprised, Jiang Ji nodded with a playful smile on her face. He had sent someone to investigate the background of this little guy in front of him, and found that his family was an ordinary well-off family. Unlike many rich second-generation students in Imperial University, he is a student who got in here based on his intelligence. The reason why he was chosen as assigned artist was naturally because of his natural singing ability in addition to his intelligence. That's fine, but you have to help me tonight and sing a song. Jiang Ji said with a smile, don't be afraid, just show off. I still believe in you. Maybe you'll figure it out one day. Chapter 21-21, Eight-Faced Buddha. Jiang Mubai nodded and was about to say something. But in this private room, the bald man sitting on the main bathroom in the middle stood up and looked directly at him with a fierce look. He couldn't help but be slightly stunned, thinking, is this guy going to cause trouble for him? Junior brother, who is this kid? He won't even give you a little face. Seeing the eight-faced Buddha asking, Jiang Ji's expression changed slightly, and he quickly said with a smile, brother, please sit down. Don't scare him. He is still a child. Mubai, go out and have some fun first. Later, just come find me at seat 84. Someone will tell you about singing. Hearing this, Jiang Mubai nodded, and before leaving, he couldn't help but take another look at the man called Eight-Faced Buddha. It was discovered that the big man had a jade Buddha amulet hanging on his chest, and there were several obvious scars on his hands, which looked particularly glaring. He glanced at Jiang Ji and couldn't help but wonder how a singer like him could get involved with such a person. And calling him senior brother is really confusing. After everyone left, Jiang Ji stood up and closed the door. He glanced back at his fellow apprentices and said with a smile, I know you're all very uncomfortable having been kept waiting here for so long, but this is a big occasion, and it's too scary to go out like this. Wait a moment, I'll bring all the important people I want to introduce to you here. Just wait and see. The eight-faced Buddha nodded and then smiled. Brother, you're too worried. We are not uncomfortable at all. We are just feeling bored sitting here. Seeing so many beauties walking around outside makes us old buddies feel itchy. As soon as these words were spoken, the other big men in Tang Dynasty costumes sitting at the table burst into laughter. Jiang Ji, who appeared gentle as jade, smiled slightly, but felt disgusted and nauseous in her heart. He glanced at them and then agreed, this is easy to do. As long as you don't mess around today, we can go to the Dayantai Club tonight. The girls there are as beautiful as flowers. You can choose whatever you want. Here, you have to be virgins today. You can't do anything rash. After all, this is Jiang Bei, not Mianbei. The eight-faced Buddha nodded. Since his junior brother had given such instructions, he didn't say anything more. He glanced at his fellow apprentices and said in a careless manner, listen up, everyone. Control your legs, especially the third leg, and don't mess with me. Today's game was set up by our junior brother, so we have to give him face. Everyone, sit down here, have tea and food, and wait for news. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ji felt relieved. He glanced at a few people, then clasped his hands and left. As soon as he walked out of the room, the expression on his face suddenly became gloomy. If he had known that these guys would be so difficult to get out of the house, he would never have brought them out. I just managed to bring a child here to discuss something, but I didn't expect them to almost mess it up. He shook his head and walked towards the chairman's seat. In the room, the eight-faced Buddha sighed as soon as he saw Jiang Ji leave. The man sitting next to him, wearing Tang Dynasty clothing and with a large mole on his face, comforted him. Brother, don't sigh. We are just living under someone else's roof now. Can't you stand this? Now that junior brother is stronger than us, there's nothing we can do if he disrespects us. Let's just wait here. Several fellow disciples nearby also nodded. As senior disciples, they were in the Eight Gates tradition. Coming to junior brother's territory, I should be a preferred guest, but why am I locked up in this small private room? If it weren't for senior brother Eight-Faced Buddha asking them to wait here, they would have probably gone out and made a big fuss long ago. That's what you said, but you're not making that point. He promised us to come and meet the important people. The eight-faced Buddha took a look, and everyone said leisurely, but now they are left in this airless room, what's the point? The man in Tang Dynasty clothing nodded, a wry smile unconsciously appearing on his face. Glancing at the lively scene outside the crack of the door, he couldn't help but smile and said, if you brothers trust me, why don't you let me go out and take a look? I'd like to see what kind of important banquet junior brother Jiang is talking about. He actually left all of us old brothers here. Hearing this, the eight-faced Buddha's eyes moved, and he glanced at the brothers around him, and couldn't help but smile. How about this? You go out and put on some makeup. Our appearance is indeed different from these playboys. Everyone laughed, and the man sitting on the right, with his arms folded and a fierce look on his face, teased. Playboy. If this were in Mianbei, these things might be sitting in my bedroom right now. It's really enviable. The man with the mole on his face smiled and then teased. Hilao-san, you better be more reserved today. Let me, your senior brother, go out and see what's going on. Everyone nodded, and then pieced together some things to use for disguise. The eight-faced Buddha took a look and the man with the mole on his face smiled and said, Go, second junior brother. Remember not to do anything bad. Otherwise, if Zhongji finds out, it will not look good on our side. The second junior brother nodded without saying anything more. He cleaned up his face and then walked out. This happened in the private room on the east side. Several young and beautiful waiters came here one by one, including Tang Wanwen, who was working part-time to earn money. Glancing at the sound of plates crashing beside her, she couldn't help but feel something was wrong. Suddenly, a male foreman came out with a bruised face and nose. He glanced at everyone and said with a squinting look, Everyone, go in. These young masters are not easy to deal with. Be smart and don't do anything bad to me. After saying this, the male supervisor covered his nose and walked towards the kitchen. Tang Wanwen was a little confused and froze for a moment, then subconsciously followed the crowd inside. But as soon as she entered the house, she saw the mess on the floor, with traces of blood. On the sofa nearby, several handsome, feminine-looking men, filled with anger, were sitting there. They were all dressed in suits, wearing famous watches and branded clothes, looking like noble gentlemen. These look pretty good, guys. The Scarlet Hotel, this time they finally treat us as important people. A man in a black suit in the middle suddenly stood up, glanced at Tang Wanwen and the others, and said frivolously, As usual, big brother, you choose the others first, and we can do it ourselves. How about that? The man next to the bureau chuckled. Chapter 222, Gongjun. The leading man in a black suit nodded, touched his watch, and then looked at Tang Wanwen and the others. The look in his eyes was like the one he gave when selecting a girl to drink with him in a club, and it made her feel embarrassed. She subconsciously wanted to leave the private room, but saw the man in a black suit walking straight towards her. I didn't expect it to be called the Scarlet Hotel, and there would be such a character. It's really hard to describe. Hearing this, the brothers behind the man also looked over. After taking a closer look, he couldn't help but smile and said, Brother, you have a good eye. It's really a pity that you got such a top-notch product. A girl like this is definitely considered a top beauty, so why would she just be a waitress? Tang Wanwen, who began to tremble all over, looked up at the few people and said weakly, I'm still a student. I'm here for a part-time job. I'm done with this. I want to get out. Hearing this, the leading man immediately became interested. He glanced down at Tang Wanwen and then teased, It's still interesting to be a student girl. I like this. Several men around laughed and each pulled a waiter forward. What is strange is that these waiters seem to have been familiar with this for a long time. There was no resistance at all. On the contrary, some of them picked up the wine and poured it very skillfully. Seeing this, Tang Wanwen immediately took a few steps back and shook her head. I really just came here to be a waiter. I don't have any other intentions. Can you guys stop being like this? The man took off his black suit, revealing the azure vest underneath. He glanced at the shy Tang Wanwen, pulled out a glittering golden card from his pocket and said, What's so good about being a waiter? You're just a dog if you're so servile. There's 1 million in this card. From today on, you'll be my girlfriend. How about I support you every month? Support me? Feeling insulted, Tang Wanwen snorted lightly, and her beautiful eyebrows immediately frowned. She glanced at the somewhat feminine and handsome man in front of her and scolded him. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I said I'm just here to be a waiter, not to be insulted by you. There's no distinction between high and low jobs. Just because you're rich doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. After saying this, Tang Wanwen subconsciously wanted to push the door and leave. However, the leading man opened his arms and blocked the door. A puzzling smile appeared on his fair and feminine face. His willow leaf eyes quietly looked at Tang Wanwen and said with a smile, This is the first time I have seen a girl like you. I like your personality better. What's your name? Tell me your name so I can let you out. Also, where is your school? Tang Wanwen, slightly puzzled, glanced at the man and asked softly, Are you telling the truth? The man standing in front of the door laughed heartily, spread his hands and said, When did I, Gongjun, ever break my promise? I see you don't want to cause any trouble, so just tell me. Gongjun. Tang Wanwen's eyes changed and she glanced at the man named Gongjun. She sighed slightly in her heart, and in order not to cause trouble here, she quickly said, Logan Wanwen, Imperial University, is it okay? Gongjun nodded, then made way for the door. Looking at the graceful figure leaving, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Seeing this, the buddies behind him couldn't help but jokingly said, "Brother, this is a student from Imperial University. Are you sure you want to go back there? Lin Shuali and the others won't kill you if they see you, right?" Gong Jun spread his hands in disapproval, picked up a glass of red wine and chuckled. "The woman I, Gong Jun, like, must be obtained. She suits my taste perfectly. Why aren't there girls like this at Heisei University? It's really disgusting." Outside the door, Tang Wanwen, who had escaped, was pounding her heart. She was about to go find the foreman to settle her wages and leave. Tutu bumped into someone's arms, and when he looked up, it was Jiang Mubai. She was wearing a face scarf, her pretty face turned red, and she quickly said, I'm sorry, I have something else to do, I'll leave first." Jiang Mubai, who had a calm expression, was slightly stunned when he heard such a familiar voice. When he saw some familiar faces, he couldn't help but look back and then followed them. Soon, he followed the familiar figure into the corridor of the Crimson Hotel. I saw this familiar figure standing in front of a foreman-like person, saying something timidly. "Little girl, I'm not trying to embarrass you. You're doing a full day's work here part-time. It's only 12 o'clock now. I can't possibly pay you half your salary. Either you go to work now, or you leave now. I have nothing to say to you." Tang Wanwen, who had her head down, felt cheated when she heard what the foreman said. When she first looked for this job, what she valued was that she would be paid even if she worked half a day. Isn't this clearly different from what's on your resume? I've been working for quite some time, so you should be paying me, right? The foreman chuckled disapprovingly, glanced at the young girl who had just entered society and said teasingly, "Is it really that easy to make money in this society? What can a yellow-haired girl like you who just started working part-time understand? If you don't get out of the way, I'm going to attack you." Tang Wanwen was stunned when she was threatened. She was strong-willed and could not stand this humiliation. He took out his cell phone, pointed at the foreman and demanded, "I'm recording everything. Are you going to pay me or not? If not, I'll go to the Labor Bureau and sue you." When the foreman heard this, his face suddenly darkened. He didn't expect that the little girl in front of him was so resourceful. However, they had experienced this kind of thing before, so they shook their heads and said sarcastically, "It seems that you really don't want to accept my toast and insist on going against me. Do you think I seem to have a good temper and wouldn't hit women?" After saying this, the male supervisor immediately raised his hand to hit her, and Tang Wanwen was so scared that she subconsciously lowered her head and forgot to dodge. However, at this moment, a familiar figure stood in front of her and blocked the slap for her. "Who are you? What do you want?" The foreman whose wrist was grabbed glanced at Jiang Mubai and suddenly felt a pain in his arm. "Bullying weak women is nothing. You're a parasite of society." Jiang Mubai shook his head, then swung his hand and immediately picked up the foreman and threw him to the ground, leaving him lying on the ground. Chapter 23. All the stars gathered. Tang Wanwen, who was hiding behind, saw this scene and couldn't help but scream. Glancing at the tall figure in his lifetime, a warm feeling slowly flowed out of her heart. "Tang Wanwen, why are you here?" Hearing the man's question, Tang Wanwen no longer concealed herself. Then he pulled off the face towel and said with his hands spread out, "My family is poor and I'm working part-time to earn money. Can't you see that?" Jiang Mubai nodded, then glanced at the foreman who got up from the ground, pulled her and walked into the hall. As he walked, he said, "This is not the place for you. It's full of good and bad people. Aren't you afraid of running into a bad guy?" Tang Wanwen snorted disapprovingly, broke free from the man's large hand, and questioned, "Do you think it's embarrassing for me to come here? I'm not yours, so why do you care about me? Everyone is working hard to make a living. Is it wrong for me to keep making money to pay for my tuition? Is this place really that expensive? Can only rich people like you come here?" After saying this, Tang Wanwen ran in another direction with red eyes. Jiang Mubai stood there in a daze and sighed slightly, thinking that this little girl must have misunderstood him. Just as he was about to follow up to explain, he saw Zhongji coming over and said to him with a smile, "I've been looking for you for ages. So you're right here. Come on, go backstage and put on some makeup. We are getting ready to perform. Here are the lyrics. Take a look." Jiang Mubai glanced indifferently at the direction Tang Wanwen ran to, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Looking at the lyrics handed to him, he shook his head and immediately followed Zhongji away. At this time, downstairs in the Crimson Building, Lin Shuali, Xiao Mai, and Bauer, who arrived here in a sports car, slowly got out of the car. Under the night lights, the three people's beautiful faces immediately attracted the attention of countless reporters and passers-by. "Oh my God, Is there some kind of celebrity party going on at the Crimson Mansion today? These girls are so pretty. That's right. Look at all the designer clothes and the way she walks. She's definitely not from an ordinary family. She's truly a white, rich, and beautiful woman. If I could be noticed by her, I'd be at the pinnacle of my life. I think you should read less urban novels. How could a lady like that be interested in a loser like you? Walking through the crowd, Lin Shuali looked at the people coming and going in the hall, and her brows couldn't help but frown slightly. Glancing at Xiao Maimai beside him, he suddenly asked, "Is this the airport pickup you mentioned? The three of us have been standing here for a long time, but no one has come to greet us. What's going on?" Xiao Maimai shook her head, then raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Then I saw several tall, strong, blonde, and blue-eyed handsome men coming out of the elevator. She glanced at her bestie and teased, "Don't worry, this building was invested by my father. The chairman here has to call me Miss Xiao when he sees me." This scene is pretty good, right? These are all standard handsome foreign guys. If you like, I can give them all to you tonight. When Bauer heard this, he almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Seeing the two bickering, she couldn't help but tease, "You guys are playing a bit too much. There are 8 handsome guys here. Can you two handle it?" Lin Shuali, with a slightly red face, rolled her eyes, glanced at her 2 girlfriends who were talking nonsense, snorted, threw her bag over, and strode forward. Sister Xiao and Bauer shook their heads, then followed the graceful figure into the elevator hand in hand. After a while, the 3 of them went straight to the meeting room in the main ballroom on the 88th floor. Looking around, there are people coming and going here, and almost all of them are top figures in Jiangbei City. She is dressed in a suit and sexy dress, looking stunning. After the 3 people arrived, the lights here seemed to have lost their color. After it reflected on the 3 people, it quickly attracted the attention of many people. Gong Jun, who was in the crowd, couldn't help but smile slightly when he saw this scene. He glanced at his brother and joked, "It seems the intelligence was right. These 3 women are really together. Now we are going to have a good show." The man next to Gong Jun smiled slightly, took a sip of champagne, and said slowly, "What's so interesting? She's not my fiancée. What does she have to do with me?" "This is your trouble, Gong Jun, not mine," Luo chances. "I'm going to go over here and see if there are any interesting girls. Bye." Seeing that his good brother had left him without a care, he left. Gong Jun shook his head, thinking that he had to bear the consequences himself. Glancing at the direction Lin Shuali and the other 2 were heading, Gong Jun subconsciously wanted to change direction. Who knew that in that corner, he saw Tang Wanwen taking off a veil. His eyes lit up and he wondered why the little girl was crying. At this time, backstage at the main dance, Zhongji looked at the lyrics in her hand and couldn't help but frown slightly. "Are you sure you want to sing this song? I don't even know how to sing it." Hearing Zhongji say this, Jiang Mubai couldn't help but laugh and said, "Don't scare me. You're a legendary singer. Isn't the melody of the lyrics obvious at a glance?" Zhongji nodded calmly. In fact, when he saw the lyrics in his hand, his mind was filled with shock and amazement, because he hadn't seen lyrics and music like this for many years. Most importantly, this was written by this little guy in just a few minutes. If it was someone else, they would definitely wonder whether he had prepared in advance, or if he had memorized it to write it so quickly. But Zhongji knew very well that this song, if nothing unexpected happened, would be like the song Marshmallow, which had almost never appeared in the entire music scene. "All right, then I'll reluctantly accompany you for once. It's like the green leaves complementing the red flowers." Jiang Mubai smiled slightly. Glancing at the lyrics of the song 10 years ago in his hand, he spread his hands and said with a smile, "Don't worry, this supporting role won't be in vain. This song will definitely make you famous and be a big hit for a while." After saying this, the 2 of them dressed up and walked towards the front desk. In the main ballroom, Lin Shuali looked at the stage that was about to begin and glanced around casually, especially in the direction where Gong Jun was. Her eyes couldn't help but turn slightly cold, and she asked in a puzzled voice, "Speaking of which, isn't this civilian school beauty that guy's girlfriend? Why is she here? And the clothes he's wearing look like they belong to a waiter." Xiao Maimai shook her head and was about to make a joke when she found that the guy walking onto the stage was actually that man. Chapter 24:24, A Song of 10 Years. She swallowed and looked at the man in a suit and tie, who was obviously dressed up, and was stunned for a moment. This made Lin Shuali feel confused. She followed Xiao Meimei's gaze and froze in place. "Oh my God, this is such a rare beauty in the world. Even a girl like me is jealous of her." Bauer, who was standing aside, couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw Jiang Mubai coming on stage. His little hand subconsciously pinched Xiao Meimei's arm and shook it continuously. "Don't get excited. I know you're very excited seeing him for the first time. Can you be a little reserved, my Miss Bauer? Xiao Mubai quickly pulled her arm down and muttered with a frown. Why is this guy here, and performing on stage? Didn't you see that person next to him, Zhong Ji? Lin Shuili glanced at the people on the stage and then asked in confusion. It doesn't matter. I think his appearance here tonight has already made him the focus of everyone's attention. I have to get this man, he's so handsome. Xiao Mubai shook her head and looked at Jiang Mubai on the stage with a crazy look on her face. At this time, in the corner, Tang Wanwen looked at the annoying Gong Jun beside her and seemed a little impatient. Just when I was about to get rid of this annoying guy, I suddenly saw movement on the stage. Looking closely, I found that the singer singing was actually that guy. She was slightly stunned and couldn't help but wonder if he was also here for a part-time job. Thinking of what she had just said, Tang Wanwen's pretty face turned red and she suddenly felt a little ashamed. Why are you blushing so much? You seem quite shy. How about we have a candlelight dinner so we can get to know each other better? Gong Jun, with his arms folded, kept his eyes on Tang Wanwen's face. Seeing the little girl blushing, he couldn't help but teased her with a smile. Get out of the way. You're blocking my view. Are you so tall just to block other people's view? Tang Wanwen rolled her eyes, pushed Gong Jun away, and then looked at the stage. Gong Jun, who was a little confused, was slightly stunned, and followed Tang Wanwen's gaze and looked towards the stage. On the stage, the famous singer Zhong Ji was preparing to perform with a man she had never met before. He was slightly stunned, then looked at Tang Wanwen and said, Do you like the singer Zhong Ji? If necessary, I can ask him to give you an autograph photo, or even take a photo with you. Tang Wanwen, who had been staring at Jiang Mubai crazily, rolled her eyes and then turned away and said, Stop acting like you understand girls so well, okay? Who said I like the singer Zhong Ji? If you have nothing to do, go somewhere else. Hearing this, Gong Jun couldn't help but feel a little confused. Looking back at the stage, he immediately reacted. It turns out that the little girl's eyes have always been on that handsome guy. So you like handsome guys? This guy is really interesting. His looks have already threatened my position. Tang Wanwen, who didn't take it seriously, rolled her eyes and muttered, Stop being so narcissistic, okay? He's 10 times more handsome and talented than you. As soon as he finished speaking, a somewhat sad song suddenly came from the stage. Then, Jiang Mubai, the lead singer, picked up the microphone, glanced at the audience below, and sang a cappella. If those 2 words hadn't trembled. I won't find out, I feel bad. How do I say this? It's just a breakup. Suddenly, this heavenly singing voice touched many people's hearts and attracted even more people's attention. Among them are many of Jiangbei City's top socialites and prominent figures. Who is this boy? This is the first time I've heard such a beautiful song. The lyrics really bring back memories. Singing with Zhong Ji, and he's the lead singer. That's interesting. Could he be a new signing for their company? Wow, I must go backstage and add this guy's WeChat later. It's so beautiful and makes people praise it. Among the crowd, the second junior brother, who had simply disguised himself, glanced at the people discussing the matter. His eyes lit up slightly. In particular, when he saw his junior brother singing on the stage, he couldn't help but nodded. I couldn't help but think that no matter how successful this junior brother is, in his eyes, he was still just an actor who entertained people. He shook his head and was about to leave quickly when a figure suddenly came into his sight. After taking a closer look, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, a top-grade cultivation furnace. Oh my God, I haven't seen such a suitable furnace in a long time. When he looked in that direction, he saw Lin Shuili and the other 2 girls sitting there. They were completely unaware that there were eyes behind them staring at them. In the corner, Tang Wanwen looked at Jiang Mubai singing affectionately and couldn't help feeling guilty. I inexplicably felt that what I said just now was really a misunderstanding. She glanced at the stage that was about to end, turned her head and asked, Take me backstage, can you do that? Gong Jun, with his arms crossed, nodded and chuckled, saying, That's easy enough, but why are you going backstage? You don't really like this handsome guy, do you? Although he is quite talented and sings beautifully, he is not as rich or powerful as me, do you understand? Hearing this, Tang Wanwen rolled her eyes, swung her arms and walked backstage on her own. Helpless, Gong Jun showed a bitter smile on his face, thinking that he had really been bewitched by this little girl. I shook my head and could only follow her. 10 years later, we are friends. You can still say hello, but that kind of gentleness. I can no longer find a reason to hug. Lovers inevitably become friends in the end. Until we've been friends for many years. I just realized that my tears were not shed for you. and shed tears for others. On stage, after singing the song 10 years, Jiang Mubai slowly put down the microphone. He cleared his throat and then looked at Zhong Ji, who was holding a guitar and playing it, with tears already streaming down his face and nodding frequently. You sang so well, please sing another song. I really like you. What's your name, little brother? I don't care. I want to know all his news in 1 minute. I want his WeChat ID. This singing is so beautiful. Quick, go check who this little guy is right now. He's amazing. Listening to the cheers of the many socialites in the audience, Jiang Mubai shook his head, bowed, and walked straight to the backstage with Zhong Ji. Chapter 25:25. Late Night Date? I never thought this song would be so good. If I'm not mistaken, you wrote both the song and the tune yourself, right? Zhong Ji, with tears in her eyes, glanced at Jiang Mubai and asked softly, I guess so. I wasn't lying to you, was I? This song has made you trending again. Hearing this, Zhong Ji nodded. He glanced at the empty workbench and invited again. Are you really not planning to join our company? With your talent, you'll be famous all over the country in no time. Jiang Mubai shook his head in disapproval and was about to say something. But then he saw 3 graceful figures walking in, 2 of whom he was very familiar with. Who are you? How did you get in here? Zhong Ji glanced at Lin Shuali and the other 2 and asked curiously. My dad is an investor here. Brother Ji, please step out for a moment. We need to talk to him about something. Xiao Mai said this arrogantly with her arms folded, which made Zhong Ji slightly stunned. He glanced at Jiang Mubai and couldn't help but envy him. Think about it carefully. Look, now that you're famous, all the beautiful women, rich women, and young girls are coming to you. Jiang Mubai smiled slightly, feeling a little embarrassed. After Zhong Ji left, he looked at the 3 people and asked, What are you doing here? Lin Shuali snorted disapprovingly, sat down on the chair casually, and said, You seem quite famous, can't I come and see you? That's right, don't forget that I want to pursue you, Xiao Mai said with a smile. Your performance today impressed me and made me even more determined. Jiang Mubai was confused and shook his head, not knowing what to say for a moment. Glancing at Lin Shuali, I couldn't help but wonder what tricks she was up to. Come to Daby City tonight to find me. I'll be waiting for you in the garden there. I have something to discuss with you. Lin Shuali said calmly with her arms folded. Xiao Mai and Bauer, who were watching the show, smiled and then teased. You must come. If you don't come, we will go to your class tomorrow and let you experience what harassment is. Hearing this, Jiang Mubai couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. I glanced at the backs of the 3 people leaving, and for a moment I didn't know what they wanted to do. But at this moment, there was a sudden noise outside the door. He was slightly stunned and immediately followed him out. Outside the studio door, Gongjun looked at Lin Shuali and the other 2 girls and felt extremely embarrassed for a moment. He glanced at Tang Wanwen and subconsciously wanted to pull her away. Unexpectedly, Tang Wanwen shook off his hand. What are you doing? Why are you holding my hand? I'm here to look for someone. Lin Shuali smiled calmly, glanced at Gongjun, then looked at Tang Wanwen and teased. Aren't you Jiang Mubai's rumored girlfriend? How did you end up as a couple with this guy? Rumored girlfriend? When Gongjun heard these 4 words, his expression changed immediately. No wonder this little girl followed in. It turns out she wanted to see her boyfriend. Who said he is my boyfriend? We are just ordinary friends. I came here to see him for something. Tang Wanwen, with a slightly red face, shook her head and explained softly. Lin Shuali snorted disapprovingly, glanced at Gongjun and said, Remember what I said last time? If I see you again, I will break your legs. Hearing this, Gongjun was stunned and immediately took a few steps back. He spread his hands and said, Please, it's not my fault for getting engaged to you. If you want to find someone, go find your dad. I don't want to get engaged to you either. Got engaged? Tang Wanwen, with a slightly odd expression, glanced at Gongjun and said with disdain, So you 2 are related in this way? It seems it has nothing to do with me. Please make way. I'm going in to find him. As she was talking, Tang Wanwen subconsciously wanted to pass by the 3 women and go inside to find Jiang Mubai. Unexpectedly, Xiao Mai stopped in front of him, chuckled and said, Since you are not his girlfriend, then I will leave this message to you today. We've got our eyes on this guy and we are chasing him now. If you know what's good for you, you'd better not look for him. Hearing this, Tang Wanwen couldn't help but blush. He gritted his teeth and muttered, Who says you have to like him to find him? Even if I don't like him, I can still see him every day, okay? Xiao Mai smiled slightly and was about to say a few more words. Suddenly, Footsteps were heard behind him, and then Jiang Mubai walked out. He glanced at the quarreling women and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Didn't you leave? Why are you still here? Tang Wanwen, with a slightly red face, spread her hands and lowered her head and said, I was wrong just now. I wronged you, so I came to apologize to you. Please don't misunderstand me. Jiang Mubai smiled slightly, crossed his arms and teased, Who's going to be mad at you? Do you think everyone is like you, an angry crybaby? Lin Xueli, who was standing nearby, overheard their conversation and felt a surge of anger in her heart. She glanced at Gongzhen and immediately pushed him away, saying, Jiang Mubai, don't forget, you have a date with us tonight. If you don't come, you will have something bad to suffer tomorrow. After saying this, Lin Xueli strode forward. Xiao Mai and the other girl glanced at Jiang Mubai and quickly followed him. Dating? Still tonight. Tang Wanwen couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. She looked up at Jiang Mubai, clapped her hands and laughed. It seems some people have good luck with love. They actually dated 3 beautiful women. You're really commendable. Hearing these sour words, Jiang Mubai couldn't help but shook his head and was about to say something. But Gongzhen walked straight over. He glanced at Jiang Mubai and couldn't help but extend his hand and said, Hello, my name is Gongzhen. How do you meet me? Gongzhen. Jiang Mubai glanced at the man with a calm expression, then shook his head and smiled. Forget about the handshake. I'm not used to shaking hands with men. We have something else to do, so we'll leave first. Bye. After saying this, he took Tang Wanwen's hand and walked out. As they passed in front of Gongzhen, the two of them couldn't help but look at each other. Jiang Mubai, I'm also attracted to this woman. If nothing unexpected happens, I will pursue her next. Are you ready? Jiang Mubai, who was holding Tang Wanwen's hand, paused for a moment when he heard this. He then turned around and smiled. She's my sister. If you want to pursue her, I have nothing to say. Do you understand? After saying that, he immediately pulled Tang Wanwen out, leaving Gongzhen standing there in a daze. It seems that our young Master Gong has really fallen in love. Luo Chancha walked out and said with a smile. Chapter 2626, Pagani Sports Car. In the private room, Zhong Ji looked at the comments on the short video platform and couldn't help but smile slightly. This time, the performance really achieved what he expected. This guy named Jiang Mubai is indeed a singing genius that only appears once in a century. But there was no time to deal with this matter now. He glanced at the 8-faced Buddha and asked, Brother, where is second junior brother? Why can't I see him? The 8-faced Buddha sitting nearby heard Zhong Ji's question and quickly said with a smile, He drank too much tea and went to the bathroom. He just has that kind of temper and likes to wander around. Zhong Ji nodded with a smile on her face, but she felt unhappy in her heart. There is clearly a bathroom in this private room, but they still want to take the opportunity to go out and take a look. Isn't it obvious that they don't trust their own arrangements? He shook his head and said with a smile, I've been busy singing just now and have neglected you all. Feel free to do whatever you want. I'll take care of everything here. The 8-faced Buddha, who was good at disguising himself, smiled slightly, gently placed a hand on Zhong Ji's shoulder, patted her, and said with a smile, Junior brother, you are too polite. Why are you being so polite to us senior brothers? But you know why we are here tonight. When are we going to get to the point? Hearing this, Zhong Ji's mouth corners slightly raised. He glanced at the 8-faced Buddha and said with a smile, The ball has just begun, and these important figures are still busy socializing. Let's just wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. The 8-faced Buddha glanced at the time and thought that it was almost early morning of the next day. If they keep waiting like this, they will all fall asleep. Just as he was about to say something, he heard footsteps outside the door, and then his second junior brother walked in. Hey, junior brother, you're back so early. I thought you were still busy outside. When the second junior brother saw that Zhong Ji had already entered the house, he immediately teased. Where have you been? You don't look like you're doing anything wrong, do you? Zhong Ji asked with a smile. How is that possible? I just went outside to take a look. If there was nothing to do, I would come back. The second junior brother shook his head with a smile on his face, and then sat next to Hilao-san. All right, then you guys go ahead and chat. I'll go meet them later. I need to get the feel for the formation of the 8 gates first. After saying this, Zhong Ji quickly left. After he left, the 8-faced Buddha's expression suddenly darkened. He glanced at his second junior brother and asked, Second junior brother, how is it? What did you see when you went out? Does this little junior brother really want to help us? The second apprentice shook his head with a look of disgust on his face and said with great disdain, As for asking him to help us, I think it's better to forget it. When I went out, I saw him showing off his looks on the stage. He was just like an actor. We, the grown men, want to achieve something great. We can't rely on an actor to pave the way for us, right? When everyone heard this, they nodded one by one. Especially He Lao-san, who had been waiting here for a long time and was already angry. He stood up and glanced at the eight-faced Buddha, then muttered, "Big brother, I think second brother is right. We have our own hands and feet, so why should we rely on them? He's just an actor. He kept us here just to make fun of us." The gloomy-looking eight-faced Buddha sighed inwardly, glanced at the cold tea on the table, and clenched his fists tightly together. "Let's do this for now. Don't let this get out. After all, we are still living here with him. Tomorrow, let's go to the underground market in Jiang Mubai City and see if there's anything suitable for us. Then we can do it ourselves." The second junior brother on the side nodded, and with his own thoughts in mind, he glanced at He Lao-san and then threw a note over. When He Lao-san, with a face full of flesh, saw the note, he couldn't help but glance at his second brother. Seeing him winking at him, he immediately put the note into his trouser pocket. At the same time, downstairs of the Crimson Building, Jiang Mubai glanced at Tang Wanwen, then spread his hands and said, "How are you going to get back? Are you going to walk or take the bus?" Tang Wanwen, speechless, glanced at the dark night and thought to herself, where would the bus come from at this hour? She glanced at Jiang Mubai and said sourly, "None of your business. I know you're going on a date, just go by yourself. I'm such a big living person, can't I find the way home?" Jiang Mubai smiled disapprovingly, glanced at the time, and spread his hands and said, "I'll take you there. After all, I promised Aunt Tang. Let's leave it at that. Don't talk nonsense about me when you get home. This is a secret between us." Hearing this, Tang Wanwen rolled her eyes and folded her arms, teasing, "Come on, you're the only one who wants to give me a ride? You want to ride the shared bike again? This place is too far from home." The shared yellow car. Looking at the disgusted expression on Tang Wanwen's face, Jiang Mubai couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. He then pulled her towards the underground garage, and soon in a corner, he saw the Pagani top of the line supercar given by the system. "Why did you bring me here? There are luxury cars everywhere. Is your little yellow car parked here too?" Seeing Tang Wanwen surrounded by luxury cars, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. She glanced at Jiang Mubaishu and asked, "How come they're both cars? Can't my bike be parked here? That's ridiculous." Jiang Mubai walked in front with his arms folded, waved his hands and said with a smile. Tang Wanwen pursed her lips and snorted softly. She glanced at the tall and handsome figure walking in front of her and could only follow him on her own. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you just after going downstairs. Do you want me to take you home? But at this moment, the lights of a supercar suddenly lit up. Then, the car door slowly opened and Gongjun walked out. He glanced at Tang Wanwen and then asked with a smile, "No need, I'll take him back. You should just take your Ferrari for a leisurely ride." Jiang Mubai put his hands in his trouser pockets, glanced at Gongjun's Ferrari, and couldn't help but smile. "You have less than 1,000 yuan on you. Do you have a Ferrari here?" Gongjun smiled disapprovingly and then teased, "I don't own a Ferrari or anything like that, but I have this. Does it look okay to me?" Jiang Mubai walked to the front of Pagani's top supercar and smiled slightly, pointing at the sports car beside him and said, "Pagani sports car." When Gongjun saw this top-of-the-line supercar, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. As far as he knows, there are no more than 10 Pagani supercars in the world. When did someone in China buy a Pagani supercar? He glanced at Jiang Mubai and teased, "Don't tell me this Pagani supercar belongs to you." Chapter 2727, Tang Wanwen's Suspicion. The system had already prepared the car keys for Jiang Mubai and placed the keys on the wheel in advance. He glanced at Gongjun, then touched the front wheel. Sure enough, as soon as he reached down, he touched a foreign object. He took it out and saw that it was the key to the Pagani sports car. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, but this car is indeed mine." "Come on, stop looking, let's get in the car and go home." Tang Wanwen, stunned, nodded subconsciously when she heard Jiang Mubai shout. After walking up to it and taking a look at the supercar, she couldn't help but ask, "Of course, when did you buy this sports car? How come I didn't know about it?" Jiang Mubai spread his hands with a calm expression, then opened the passenger seat door very gentlemanly. In front of Gongjun, Tang Wanwen was sent in. After doing all this, he turned around and said with a smile, "Don't look at it anymore, go home too. You can't afford a sports car like this, right?" After saying this, he got into the car, stepped on the accelerator and drove straight out of the underground parking lot. Gong Jun stood there in a daze, his face darkening. Looking at the supercar that was only left with its back, he couldn't help but mutter, "What's this kid's background? Is his family that rich?" In the sports car, Tang Wanwen looked at someone who was concentrating on driving, and a hint of doubt appeared in her eyes. She thought she knew a thing or two about this guy's wealth, but this was the first time she knew he was this rich. After taking a look at the traffic light ahead, she turned her head and said, "Please stop at the traffic light ahead. I want to go home alone." Jiang Mubai smiled slightly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise when he heard this. He glanced at the traffic light ahead and jokingly said, "What? Such a nice sports car makes you uncomfortable." Tang Wanwen shook her head calmly. With 1,000 thoughts in her mind, she smiled slightly and turned to ask, "Did you arrange this for our house on purpose? Did you do this to get closer to me?" Hearing this, Jiang Mubai almost stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. He glanced at Tang Wanwen, who was a little narcissistic, and couldn't help but rub his face and said, "Please, read less urban romance novels. It's not good for your body and mind." "I just want to study. Why do you have to be so dramatic? Why don't you just say that the entire school district building belongs to me?" Tang Wanwen, feeling a little embarrassed, was slightly stunned and glanced at this guy who didn't seem to be lying. He shook his head, then put his hand on his chin and sighed. "I hope so. I hope I'm overthinking. But don't one day, you imitate those lazy guys and suddenly confess your feelings to me. I can't stand it." Jiang Mubai, with a speechless face, smiled and said with great disgust, "I told you, you were too young. I don't like it. I like plump ones, okay?" Tang Wanwen, with a slightly red face, rolled her eyes. After hearing this, she suddenly didn't want to talk anymore. As the car slowly stopped, Jiang Mubai turned around and said, "We are here, get out now. I have a date, so I won't send you off." Tang Wanwen was stunned, and immediately puffed her cheeks and said, "You big straight man, you are really boring. You left me on the road in the middle of the night. What if I disappeared? You're a guy who values women over friendship. You even said I was your sister. Now your true colors are revealed." Jiang Mubai shook his head with a slight smile on his face, glanced at the green light, and immediately stepped on the accelerator and drove away. At the same time, in Daeby City Garden Restaurant, two sneaky figures slowly came here. With the dim light, Hilaro-san glanced at the pretty figures in front of him and couldn't help drooling. "Second brother, you have excellent taste. These three are all top-notch furnace tripods. We are in for a treat tonight." The second brother, stroking his beard, nodded, glanced at the time, and said with a smile, "It's still a little early now, let's wait a little longer. When they leave the restaurant, we can, hee." The two men smiled obscenely, then lay down in a haystack and slowly lay dormant. However, Lin Shuali, Xiao Mai, and Bauer, who were sitting in the garden restaurant, were completely unaware of the danger nearby. "It's almost late. Is he coming or not? He's so slow. No one has ever made me wait for half an hour." Xiao Mai glanced at the time and couldn't help complaining. "You woman, you want to marry a beautiful woman but don't want to wait. Then you might as well just go back." The lively and cute Bauer adjusted her glasses and couldn't help but joked. Xiao Mai snorted disapprovingly, picked up a piece of watermelon casually and said with a smile, "Here, eat more and shut your mouth. Just watch how we deal with him later." Lin Shuali shook her head silently, glanced at the time, and thought that this guy was indeed a little too late. It was almost an hour from the time they left the Scarlet Hotel to the time they arrived at the Daeby City Garden Restaurant. But then again, Shuali, why did you ask him to come here tonight? I'm a little confused. Could it be that you've changed your mind again and want to compete with me for this man? Don't forget that you're engaged. The mischievous Xiao Mai glanced at Lin Shuali and asked jokingly. The beautiful Lin Shuali smiled slightly and pointed at the knife and fork on the table and said, "I've already found some clues about the last incident. Based on all these factors, I think I misunderstood this guy, so I plan to give him a sincere apology and make peace with him." Great reconciliation? Bao, confused, spread his hands and said with a puzzled smile, "Why do I feel that this is unnecessary? This guy doesn't seem to care much about this matter from the beginning to the end. Didn't you see all those comments on the school's official website? There's been all this commotion, but this guy has never shown up. He's so aloof." Xiao Mai nodded. She thought so too. This incredibly handsome guy is indeed a little different from ordinary boys. As one of the most beautiful girls in the Imperial University, this was the first time she saw such a calm guy. If it weren't for Tang Wanwen's presence, I would really suspect that this guy was impotent. He was indifferent to the three of us beauties. Hearing Xiao Meimei's sudden words, Bao, who was drinking water, spit out the water. She wiped her mouth, rolled her eyes, and said, "What kind of bullshit are you talking about? Can you be more reserved? This guy has become impotent again. If you follow him in the future, won't you be a widow every day?" Chapter 28:28, The Broken Throat Hero. Xiao Meimei, with her chin supported by her small hand, snorted softly, patted Bao's shoulder and teased, "But speaking of which, when will our Miss Bao find a boyfriend? You're so beautiful and you hang out with us every day. Do you like us?" Hearing this, Bao immediately took 2 steps back, waved her hands and said, "Auntie, you are really getting more and more perverted. I really suspect that you are a bad person who is attracted to both sexes." Lin Xueli, who was covering her mouth and laughing, shook her head and was amused by the conversation between her 2 best friends. After glancing at the time, she stood up and said with a smile, "You guys chat first. I'm going to the bathroom. This guy might break the appointment." After saying this, Lin Xueli walked towards the forest path. This made He Lao-san and the other 2 who were hiding nearby extremely happy when they saw this. After lying here for a long time, they still couldn't find an opportunity to take action. With so many people around, all we could do was wait. Now that this woman has come out, it is a godsend. Second brother, this is a good opportunity. This woman should have gone to the restroom inside. We can take action now. He Lao-san, who was extremely hungry and thirsty, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and asked. Staring at Xiao Meimei and Bao, the second senior brother nodded. It was too difficult to capture these 3 furnaces. There were too many people here, and they were reluctant to move, so there was no chance to take action. Okay, let's just catch her tonight. We'll just have to make do with it. Second brother sighed. Second brother, one will do. We won't find such a top-notch one in Mianbei. You come first tonight, and then I'll continue. It won't be a waste, he. He Lao-san, with a lewd smile on his face, wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and smiled foolishly. Immediately, the 2 of them hit it off and followed the grass to the bathroom in the forest path. At the same time, in the parking lot of Daby City Garden Restaurant, Jiang Mubai, who drove all the way here, glanced at the time and thought that these 3 people would not leave. He shook his head and was about to follow the forest path to the restaurant inside to take a look. Suddenly, he saw 2 figures moving slowly in the bushes. Jiang Mubai was slightly startled, subconsciously thinking that some animal had broken in. Upon closer inspection, I found that these 2 were people. He touched his head and couldn't help wondering if he had encountered a peeping Tom. Out of curiosity, Jiang Mubai immediately hid his body and followed. In the bathroom, after Lin Xueli washed her hands and fixed her makeup, she was about to walk out of the room when 2 masked men suddenly rushed in. She was slightly stunned and couldn't help but ask in a cold voice, "This is the women's restroom. What are you doing here? Believe it or not, I will call the police to arrest you immediately." The second brother, with his arms folded, shook his head and looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, and couldn't help but teasing. "Beauty, we came here for you. Come with us. Spend the night with us and we'll let you go tomorrow." Hearing this, Lin Xueli's face suddenly turned pale. She glanced at the 2 of them and immediately scolded them. "You are truly blind. Don't you know that I am the eldest daughter of the Lin family? If you come to kidnap me, you will die without a burial place. I advise you to think carefully." He Lao-san smiled disapprovingly, rubbed his hands and said, "Even if the King of Heaven came, he couldn't save you. Today I want to taste what you taste like. This figure makes my eyes pop out. It's totally unjust if you don't let me enjoy myself today." After saying this, He Lao-san opened his big hands and was about to grab Lin Xueli. Unexpectedly, Lin Xueli, who was retreating repeatedly, screamed, grabbed the bathroom lamp and smashed it around. She glanced at the 2 of them and shouted, "If you continue to mess around, I'll yell at you. This is against the law, so think carefully." The approaching He Lao-san shook his head, rubbing his hands and laughing. "Go ahead and yell. The more you yell, the more excited I get. Even if you yell until your throat breaks today, it won't be any use." The second senior brother behind him smiled and immediately reminded him, "Be careful, junior brother, don't hurt him. Such a superb beauty must be intact to have fun." Hearing this, Lin Xueli knew that she could not escape today. Looking at the 2 approaching people, a trace of fear appeared in the corner of her eyes. Just as he was about to grab the desk lamp and fight these 2 guys to the death, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Who is shouting so hard that his throat is broken? Here is the broken throat. As soon as the words fell, the second brother, who had not yet reacted, felt a chill on his back, and then he was knocked to the ground like a dog eating shit. "Oh my God, who the hell attacked me?" Hearing the movement behind him, He Lao-san subconsciously turned around and saw Jiang Mubai, with his arms folded, already in front of him. Where did this pretty boy come from? Do you think you can stand up for justice in front of me? Lin Xueli, who was shivering in the corner, was slightly stunned. When she looked up, she saw that it was this guy who came. She couldn't help but feel a little happy, and at the same time, a feeling of being touched surged in her heart. I'm not some gigolo, I'm just a hero named Broken Throat. I saw someone bullying a decent woman in broad daylight, so I showed up. Jiang Mubai smiled slightly, not taking it seriously. He raised his hand and threw a punch straight forward. With the support of the Wing Chun master's extremely strong internal force, He Lao-san, who subconsciously raised his hands to resist, groaned. He was knocked to the ground, foaming at the mouth and fainting. Hiss! You have the strength of a third-rank warrior. Who on earth are you? Seeing this scene, the second senior brother who got up from the ground was slightly stunned and asked quickly. Jiang Mubai, who knocked He Lao-san down, smiled slightly and immediately protected Lin Xueli behind him. He glanced at the guy with a mustache and teased. I'm Broken Throat, a brave hero who does what's right. Didn't you just call my name? Lin Xueli, who was standing behind him, almost couldn't help laughing when she heard this. I thought to myself that this guy has such a funny side, which is really unexpected. However, she was also surprised by the man's amazing strength just now. As far as he knew, people with such good skills were either special forces soldiers or martial arts masters. In their family, his father had raised several such masters. You little brat, just wait for me. Don't think that just because you are a third-rank cultivator, you can do whatever you want and sabotage our 8 gates. This matter will never end. The second senior brother took a look at He Lao-san, who was lying on the ground, gritted his teeth, immediately covered his chest, and fled from here under the cover of night. After seeing the person leave, Jiang Mubai, whose arm was slightly numb, felt relieved. The punch he just threw used up all his strength, so it would be unlikely for him to throw a second punch. Chapter 29-29. Zhong Ji is furious. I didn't realize you were quite capable. Thank you. At this time, Lin Xueli's voice came from behind him, and Jiang Mubai subconsciously wanted to turn around and tease her. However, the punch just now had exhausted all his strength, and a feeling of weakness emerged from his body. His eyes blurred and he fell down immediately. Are you okay? Oh my God, why am I dizzy? Lin Xueli, who was at a loss, hugged the unconscious Jiang Mubai and exclaimed. However, after calling him several times, he didn't wake up. Looking at the handsome figure lying in her arms, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Early the next morning, Zhong Ji came to the hotel angrily. He glanced at the 8-faced Buddha and the others, and could not help but loudly scolded. Brother, what's going on? Didn't I warn you? Don't do anything reckless. Now that He Lao-san is in the hands of the police, what should we do? Why would he have to touch the eldest daughter of the Lin family? Do you know that she is a powerful figure in Jiangbei City? The calm-looking 8-faced Buddha took a sip of hot tea, glanced at the furious Zhong Ji, and couldn't help but patted the table and laughed. Things have already happened, and we should be looking for solutions instead of trying to pinpoint who is responsible. Let's sit down and talk. Now that things have come to this, we can only find a way to save He Lao-san. The second senior brother who was standing by also nodded. After he returned to the hotel last night, he told the whole story. Now that Zhong Ji has arrived, they have actually already communicated with each other. What are you talking about? You're just messing around. The Lin family is now issuing a full-scale wanted notice for Bayman. He Lao-san is under pressure from the police. I estimate that within a few hours, you will all be caught. If you give me away then, I will be finished. Zhong Ji was so angry that her face turned pale and her whole body was shaking. She glanced at a few people and couldn't help but sigh and complain. He didn't expect that these fellow disciples were so disappointing. It would have been fine if they just went out to find women, but they actually found some ladies from famous and prestigious families. Junior brother, your words are a bit harsh. We 8 sects are one family. How can we be divided among ourselves? He Lao-san won't tell us. As brothers from the same sect, we know him very well. The second senior brother glanced at Zhong Ji and couldn't help but give advice. Zhong Ji snorted disapprovingly. He glanced at his second senior brother and then questioned. If I'm not mistaken, it was you who gave He Lao-san the courage to do this, right, second senior brother? You managed to escape back, but you left him outside. Is this what you call brotherly love? Upon hearing this, the 8-faced Buddha's expression suddenly changed. He glanced at Zhong Ji and then asked carefully, Junior brother, since you've said that, let's get to the bottom of this today. Who was that boy you brought yesterday? Do you know his identity? That kid from yesterday. When Zhongji heard the eight-faced Buddha ask this, the image of Jiang Mubai suddenly appeared in her mind. He glanced at the eight-faced Buddha and then asked, "He's just a student. What's wrong with that? How could this matter have anything to do with him?" The second brother, stroking his mustache, smiled slightly, tapped the table with his fingers casually, and said with a smile, "What a coincidence. He was the one we met yesterday, and he was the one who ruined our good thing. This kid knocked me down with one punch, and knocked Hilaro-san unconscious with another punch. He has the strength of a third-grade warrior. Junior brother, is this kid really just a student?" When Zhongji heard this, her expression suddenly changed. The strength of a third-grade warrior. This is one of the best masters among the eight sects, but now I hear them say that this is the strength possessed by a mediocre student. Besides, the strength of this third-grade warrior is different from that of ordinary people. Although Hilaro-san and I are both at the peak of the second grade, we shouldn't be knocked down by a single punch, right? The second brother coughed twice and then spoke again. When he met this guy in front of the toilet last night, he recognized him at first sight. Thinking about it carefully, he couldn't help but suspect that this was someone sent by Zhongji to follow them. Otherwise, all this would be too much of a coincidence. "Brother, what do you mean by that? He's really just a student I met at the Imperial University," Zhongji said. "As for his family background, I've thoroughly investigated it. He comes from an ordinary, well-off family." The eight-faced Buddha, holding a string of Buddhist beads in his hand, smiled slightly, took a sip of hot tea, and said calmly, "But he is not as simple as you think. Forgive me for saying so much, brother. Maybe you are being targeted by someone, or maybe you have been tricked by someone. Such a young third-rank warrior would be a leader in any faction. Think carefully about this. You don't need to worry about the other 8 gates. We will rescue Hilaro-san ourselves. Let's leave it at that." After saying this, eight-faced Buddha immediately stood up and walked into the inner room with his second senior brother, which made Zhongji feel extremely embarrassed. Looking at the departing figure, I didn't know what to say for a moment. Now every word that his second senior brother had just said kept echoing in his mind. He couldn't believe that Jiang Mubai was a master with the strength of a third-grade warrior. In Jiangbei Central Hospital, when Jiang Mubai woke up, he found himself lying on a hospital bed. He glanced around and realized that he was the only one in the room. He shook his head and was about to get up and leave when he suddenly heard footsteps outside the door, and then the door was opened. A beautiful little nurse wearing a pink nurse uniform walked in. She was as pretty as a flower, clever and quirky. She glanced at Jiang Mubai, who had stood up, and frowned as she said, "You are too weak, so you'd better not get up. Lie down for a while longer. I'll give you some nutrient solution later." Nutrient solution? Hearing this pleasant voice, similar to that of a lark, Jiang Mubai couldn't help but ask, "Little nurse, what's wrong with me? Why do I still need nutrient solution? Didn't I just faint?" Sun Xiaoman rolled her eyes, then showed her nurse badge on her chest and said with puffed cheeks, "Don't think you can call me little nurse sister just because you're pretty. Look carefully at my name, Sun Xiaoman. You're not fainting. You're fainting from overindulgence, which has weakened your body. That's what ordinary people call kidney deficiency." Hearing this, Jiang Mubai's old face suddenly turned red. Chapter 30:30, Kidney Deficiency? He glanced at Sun Xiaoman, then smiled and said, "How do I look like I have kidney deficiency? I just fainted due to a special reason. I don't even have a girlfriend. How can I talk about kidney deficiency?" Sun Xiaoman pouted disapprovingly, picked up a bottle of nutrient solution very skillfully and walked over, teasing, "Don't you have a girlfriend? There are so many comics on the website, so it's understandable for a guy. It's just that someone as handsome as you still needs to do this kind of thing. I really don't understand it." Jiang Mubai's old face turned red due to the ridicule, seeing the clever little girl in front of him speaking so harshly. He gritted his teeth, immediately grabbed his sleeve, and said with a red face, close to his body, "Please give me a good feel. I've already explained to you twice whether I have kidney deficiency or not. Please don't wrongly accuse me anymore, okay?" Sun Xiaoman's pretty face turned slightly red when her sleeve was pulled, and she sat down on the hospital bed with force. She had studied medicine for many years, but this was the first time she encountered such a guy. She rolled her eyes, then clenched her fist and hit him. Jiang Mubai's face flushed red instantly. He endured the severe pain and stretched out his finger, muttering, "You are such a cruel person, ah." Sun Xiaoman broke free from the restraints, smiled slightly, picked up the nutrient solution and inserted it into the needle. She glanced down at Jiang Mubai, who was covering his thigh, and couldn't help but laugh. "This lady is good at dealing with hooligans. Don't touch me. I can beat 10 of you by myself." As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps were heard outside the door, and then a middle-aged man with an imposing appearance, sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes walked in. Following behind him came the timid Lin Shuali and a doctor with white hair and a youthful face in a white coat. "Look, I said there's nothing wrong with this young man. He's already awake." Hearing what Dr. Wu said, Lin Shuali felt relieved. She glanced at Jiang Mubai and then asked, "Dr. Wu, what exactly caused him to faint suddenly?" Dr. Wu, with his youthful face and white hair, smiled slightly and pointed at the hanging nutrient solution, saying jokingly, "Young people, it's normal to overindulge a little. It's normal. Losing strength leads to fainting." Excessive indulgence? When Lin Guoqian heard this, he almost couldn't help laughing out loud. He looked back, and Dr. Wu smiled and said, "Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Wu." Jiang Mubai, who was lying on the hospital bed, almost vomited blood when he heard the conversation between these people. He wanted to point his finger at the white-haired and youthful Dr. Wu and curse him as a quack. It was obvious that he fainted due to some reason, and it was not due to physical exhaustion caused by excessive indulgence. Such a mediocre doctor made him feel uncomfortable. Overindulgence? I can't tell, you're quite extravagant. Lin Shuali, with a playful smile on her face, walked to Jiang Mubai's bed, smiled, and teased casually. "I definitely didn't faint due to excessive indulgence. This is a misdiagnosis." Jiang Mubai still shook his head and refused. He would never admit to being called a person with kidney deficiency. This is a blatant slander. "Young man, are you questioning my medical skills? That's not polite to me. After you're done, take 2 prescriptions of Chinese medicine from me and take them home to replenish your body. It'll be good for your health." When Dr. Wu, who has white hair and a youthful face, heard this, he couldn't help but make a joke. Lin Guoqian, who was standing aside, shook his head slightly, secretly feeling sorry for the little brother named Jiang Mubai. Last night, after they learned that something had happened to Zhu Li, they sent people to protect her overnight. After understanding the situation, he realized that the criminal who was arrested was a second-grade warrior. Just imagine, could a guy who can knock down a second-grade warrior with one punch be a pretty boy who fainted due to exhaustion and kidney deficiency? Can you please trust me? How could I possibly have kidney failure? You're a quack. Jiang Mubai gritted his teeth, sighed, and couldn't help but say this. This made Sun Xiaoman, who was standing nearby, laugh. She glanced at Dr. Wu and said, "Dr. Wu, he's the second in command of our central hospital. He definitely wouldn't be wrong. You'd better stop covering up for yourself. Kidney deficiency is normal. After all, isn't it right for you to have such a beautiful girlfriend by your side?" Girlfriend? When Lin Shuali heard these 3 words, her pretty face turned slightly red. She turned around to look at Sun Xiaoman, spread her hands and said, "Xiaoman, stop teasing me. I'm not his girlfriend, I just know him." Hearing this, Jiang Mubai's heart skipped a beat. After all this time, he realized that Sun Xiaoman and Lin Shuali also knew each other. "For the sake of Patriarch Lin, I won't bother with you anymore. Here are some Chinese medicine prescriptions. Take them as you see fit." Dr. Wu, whose face was obviously unhappy, took out a list of Chinese medicine from his bag and handed it over, saying lightly. Jiang Mubai snorted in disapproval. Just as he was about to reject the prescription for kidney tonifying medicine, a sudden ding sound rang out in his mind. Ding! Perfect Life mission activated. Task 1. Accept the Chinese medicine prescription and be rewarded with the title of kidney deficiency and shortness. Task 2. Refuse to accept the Chinese medicine prescription. The reward is Hua Tuo's medical skills. Jiang Mubai felt awkward when he heard the system prompt. I wondered if the system was making fun of me. He shook his head and chose 2 without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Hua Tuo's medical skills. Level, mastered. Jiang Mubai coughed and looked at the list of Chinese medicines handed to him. He threw it to the ground and shook his head. It's not that I'm impolite, it's just that I really can't accept this thing. I really don't have kidney deficiency, master. You must have seen it wrong. Looking at the list thrown on the ground, the white-haired and youthful doctor Wu looked extremely ugly. He has been a teacher in this central hospital for more than 10 years, and all the patients he has treated have praised his superb medical skills. However, today, thanks to the Lin family's favor, he was willing to treat this kid, who knew that the person was rescued and woke up. This guy actually refused to buy it and even insulted himself. He shook his head, sighed, and said, "You little brat, since you're so stubborn, I won't say anything more. It's up to you whether you want this prescription or not. It's not me who has kidney deficiency, it's you." Lin Guoqian, who was standing nearby, saw this scene and knew that the misunderstanding could not continue. He took a look, and the two of them immediately persuaded him. All right, stop making trouble, let's end this matter here. This little brother is right. He is indeed not unconscious due to kidney failure. Let's stop arguing. Chapter 31:31, Shopkeeper 5. When Dr. Wu heard this, his expression suddenly changed. He glanced at Patriarch Lin and couldn't help but ask, Patriarch Lin, do you also have doubts about my medical skills? This old man. Before he could finish his words, footsteps were suddenly heard outside the door, and then a middle-aged man with a square face and a white coat, his hands behind his back, walked in. Dr. Wu, who was speaking, was stunned for a moment, then quickly smiled and said, Master, you're here. What brings you to our hospital? It's really rare. Uncle Master? Jiang Mubai, who was a little confused, looked at the white-bearded old man and then at the middle-aged man. He couldn't bear to think that these two were probably old enough to be father and son, but it was really weird that the old man with a white beard called a middle-aged man Uncle Master. The fifth manager is famous, so why not meet him in person? We meet here again since we last met at the banquet. Lin Guoqian took a look, and the middle-aged man stepped forward and said with a smile, Hello, Master Lin. I'm here to pick up Xiaoman. The fifth shopkeeper shook his head, his face looking a little pale. He glanced at son Xiaoman and said lightly, Fifth uncle, has something happened to my grandpa? I feel something is wrong when you come to pick me up at this time. When the clever son Xiaoman saw his fifth uncle like this, his expression immediately changed and he asked hurriedly. The fifth shopkeeper nodded with a sullen expression and sighed. That's right, your grandfather's condition has deteriorated significantly. If we want to save him, I'm afraid only Hua Tuo is still alive. Hearing this, son Xiaoman shuddered all over. As if he couldn't accept the bad news, he fell backwards immediately. Jiang Mubai, who was lying on the hospital bed, saw this scene and quickly hugged her slender waist and held her in his arms, thus avoiding the tragedy of the beauty falling to the floor. Wu, didn't my grandfather just eat 100-year-old ginseng and 500-year-old Polygonum multiflorum? How could he pass away so suddenly? Didn't that quack doctor say he had only a few months to live? Son Xiaoman, lying in Jiang Mubai's arms, didn't bother to cover her face and burst into tears and asked, What's the point of crying? As the heir of the Sun family, you should pay attention to your image. The fifth shopkeeper sighed, feeling overwhelmed, and could not help but console him. Polygonum multiflorum, ginseng. Jiang Mubai, lying in bed, heard the names of these two precious Chinese medicinal herbs, and their effects and functions immediately emerged in his mind. These two precious Chinese medicinal materials are generally used to prolong life and are indeed very good things. But some things have their opposite effect when they are taken to the extreme. Eating too much of them will lead to serious restraint. As the saying goes, when yin and yang meet, everything will turn into its opposite when it reaches its extreme. This is the reason. Xiaominate, please accept my condolences. Grandpa has been suffering from this illness for 10 years. As his children, we are heartbroken to see him suffer from illness every day, unable to do anything. Now that things have come to this, we should mourn his loss. Seeing that son Xiaoman did not respond, the fifth shopkeeper continued to speak. For a moment, an inexplicable atmosphere of sadness spread throughout the room. Lin Guoqian, who was standing aside, shook his head and said, Manager Wu, if you need it, our neighbor has a stump of Chanshan snow lotus. We can give it to you to treat the old man. Hearing this, son Xiaoman's face suddenly lit up. She took a look, and the shopkeeper Wu quickly asked, Uncle Wu, the roots of the Chanshan snow lotus can also promote blood circulation and dissipate blood stases. Maybe it can alleviate the disease that Grandpa has. When the fifth shopkeeper heard this, he couldn't help but look at Lin Guoqian with gratitude. However, he still shook his head and said bitterly, Thank you, Patriarch Lin, for your kindness. I'm afraid the old man won't be able to use the remaining roots of the Chanshan snow lotus. According to our investigation, his internal injuries have reached their peak. With the confluence of the two poisons, I'm afraid he will only last less than 10 days. Even if we find the 1,000-year-old turtle's eggs, I'm afraid we won't be able to cure it completely. However, there are records in ancient books that only Hua Tuo can cure a disease like his. Lin Guoqian nodded. He knew very well that the old man of the Sun family was suffering from illness. This was the first time he had seen such a strange and serious illness. The Sun family, known as a medical family, has been racking their brains for more than 10 years but has not found a cure. Wu, there has been no news of Hua Tuo's successor for hundreds of years. Where can we find him? Whoever can save my grandfather, I will marry him. Wu. Son Xiaoman, who was crying like a cat, shook her head and sighed repeatedly. This made Jiang Mubai, who was lying on the bed, feel embarrassed. He was not a descendant of Hua Tuo, but he still had Hua Tuo's medical skills. He coughed lightly, then glanced at everyone and said weakly, "Maybe I can help with this matter. How about letting me go and take a look?" When Dr. Wu heard this, a sarcastic expression immediately appeared on his face. Glancing at Jiang Mubai, he sneered mercilessly. "You don't even know the cause of your own kidney deficiency, yet you still want to help the old man with his illness. I advise you to stop talking nonsense." Jiang Mubai, who didn't take it seriously, snorted lightly and pointed at Dr. Wu's nose and said, "You old man, how many times do I have to tell you that I don't have kidney deficiency? Can you please take a closer look? You're so old, if you don't have medical skills, then don't come out and harm others." Dr. Wu, whose face flushed with anger, glanced at Patriarch Lin, then turned to the fifth shopkeeper and said, "Uncle Master, please give me a look and see if this kid has kidney deficiency." Patriarch Lin also said it's not the case. "I really can't bring myself to lose face today." Lin Guoqian, who was standing aside with his hands behind his back, smiled slightly, glanced at Jiang Mubai, and said casually, "He really doesn't have kidney deficiency, Dr. Wu, please don't be angry. According to the observations of those in our family, the person currently incarcerated in the police station is at least a second-rank warrior. Do you think that if this person in front of us has kidney deficiency, he can knock him down with one punch?" A second-grade warrior? Hearing this, the fifth shopkeeper's expression changed. He glanced at Jiang Mubai and couldn't help but think that only a third-rank warrior could defeat a second-rank warrior. He couldn't help but feel a little shocked that the boy in front of him looked so young, but he actually had the strength of a third-grade warrior. Could it be that I'm really mistaken? In my entire medical practice, I've never. Dr. Wu muttered in disbelief. "Let me take a look." Before he could finish his words, the fifth shopkeeper interrupted Dr. Wu and walked towards Jiang Mubai. He picked up his wrist and looked at it for a few seconds, and his eyes lit up slightly. This kid's pulse is even, strong and powerful. He definitely doesn't have kidney deficiency. If I'm not mistaken, he's a martial artist. Chapter 32:32. Stunned. When Lin Xueli, who was standing by, heard this, her expression changed slightly. Her father had some dealings with her regarding warriors. These people are almost all very low-key in the cities where they live, but they are very powerful. She didn't expect that the guy in front of her was actually a warrior, which surprised her very much. Now the misunderstanding has been cleared up, right? If you insist on saying that I have kidney deficiency, I'm telling you without exaggeration that you weren't as strong as me at my age. Jiang Mubai, whose innocence had been cleared, snorted and glanced at Dr. Wu teasingly. "I was blind and misjudged your strength. I'm so sorry." Dr. Wu, with a flushed face, touched his hands and felt extremely embarrassed for a moment. If the joke of regarding a third-grade warrior as a patient with kidney deficiency were to spread, Wu Qiong would probably lose his foothold in the entire medical community. "It's okay, I almost made a mistake. This is the first time I've seen such a young third-grade warrior." Lin Guoqian smiled and tried to smooth things over. The shopkeeper Wu nodded, glanced at the young man in front of him, and then asked calmly, "You just said you could save my father. I wonder what method you have." Hearing the question, Jiang Mubai smiled. He glanced at everyone and spread his hands, saying, "Actually, I know a thing or two about medicine. If you need anything, I can go and take a look." Sun Xiaoman, whose expression kept changing, glanced at Jiang Mubai, and finally set her eyes on the fifth manager. She shook her head and said through gritted teeth, "Forget it. I don't think he looks like a doctor at all. At such a young age, apart from some decent martial arts skills, I think he's definitely not capable of anything else." Jiang Mubai snorted disapprovingly, glanced at Sun Xiaoman and teased, "You are being discriminatory. What if I am an all-round genius? Don't worry, if I save your grandfather, I won't ask you to marry me. You have such a bad temper, I don't want it." Such disgusted words made Sun Xiaoman blush. She glanced at Jiang Mubai and snorted, "You scoundrel, I'm not kidding you about this. The person who rescued my grandfather must be a real person. I don't trust a guy like you." Lin Xueli crossed her arms and shook her head. Seeing these two guys quarreling as soon as they met, she felt speechless for a moment. She glanced at shopkeeper Wu and said with a smile, "Uncle Wu, why don't you let him try? I think this kid is pretty good. He goes to the same school as me and he's a famous genius." Hearing what Lin Xueli said, the fifth shopkeeper nodded. He had just been observing the boy in front of him, his every move and the brilliance in his eyes. He exuded a simple and honest aura. If he really had other intentions, he would be able to tell at a glance. "Then let's do it the day after tomorrow. I'll come find you then. Please do your best, young friend." When Sun Xiaoman heard what the fifth manager said, she was stunned. She glanced at Jiang Mubai, then turned around and asked, "Fifth uncle, how can you trust a stranger so easily? He's still lying in bed. How can he save my grandfather? This is no joke. I can't agree to it." Jiang Mubai shook his head in disapproval, then picked up the paper and pen beside him and wrote a prescription for prolonging life from Hua towards medical skills. He glanced at the fifth shopkeeper and then said with a smile, "No matter when you come, I will do my best to help you. It can be considered as a favor since you saved me. This is a recipe I thought of. Take it back and take a look. If it's useful, give it to the old man for 2 days. I estimate it can last for a month or 2. The somewhat bewildered shopkeeper was slightly stunned, looking at the prescription handed over, not knowing how to accept it for a moment. Just when he was in trouble, he saw Sun Xiaoman snatch the prescription away. She took a few glances and then exclaimed, "You're doing this in a perverse way. You're not trying to save people, you're trying to kill them. How can you take Chinese medicine like this?" Hearing this, the fifth shopkeeper took the prescription and took a look at it. After understanding the essence of it, his eyes lit up. "My friend, your medical skills are truly exceptional. I've also considered using poison to fight poison, but I've never thought of how to actually do it. The Sun family has neglected you. We are blind and fail to recognize a great talent. Please forgive us, young friend." The fifth shopkeeper's attitude changed 180 degrees, which immediately stunned Dr. Wu, Lin Guoqian, Lin Xueli, and Sun Xiaoman, especially Lin Guoqian. As far as he knew, these 5 shopkeepers were famous for their arrogant tempers. In his eyes, there are few people who are worthy of such treatment, but no one expected that the bad-tempered fifth shopkeeper would say such flattering words to a young boy right in front of him. As for medical skills, we should always think of ways to improve them. We can't just follow fixed prescriptions. Our Chinese medical tradition, which has lasted for thousands of years, would have been lost long ago if we followed rigid rules. Take this back and study it carefully. Jiang Mubai was ecstatic. Seeing the look on shopkeeper Wu's face, he knew that this recipe probably had its merits. He quickly pretended to be an expert and gave instructions in a soft voice. "I'll do it right away. I hope you can arrive at the Sun family villa on time the day after tomorrow. I'll send someone to pick you up." The fifth shopkeeper, who was extremely excited, said this and immediately walked out of the room with the prescription. Sun Xiaoman stood there in a daze, looking at the departing figure, then turned back to look at Jiang Mubai lying on the bed and couldn't help but murmur, "Could it be that you, this fellow, gave my fifth uncle some drug?" Jiang Mubai snorted disapprovingly, spread his hands and said, "Is there anything else? If not, can you let me be discharged from the hospital? I don't want to stay here anymore." Hearing this, Dr. Wu nodded quickly and said, "We'll do the discharge procedures for you right away. Don't worry about anything serious." Meanwhile, at Imperial University, Tang Wanwen couldn't help but frown when she saw that Jiang Mubai was not in the political science and law department classroom. "After this guy sent me home last night, he didn't come back all night." She thought this guy must have gone out to have fun with a beautiful girl, but when she arrived at school today, she didn't see anyone there. She shook her head, and a feeling of sadness inexplicably flowed out of her heart. "What are you doing, little beauty? Are you here to see your brother Mubai? I heard that he didn't come to school today, and Lin Xueli didn't come either." Su Yeye, who was standing aside, teased. Chapter 33-33, Policewoman. Tang Wanwen rolled her eyes, snorted, and spread her hands. "What are you talking about? What does it have to do with me whether he comes or not? Come on, let's go back to the classroom. We just happened to pass by here. Don't think too much about it." Su Yeye smiled disapprovingly, patted Tang Wanwen's but frivolously and teased. "Stop pretending. Don't I know what you're thinking? I'm just the worm in your stomach. Right now, the news about you and the handsome boy from Jiang University is spreading all over the school." Hearing this, Tang Wanwen sighed inwardly. She turned around and patted Su Yeye's head, and couldn't help but say, "Don't think too much. There are several school beauties surrounding him. How could it be related to me? It was just a misunderstanding between us that day. Please stop spreading rumors." After saying this, Tang Wanwen immediately shook her hand and left. Su Yeye, who was following behind, raised the corner of her mouth slightly, thinking that this little girl must have someone in her heart. She looked back at the teaching building of the Political Science and Law Department and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Meanwhile, in the hospital, after completing the discharge procedures, Jiang Mubai glanced at the time and was about to leave, but he saw Lin Xueli and her daughter blocking his way. "Little brother, I haven't thanked you for saving my daughter yet. Since you are classmates, do you mind if I treat you to a meal?" Jiang Mubai said softly when he glanced at Lin Guoqian with a smile on his face. "No need to treat me to a meal. Saving someone is just a piece of cake. Why bother? If I can explain the misunderstanding between me and Miss Lin, it will be considered that my efforts in saving someone were not in vain. Jiang Mubai said with a smile. Little did he know that as soon as these words came out, Lin Shuili beside him sighed slightly in her heart. She glanced at the man in front of her with some doubt in her eyes. In that case, I won't say much. I'll make arrangements for you with the police and won't let you show up. I hope you will get along well with each other in school and take good care of my daughter. You are so promising and will definitely be a talented person in the future. Lin Guoqian smiled amiably and then left with Lin Shuili. Jiang Mubai, with his hands in his trouser pockets, shook his head and glanced at the time. It was already 12 o'clock the next day. His stomach started to growl at this moment. He touched his head and immediately walked towards the small roadside stall near the hospital. In the Jiangbei City Police Hall, Su Wentian looked at the information in his hand and his brows furrowed into a line. He turned around to glance at Liu Qingyu and asked softly, "These guys don't do their proper work, but insist on fighting and killing in this martial arts world. I don't know what they are doing. Isn't it nice to eat the emperor's food and defend your own land? I really don't understand what these warriors are thinking every day." Liu Qingyu, who had a beautiful face and was wearing a uniform, smiled and pointed at the warrior on the profile and said, "This has nothing to do with us. We are just ordinary people. If these warriors are unwilling to serve the country cannot force them to go. Besides, aren't there many warriors like this among these famous families? What can you do?" Su Wenqian's face flushed. He knew that Liu Qingyu's words were full of hidden meaning. After a slight cough, he smiled and said, "The warriors from the famous and wealthy families are also included in the archives. If they are asked to participate in the war, they will go as soon as possible. It's different for these roving warriors. They commit crimes every day and should be arrested and locked up for life." Liu Qingyu, who was folding his arms, snorted softly, glanced at the time, and then said with a smile, "You can handle it yourself. This person has nothing to do with you. If we need to catch him, we will catch him in Division 3. Anyway, the task I have on hand is finished, so the task of delivering the last person is now yours." Upon hearing this, Su Wenqian's face suddenly turned bitter. He glanced at the gorgeous Liu Qingyu, then said with a coquettish smile, "Don't tease me, my great policewoman. I called you here just to carry out this mission. I've been busy with a lot of cases lately, you know, and I don't have time to deal with these things." Liu Qingyu shook her head, pointed to the time on her wrist, and said with her hands spread out, "Don't you have to have a meal when you ask someone to do something for you? You're trying to get something for nothing. I don't want to go with you." Su Wentian nodded with a smile on his face, and immediately opened his hands and said, Please order whatever you want from the street stall outside. As long as I can afford it, I'll treat you to a meal. How about it? I'm generous, right?" Seeing Su Wenqian's smug look, Liu Qingyu couldn't help but feel speechless. She glanced at the bright sky outside and said, "Let's drive. Let's go eat somewhere else. I'm tired of eating here. If I don't eat your eldest young master from the Su family today, I won't be called Liu Qingyu." Hearing this, Su Wentian showed a painful expression on his face. He pursed his lips and spread his hands, saying, "Don't make fun of me. What young master of the Su family? I am Su Wentian. I have nothing to do with that family. I'm being paid by Jiangbei City, and my job is arranged by the state. I'm completely incorruptible, so please, policewoman Liu, please go easy on me." Liu Qingyu shook her head and immediately walked forward quickly. Su Wentian, who was following behind, smiled, quickly picked up his briefcase and followed outside. After a while, the two drove to a snack stand near the nearby central hospital. Looking at the dazzling array of snacks and delicacies on the street, Liu Qingyu couldn't help but smile slightly. Since she was a child, she has liked to eat these things, not because of the unique taste, but because she is really used to eating them. Hurry up and get your wallet ready. I'm going to ask for a lot of money. Don't be too late to pay the bill." After saying this, Liu Qingyu walked towards the roadside snack stalls, pointing at every snack she came across along the way. Su Wentian, who was following behind, had a bitter look on his face and kept making payments with his mobile phone. After a while, he had a bunch of snacks in his hands. "Oh my policewoman Liu, you are so thin, how can you eat so much?" "That's enough, let's find a place to sit down and eat. I can't carry any more," Su Wentian complained. Liu Qingyu smiled disapprovingly, and seeing an empty table next to her, she sat down and said, "Honestly, Su Wentian, if you can find a girlfriend like this, can I take your last name? You're so stingy." Chapter 34. Liu Qingyu? Su Wentian smiled disapprovingly, picked up a sausage and started eating. He looked at the sausage in his hand, sighed and said, "I am a clean-handed person. If a girl likes me, that would be my blessing. If he's here for my money, then I can only say I'm so sorry, I don't have any money to give him." Seeing Su Wentian, who could find a reason even with just a little effort, Liu Qingyu was speechless. Just as she was about to roll up her sleeves to eat, she saw a Porsche sports car parked on the side of the road not far from them. Two people got out of the car and walked straight towards them. Su Wentian, who was eating sausage, looked cold and stood up slowly. "Master, you should go home and stop fighting with the old man. His health is getting worse." The old man said that as long as you are willing to go home, the entire Su family throne will belong to you. Go back and see him. The Su family's butler, dressed in a suit and tie, with a weathered face and silver hair, gave advice in a soft voice. Looking at the young master in front of him, who was no different from the common people, he couldn't help feeling a little sad. "Butler, go back and tell him clearly that I no longer have any connection with the Su family. Even if he dies, someone will bury him. Don't talk to me about inheritance rights anymore. If you come to visit me, I will be very happy, and there are delicious foods to treat you here." Su Wentian shook his head with a stern expression and said calmly. This made Liu Qingyu, who was sitting next to her, shake her head slightly, as if she had seen the scene several times and was no longer surprised. "Master, this time is different. Grandpa's condition has worsened. According to the doctor, he doesn't have many days left. You should go back and take a look at what's important. After all, this is your Su family's property. Can you bear to let your sister take charge alone?" The Su family's chief steward said this earnestly. 2 lines of old tears flowed down involuntarily, as the gatekeeper of the Su family. He has been through many ups and downs with the master, and now in his twilight years, he feels very sorry for the old man. Serious illness? Su Wentian, whose expression had obviously changed, sighed and asked in a deep voice. "He's so good, can't he find a good doctor?" "You'd better wait until he dies before calling me. I'm afraid I'll upset him if I go back." Hearing this, Liu Qingyu couldn't help but sigh, glanced at Su Wentian, and then said, "Are you stubborn, kid? Your father is about to die, and you're still sulking here. Go back and listen to what the will says. You're a wealthy man, I really don't know what's going on in your head." After hearing what Liu Qingyu said, Su Wentian's old face suddenly turned red. "Yes, master, if you have anything to say, let's go home and talk about it. The master is seriously ill now. The young lady came back a few days ago. All those factions are waiting for the master to die. If you don't come back to take control, I'm afraid they will divide up the Su family." When Butler Su saw this scene, he immediately spoke. Su Wentian, feeling helpless, shook his head, looked at the time on his wrist, and said with his hand spread out, "I have to ask for leave. If you don't let me, I can't go back." Hearing this, Butler Su smiled and quickly took out a leave application. He smiled and said, "Master, I've already prepared everything for you. Let's just get in the car and go. I'll take care of the rest." Su Wentian nodded, and then said nothing more. He turned around to look at Liu Qingyu and said with a smile, "Beautiful lady, I'll leave the rest of the things to you. I'll go back and take a look. I'll be back soon. Don't miss me, call me if you do." After saying this, Su Wentian followed the Su family's butler and drove away. Liu Qingyu shook her head with an indifferent look on her face, eating the sausage in her hand, without any intention of saying anything. After the car left, she was about to leave with the snacks when suddenly a familiar figure came into her sight. At the snack stand, Jiang Mubai, who had eaten and drunk his fill, burped and walked out slowly. I looked at the time and was about to turn back to Imperial University. Suddenly, a stunning beauty walked up to him, holding a sausage and said, "Jiang Mubai." Jiang Mubai was a little confused and was slightly stunned. Seeing this top beauty calling his name, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. "Yes, who are you?" Liu Qingyu smiled as she ate her sausage and said, "I thought the person who could make the Lin family step in to deal with him was some powerful figure, but now it seems he's just a student." Jiang Mubai was slightly stunned, and after hearing what the top beauty in front of him said, he couldn't help but smile and asked, "I'm afraid you've got the wrong person. Please let me go back to school. Also, I want to tell you that there's no such thing as a flirtation. You're so beautiful, and it's really indecent to hold a sausage in your mouth." After saying this, Jiang Mubai turned around and prepared to leave. However, after taking just 2 steps, his wrist was grabbed by Liu Qingyu and he stopped where he was. "Did I let you go? What does it have to do with you that I'm eating a sausage? What's the point of chatting me up? I have something to talk to you about." Hearing such arrogant and unreasonable words, Jiang Mubai's expression changed slightly. He looked back at this arrogant and unreasonable woman and immediately pulled his hand back with force. In broad daylight, do you really want to tease decent women and men? Believe it or not, I'm calling the police. Stay away from me. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're pretty. When Liu Qingyu heard this, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. He looked Jiang Mubai up and down, then said, "Call the police. I'm the commander, and I can accept your report immediately." "Sir." Jiang Mubai was a little confused and was slightly stunned. Looking at the extremely beautiful woman in front of him, he couldn't expect that she was actually a superior. "What do you want to talk to me about? I don't think I've committed any crime. I just ate some cold noodles on the roadside. Can that be a crime?" Jiang Mubai asked. Liu Qingyu, who was eating a grilled sausage, smiled and shook her head, saying, "No, I just wanted to see what a genius looks like. Now it seems that curiosity is gone. Looking at your pretty face, you don't look like you have the strength of a third-grade warrior. Let's go, let's go." Seeing the extremely attractive woman with a look of disdain on her face, Jiang Mubai couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. He then muttered, "You're not afraid of getting fat from eating sausages. You'd better eat less. It's too conspicuous." Chapter 35:35, Chase to School. Liu Qingyu, who didn't care much about it, thought about it and suddenly felt that there was something wrong with what was said. She glanced at the back that had already walked away, and her pretty face immediately blushed. At this time, outside the Imperial University, a supercar drove through the streets and arrived at the door. The person who got out of the car attracted the attention of many people, especially the second and third semester students. Isn't this a tool? Didn't he go to Heiho University? Why is he back at Imperial University? He must have come back to look for Lin Shuali. They had quite a big incident back then, and I didn't expect him to come back again. Let's go. This has nothing to do with us. We can't afford to offend you. Let's go. In the crowd, Sun Xiaoqian frowned as he watched Gongjun walk away. As far as he knew, this guy was Sun Qianqing's rival in love. He had transferred to Pingcheng University a long time ago, so why was he back now? He shook his head and quickly ran towards the student union building. Gongjun, dressed in casual clothes, took off his sunglasses and glanced at the familiar scenes around him, which made him feel slightly happy. Thinking back to when he was here, he had put a lot of effort into pursuing Lin Shuali, but in the end, he ended up making things worse. This woman was simply not his type. As a result, whenever the two meet, they start to fight each other or get each other scars. Gongjun shook his head, glanced at the time, and then walked towards the language department teaching building. According to Luo Chancha's investigation, this girl is studying in the language department, which is not far from where he studied back then. However, he had only taken 2 steps when a familiar figure stopped him, forcing him to stop. "Gongjun, what are you doing back? This Imperial University isn't a place where just anyone can come." Sun Qianqing, dressed in a suit and tie with a righteous look on his face, glanced at Gongjun and said something unkind. Gongjun smiled disapprovingly, glanced at Sun Qianqing, and couldn't help but teasing. "Sun Qianqing, long time no see, you're still as awesome as ever." "Don't worry, I didn't come back for Lin Shuali. I have no interest in her at all." Hearing this, Sun Qianqing couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He glanced at Gongjun, whose intentions were unclear, and then said, "Then why are you here at Imperial University? You can't just do it for fun, right?" Gongjun, smiling, shook his head, spread his hands and said, "Since when do I, Gongjun, need to give you an account of what I do?" "Sun Qianqing, don't you think you're meddling too much?" Sun Qianqing's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and said nothing more. He looked back at Yi Xiaoqian and immediately left quickly. "What's going on?" Seeing that Sun Qianqing's expression was not right, Yi Xiaoqian was slightly stunned. He wondered what was going on. Why was the plot a little different from what he had expected? He glanced at Gongjun and left, then quickly chased after Sun Qianqing. In the language department building, bored Su Yeye was playing with the cards in her hand. She turned her head and glanced at Tang Wanwen, who was busy reading a book, and couldn't help but teasing. "My beautiful lady, do you love studying so much every day? We are already in college, can't we do something fun? Look, everyone else is out having fun, or going to the amusement park with their boyfriends. Can we go out and have a look too?" Tang Wanwen, who was reading a book, rolled her eyes, threw a lollipop over, and said to herself, "If you're really bored, have some candy. I prepared this especially for you." Feeling speechless, Su Yeye sighed, picked up the lollipop and actually started eating it. She, who wasn't picky about food, smiled, patted Tang Wanwen's shoulder and said, Why don't we go find Jiang Mubai and see where this senior is hanging out? I'm quite curious. Hearing this, Tang Wanwen suddenly put down the pen in her hand. She turned around and glanced at Su Yeye, then said, "Speak of this guy again. I don't mind letting you sit behind me." Su Yi also smiled slightly, stuck out his tongue, and said without any concern, "What? Little Beauty wants to rebel today. Come and see whose arms are bigger. I don't believe you can do anything to me today." While the two girls were playing, suddenly there was a burst of noise outside the classroom door. Then, Gong Jun, surrounded by a dozen girls, walked straight into the classroom. He saw Tang Wanwen playing with Su Yeye at a glance, and the corner of his mouth raised slightly. Then he walked forward and said with a smile, "It's really hard to find you, but luckily I'm smart enough." Tang Wanwen was stunned with a look of astonishment on her face. Seeing that this annoying guy had actually followed her to the school, she couldn't help but feel a little helpless. "Gong Jun, what are you doing here?" Su Yeye looked at Gong Jun in surprise and asked curiously, "So it's the little princess of the Su family. You're here too. What a pleasure to meet you." Gong Jun glanced at Su Yeye and then said with a smile, "Who wants to meet you? How do you know my little beauty? What do you want to do here? She is my protector." Su Yeye, who was protecting her child, stood up and glanced at Gong Jun, then stood in front of her and said with her arms open. Gong Jun smiled disapprovingly, glanced at Tang Wanwen and said, "Don't worry, I'm just a normal shooter. I just naturally like beautiful women when I see them. I won't do anything to your little beauty. I just want to have a relationship with her." Hearing this, Tang Wanwen's face immediately turned red. Looking at the guy in front of her who was so straightforward, she couldn't help but mutter, "You are such a nuisance. Can you stay away from me? I don't want to see you at all." Su Yeye, who was also surprised, shook her head, looked back at Tang Wanwen, then turned her gaze to Gong Junli and said, "I don't care how you know my little beauty. Didn't you hear what my little beauty said? Get out of here. She doesn't want to see you." Gong Jun nodded with a smile on his face and said calmly, "Okay, if you don't like me waiting for you here, then I'll wait for you at the school gate. By the way, that coolest and most handsome sports car is mine. I'll be waiting for you there after school." After saying this, Gong Jun, who looked like a domineering CEO, immediately walked out the door. His tall and straight figure caused a group of young girls to scream. Especially Wang Qinga in the crowd. When she saw this scene, she was extremely jealous. Chapter 36:36. Fu Qingyu. Liu Qingyu. After the person left, Su Yeye quickly turned around and asked, "My little beauty, how do you know this guy? He has a bad reputation. He's a notorious bully at both Heisei University and Imperial University. You're unlucky to know him." Tang Wanwen nodded helplessly and sighed. "Do you think I'm not depressed? He doesn't look like a good person. Those who think they are invincible just because they have money are really a headache." Hearing this, Su Yeye couldn't help but burst out laughing. She glanced at Tang Wanwen and teased, "Isn't it because you're too beautiful? As the saying goes, beauty is a disaster. There are always these flies that come to smell it, right?" Tang Wanwen rolled her eyes and immediately waved her little fist towards Su Yeye. At the same time, in the teaching building of the Political Science and Law Department, Jiang Mubai glanced at Fu Qingyu in front of him, and his expression changed slightly. As soon as he came back, the female teacher called him to the office. If others don't know, they might think there is something going on between them. "How's it going?" "I was chatting with Zhongji. I've seen that video too. You're quite talented. If you follow him, you could become the next international superstar. I think it's very possible." Fu Qingyu, who was wearing red glasses, picked up a photo and turned around to ask, "It's okay. I value studying more. Forget about singing. It's just a hobby of mine." Jiang Mubai smiled disapprovingly and told the truth. Fu Qingyu nodded, feeling a little surprised, and then threw the photo in her hand on the table. She glanced at Jiang Mubai and asked calmly, "Also, regarding your identity, I didn't expect you to be a warrior. This is the information the police gave me. Please explain it to me. I also want to know the secret of your genius." Hearing this, Jiang Mubai couldn't help but look at the photo on the table. The photo was not a selfie of him, but of another strange man. He was slightly stunned, and immediately recognized that this was the person he had met when he went singing with Zhongji before. "What do you mean? Can you please explain clearly what you want me to say?" Fu Qingyu nodded and pointed at the person in the photo and said, "This is the guy you knocked unconscious with your punch. According to our investigation, he is also a martial artist. So, on the other hand, we need to conduct a new background check on you. After all, We at the Imperial University cannot simply admit unidentified people. Jiang Mubai was slightly stunned. He glanced at Fu Qingyu and then said with a smile, "If I tell you, it's just that I suddenly met an old man when I was a child, and he said that I have a unique bone structure and was born to practice martial arts. Then he taught me his lifelong martial arts. Do you believe this story?" Fu Qingyu smiled as she hugged her arms to show off her plump bust. She coughed slightly and said calmly, "I believe it. Why wouldn't I believe it? But if you keep it secret, it won't do you any good, right? After all, in our country, warriors are still very well taken care of. This will be of great help to you in your future military service." Jiang Mubai shook his head in disapproval. Seeing that Fu Qingyu no longer mentioned his identity, he smiled and said, "I'm just an ordinary citizen. I was actually quite surprised to suddenly acquire such a powerful martial art. But now I just want to study hard and be an ordinary person. Forget about other things." Fu Qingyu nodded and said nothing more, looking at the young man in front of her. She couldn't help but smile and said, "Okay, that's it. I'll explain it to the higher-ups." As the footsteps left, Fu Qingyu's face showed fatigue. She turned around and glanced at the counter behind her, then said with a smile, "Now that you're out, why are you still hiding there? You're such a grown-up, aren't you embarrassed? You're not the one handling cases this way, are you? You need me to come and ask in person." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure quietly emerged from under the counter. It was Liu Qingyu, who had come all the way to school. She glanced at her aunt sitting on the chair, then stepped forward and said coquettishly, "Aunt, I'm just curious about him. This is the first time I've seen such a genius." Fu Qingyu shook her head with a calm expression and said jokingly, "I think you just think that others are better than you, and you are not convinced. You have to remember this. There are always people who are better than you. There are many geniuses like you, but you just don't know them. Since this guy doesn't choose to reveal his identity, you should stop caring about him. Anyone who can study at Imperial University is no small figure. As your aunt, I can only help you so much." Liu Qingyu nodded with her arms folded. Looking at the photo on the table, she sighed and said, "Thank you so much, my good aunt. My doubts about him are gone now. It seems that he has nothing to do with this matter. I'm leaving now. Let's get together some other day. When you get home, I'll ask my mom to cook something delicious for you." Looking at the graceful figure leaving, Fu Qingyu smiled and nodded. At the same time, in the classroom of the Political Science and Law Department, Lin Chenxiang looked at the silent Jiang Mubai, and his mind was full of random thoughts. Considering the urban YY novels he'd read, he couldn't help but ask, "Brother Jiang, are you being taken advantage of? You look unhappy and even a little reluctant. Isn't Fu Qingyu a bit rude? I can't tell. It's really surprising." Jiang Mubai, whose mind was full of that strange big man, couldn't help but change his expression slightly when he heard this. He sighed, turned around and said, "Fatty, what are you thinking about every day?" Seeing Jiang Mubai's reply, a smile suddenly appeared on Lin Chenxiang's chubby face. He clapped his arms and jokingly said, "I can't help but think about it, Brother Jiang. You're so lucky in love, I'm so envious. One school beauty comes here, another school beauty goes there. Which man wouldn't envy you?" Jiang Mubai shook his head disapprovingly, then stood up and walked out. He thought of the photo he had just seen and couldn't help but wonder what the relationship between that burly man and Zhongji was. "Brother Jiang, don't leave. I have something to tell you. Gong Jun, who used to study our school, has gone to see his sister-in-law." Lin Chenxiang, who followed, said with a grin. Hearing this, Jiang Mubai couldn't help but stop. He turned around, glanced at the fat man, and asked, "What is Gong Jun doing in school? Does he have anything to do with Tang Wanwen?" Chapter 3737, Tang Wanwen cursed in her heart. Lin Chenxiang shook his head. He had just heard from other people that Gong Jun had come to the Imperial University. "Why don't you go and take a look? I have a feeling this guy is a bit of a jerk. His reputation outside isn't very good." Jiang Mubai nodded calmly, glanced at the time, and immediately walked towards the language department. At this time, somewhere at the intersection in the center of the campus, Lin Xueli looked at the car parked outside and her expression changed slightly. She turned around to look at Xiao Mai and asked, "The reason he came to school was for Tang Wanwen. Is there nothing else?" Xiao Mai, holding a cup of milk tea, nodded, her delicately made-up face full of an expression of watching a show. She glanced at Lin Xueli and said teasingly, "This guy coming to school again probably has nothing to do with you. I don't think you need to think about it too much. Even if he has the guts, I, your sister, will stop her for you." Lin Xueli shook her head. She felt helpless and a little bored towards Gongjun. This person relies on his superior family background and has a good relationship with their Lin family. I don't know what is wrong with my father that he actually wants to marry into their family. The pawns that were sacrificed were naturally herself and Gongjun. For this reason, she had traveled across the ocean a year ago to avoid that ridiculous marriage. It is not easy to return to China now. She is filled with anger when she thinks of Gongjun. Jiang Mubai is gone. Someone told me. Should we go see the show? Bauer, who was sitting in the car playing with his computer, glanced at the two girls and asked with a smile. On his computer, the messages sent by his informants were lined up in a row. It includes clear photos of Jiang Mubai walking in any corner of the campus and what he is doing. Of course, you little inventor, you found so many people to monitor Jiang Mubai for you. I'm really scared. Xiao Mai stepped forward and took a few glances, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Bauer smiled disapprovingly, turned his head to glance at Lin Shuili and said, looking at him like he's going to claim sovereignty, is he? It would be very interesting if he really did go there. Lin Shuili shook her head. She became more and more interested in Jiang Mubai. He is good at studying, singing, and martial arts, and most importantly, he has medical skills. Let's go and see what Gongjun is up to. This guy is so clueless. Downstairs of the language department, Tang Wanwen looked at the crowd of people at the school gate and was almost unwilling to go downstairs, which made Su Ye feel funny. She quickly pulled her and finally she was willing to go downstairs. What are you afraid of? I'm here to watch over you. What else can he do to you? Let's go. If an enemy comes, we will fight him. If a flood comes, we will block it with earth. He won't dare to do anything to you. I have my sisters here. Hearing this, Tang Wanwen couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She glanced at the time and wondered why all the bad things happened to her. While the two were talking, a figure appeared in front of them. When Su Ye saw this extremely handsome face, she immediately stood there in a daze like a fangirl. Let's go, he won't dare to do anything to you, I'm here. Looking at Jiang Mubai who suddenly appeared in front of her, Tang Wanwen was stunned for a moment. He looked her up and down, then muttered, where have you been? You look fine, don't you? Hearing this sour remark, Jiang Mubai couldn't help but laugh. The date failed, there was a little accident, and I went to the hospital. What happened? Hospital? Tang Wanwen, confused, shook her head and said, forget it, don't send me out. This will only deepen the misunderstanding. I don't think this guy would dare to do anything reckless. But you're with me, I'm afraid this misunderstanding will get worse. Su Ye, who was standing aside, was slightly stunned. Looking at the mysterious conversation between the two, she didn't know what to say for a moment. Okay, I'll wait for you at the school gate. Come home early. After saying this, Jiang Mubai quickly left with Lin Chenxiang. Seeing Tang Wanwen, he cursed in his heart, thinking that this guy was just a straight man who understood nothing and knew nothing. Tang Wanwen, what is your relationship with him? I feel like your relationship is a bit ambiguous. I've been watching for a long time, but I still don't understand. I feel like you two are a couple, but not a couple at the same time. Su Ye asked curiously. Tang Wanwen, who was hugging her arms, shook her head and quickly pulled her arm, saying, let's go. You're overthinking it, right? My flower protector, take me out quickly. The guy outside must be waiting anxiously. I want to see what he's going to do to me today. Then, the two of them quickly followed and left, in the direction of the school gate. Gongjun, sitting in the sports car, couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth as he saw more and more people gathering around him. Especially when he saw the three beauties Lin Shuili, Xiao Mai, and Bauer coming nearby, he felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. As expected of the former Imperial University hunk, so handsome. Compared to Mr. Jiang, I think is more handsome and manly. I think so too, except that Senior Jiang isn't as rich as him. These two are truly two beauties that can drive people crazy. In the crowd, Wang Qing's face turned ashen when she heard these words. She once admired Jiang Mubai, but now she feels nothing but resentment. Ever since she offended Tang Wanwen, she has hardly had a peaceful day at school. Today it's either this person who comes to pick on her, or tomorrow it's that person who comes to pick on her. Those little girls who were close to him also distanced themselves from him one by one. Wang Qing aside and looked at Gongjun sitting in the car in front, a gleam of light in her eyes. They came out. Look, why aren't they walking together? How strange. It's probably just a coincidence. Look, Senior Sun Chancheng is here too. Today is probably the busiest day in our school. Let's see how they play. It has nothing to do with us. This is just a fight between gods. At this time, Jiang Mubai also walked out from Lin Chenxiang at the school gate. He turned his head to look at the tool sitting in the luxury car and couldn't help but smile. Brother Jiang, do you really know this guy? Lin Chenxiang asked curiously. Yeah, I knew this guy last time when I went to sing. Tang Wanwen also works here and ran into him. Jiang Mubai nodded, then found a corner and stopped to watch. Today he wanted to see what Gongjian wanted to do by coming to this school. Chapter 38:38, Gongjian's Invitation. Surrounded by the crowd, Tang Wanwen left the school gate under the escort of Su Ye. Looking at the tool sitting on the supercar, she couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Don't be afraid, just follow me. This guy won't dare to do anything to you. Su Ye, who was staring at Gongjian, turned around and said a few words, then pulled Tang Wanwen and walked to the other side. At this moment, Gongjian also moved. With his long legs, he reached the two women in 2 steps. He glanced at Tang Wanwen, chuckled and said, I've been waiting for you for a long time, and you finally came out. Now you have time to go out to dinner with me, right? This is an invitation to you. Hearing this, Tang Wanwen couldn't help but frown and glanced at the guy in front of her. He couldn't help but shook his head and muttered, There's no need to be like this. If you were a little more normal, we could still be friends. You're like this, making me think you're just some lazy rich kid. Can you please stop treating me like this? Gongjian smiled disapprovingly, glanced at the people watching the show and said, You know what? There are a lot of girls around here who want to ride in my car, but they'll never have the chance in their lifetime. The opportunity is right in front of you now, don't you cherish it? Such narcissistic and arrogant words made Su Ye feel embarrassed when she heard them. She glanced at Gongjian, spread her hands and said, Master Gong, can you please have some ambition? You're still playing these idle drama things. If it really doesn't work out, you should find a class to attend. This isn't a good way to go on. What do you think? After saying this, Su Ye pulled Tang Wanwen aside. But at this moment, Gongjian said, I can help you with your mother's illness, but only if you go out with me and become my girlfriend. Mother's illness? Hearing these words, Tang Wanwen stopped immediately. She turned around to glance at Gongjian and asked coldly, Are you secretly sending people to investigate me? Gongjian nodded, chuckling, and said, You will be my woman from now on. Your affairs are my affairs. It shouldn't be too much to do some research, right? As long as you are willing to follow me, I can take care of all the problems of your Tang family for you, even let your father. Having said that, Gongjian stopped talking. This made Tang Wanwen's face even uglier. She glanced at Gongjian and gritted her teeth and said, Do you know where my father is? Gongjian nodded, made an inviting gesture and said with a smile, It's very simple. As long as you get in my car and have dinner with me, I will let you know everything. When the hesitant Wanwen heard this, her defenses collapsed. Her mother and father were his last line of defense, but now they were exposed by someone. She turned around to look at Su Ye and said softly, You go first. I will handle this matter myself. Thank you. Su Ye was slightly stunned with an embarrassed look on her face. She turned around, glanced at Gongjian and shouted, Gongjian, what are you talking about? What happened to Tang Wanwen's family? Gongjian, who was standing aside, smiled, glanced at Su Ye, and said lightly, It's better for you not to know some things. The mess of your Su family has not been cleaned up yet. Let me tell you something. Go back and see your grandfather. He's dying. After saying this, Gongjian immediately took Tang Wanwen to the sports car. Just as they were about to get in the car, they saw a tall figure walking towards them. Tang Wanwen, with a pale face, glanced at Jiang Mubai and subconsciously stopped. You can't go with him. If you have any problem, you can tell me. I can solve it for you. Jiang Mubai glanced at Tang Wanwen, then turned his gaze to Gongjian. How can you resolve the issue with him? Is it because you are handsome? Or is it because of some other advantages? Gongjian, who seemed to have everything under control, glanced at Jiang Mubai and asked jokingly, This matter has nothing to do with you. Go back and tell my mom that I have something to do and will be back later. Tang Wanwen shook her head, glanced at Jiang Mubai and said softly, Go home. Gongjian, who was a little confused, heard these 2 words and suddenly felt that there was something abnormal about the relationship between the two. Just as she was about to ask a few questions, she saw Jiang Mubai grab Tang Wanwen's hand and said firmly, I told you that your business is my business. I will protect you. You have no say in this matter. I'm your brother. No one can force you to do anything. Do you understand? Hearing this, Tang Wanwen's eyes unconsciously turned red. She nodded and stood behind Jiang Mubai like a sad child. Are you his brother? How come I didn't know the Tang family had an older brother? That's really interesting. It seems like you're determined to go against me today. Gong Jun, who was confident of victory, saw this scene and couldn't help but ask in a cold voice. Again, she is my sister. No one can bully her. Jiang Mubai folded his arms, shook his head, and said firmly. Lin Chenxiang, who was standing aside, also plucked up his courage and stood in front of him. Gong Jun nodded with a playful smile and said nothing more. He glanced at Tang Wanwen and teased calmly. Wanwen, I'm sincere to you. If you want to know about these things, you can come to me. This is my business card. If you have any questions, you can call me. I'm always here for you. Looking at the business card handed over, Jiang Mubai took it for Tang Wanwen without hesitation. He glanced at it casually, tore it into pieces as if it were garbage, and scattered them on Gong Jun's luxury car. You're so brave. Anyone who offends me, Gong Jun, will have no good end. If that's the case, then let's just wait and see. Gong Jun smiled with an unpleasant expression and drove away immediately. Tang Wanwen, who was behind Jiang Mubai, saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh. Actually, I can handle this matter myself. I don't need you to intervene. Hearing the soft voice coming from behind, Jiang Mubai's heart couldn't help but warm. Turning back, he smiled and said, I told you that you are my sister. Even if the sky falls, I will stop it for you. Why are you panicking? At this time, there was a cry of surprise from the side, and three beauties, Lin Xueli, Xiao Mai Mai, and Bauer, came over. He glanced at Tang Wanwen, who was protecting Jiang Mubai, then said with a smile, Gong Jun is more than just Gong Jun in Jiangbei City. If you offend him, you might suffer the consequences. But I believe that with your strength, you should be able to turn the tide, right? Chapter 3939, Tang's mother is seriously ill. Jiang Mubai, who didn't take it seriously, turned around and glanced at Lin Xueli and the others, then quickly left. Looking at the departing figure, Xiao Mei Mei's eyes changed slightly, and she said with a smile, He is so cool, I like him so much. I must have this man. I won't give up until I have a taste of him. Lin Xueli, who was folding her arms, smiled, glanced at her best friend, and then said, Believe me, he won't even look at you if you look like a pervert. This man is truly an all-rounder, with an incredibly promising future. It's just that his identity is a little unclear, otherwise he would definitely be a top-notch son-in-law in the eyes of a major family. Hearing this, Xiao Mai Mai snorted, shook her head, spread her hands and said, I don't care about that. Do I need to think about my own marriage in a big family now? Just like you, I've already been chosen. If you don't have some fun now while you're still young, how can you be worthy of yourself? When Lin Chenxiang, who was standing by, heard this, his eyes flashed with golden light. He stepped forward, glanced at Xiao Mai Mai, and said with a smile, Sister Lin, hello, I'm Brother Jiang's follower, Lin Chenxiang. Lin Xueli glanced at Lin Chenxiang with a calm expression, and couldn't help but smiled and said, I see. Keep an eye on him. He is not a simple person. After saying this, Lin Xueli immediately left the place quickly in her high heels. Looking at the backs of the three beauties leaving, Lin Chenxiang couldn't help swallowing. I thought, whoever wins the favor of these three beauties will be blessed with great fortune and a long life. At the same time, in a park not far from Imperial University, Gong Jun did not return to his home after leaving, but drove straight here. After a while, I saw a familiar figure walking towards me. He looked at the guy in front of him and couldn't help but chuckled. It seems that what you said is true. This is the reward you deserve. Take it. Wang Qing'er looked pale as she looked at the banknotes thrown at her. She couldn't help but shook her head and said softly, I don't need money. I just want revenge on these people. If you want to know anything else, feel free to contact me. I'm willing to be your eyes and ears. Gong Jun nodded with his arms folded, glanced at Wang Qing'er in front of him, and said pitifully, There are so many toads who want to eat swan flesh. It's normal that they can't get it. But this is the first time I've seen such a vengeful mentality like yours. Wang Qing'er, with an unpleasant expression, smiled bitterly. She shook her head and said, My family has always compared me to Tang Wanwen since I was a child. If it weren't for the big accident that happened to their family later, I would definitely not be living a better life than her now. So everyone has their own pursuits. After all, she and I are no longer on the same level. Gong Jun nodded disapprovingly and drove away. Wang Qing'er, who was standing there in a daze, smiled and an evil plan began to emerge in her mind. Downstairs of the school district building, Jiang Mubai looked at the depressed Tang Wanwen and couldn't help feeling a little helpless. Although I don't know what exactly happened in their family, based on Gong Jun's words, there must be a big problem. When they were about to go upstairs, Tang Wanwen suddenly turned around and said, I hope you don't tell my mother about this. I don't want her to know these things. Can you promise me? Consider this as my begging you. Jiang Mubai was slightly stunned with a calm expression. He had never seen Tang Wanwen like this before, so he nodded. Glancing at the narrow corridor, he said softly, If you don't mind, you can tell me something. Maybe I can help you. Tang Wanwen shook her head, then walked home in silence. At home, Tang Wanxiu looked at the time on the clock and estimated that her daughter and Jiang Mubai would be home soon. Subconsciously, I wanted to go to the kitchen to see if the soup was ready, but I lost my balance and bumped into the corner of the table. Ouch, my old waist. This is really old and useless. Tang Wanxiu, whose old waist was hit, smiled and was about to get up when she suddenly felt dizzy and a feeling of discomfort surged up from her stomach. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, the door suddenly opened gently. Tang Wanwen just walked in. Jiang Mubai saw this scene and rushed over. Mom, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Mom, why are you waking up? Looking at her mother who had fainted in her arms, Tang Wanwen suddenly panicked and tears fell uncontrollably. Jiang Mubai, who was standing by, was slightly stunned and immediately took his pulse to check. He turned his head and said, Auntie's pulse is very weak. Is there something seriously wrong with her body? Hearing this, Tang Wanwen nodded, tearing up, and quickly took out her phone to make a call. Don't worry about it, just send her to the hospital first. A moment later, in a small hospital in Jiangbei City, Tang Wanwen looked at her mother, who was pale, wearing a hospital gown and lying on the hospital bed, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Wanwen, there's nothing serious wrong with my body, please get me out of here. It costs a lot of money to stay here every day, and we don't have that much money to spend. Tang Wanxiu, with a weak face, trembling voice, and slightly red eyes, glanced at her daughter and then said with a wry smile, Mom, let's stay for 2 more days. The doctor's test results will be out soon. You haven't been feeling well for a day or 2. Let's find out what's causing it, okay? Tang Wanwen, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, shook her head and advised softly. At this time, footsteps were heard outside the door, and then Jiang Mubai and a doctor in a white coat walked in. The doctor holding the medical report glanced at Tang Wanxiu and said calmly, The patient is very weak. According to our investigation, it seems to be stomach cancer. It's still not too late for surgery. Please prepare the hospital bills, which are around 300,000. Hearing this, Tang Wanwen felt like she was struck by a bolt from the blue, and her body trembled involuntarily. Stomach cancer? In the past, she had always heard her mother say that he had just a minor illness and had not paid much attention to it. But when I came for a checkup today, I found out that it was actually a type of cancer. She shook her head and couldn't help crying. Mother, how could you do this? You should have told me this earlier. Tang Wanxiu, who was pale and weak, smiled. She glanced at the doctor and said softly, Doctor, can I not get treatment for this disease? I'm already so old, there's no need to spend this money. Chapter 40, The Stunningly Beautiful Tang Wanwen. The doctor holding the medical report couldn't help but smile coldly when he heard this. He glanced at Tang Wanxiu and said calmly, If you don't have money, just leave here early. It's several hundred yuan a day here. Go to the payment office outside to complete the discharge procedures. His contemptuous voice sounded very harsh to Tang Wanwen's ears. She glanced at the doctor and scolded him. What kind of doctors are you? You don't treat patients when they come, but instead ask for money to treat them. Do you have any medical ethics at all? The doctor smiled disapprovingly, glanced at Tang Wanwen, crossed his arms and teased. If I hadn't thought you were beautiful, I would have kicked you out long ago. You are so filial. Why don't you sell yourself to treat your mother's illness? What's the point of howling in front of me? I'm telling you, I see a lot of cases like yours every day. This isn't a charity. After saying this, the doctor quickly left. Tang Wanwen stood there in a daze, shaking her head, a feeling of sadness welling up in her heart. The only money she had on her was 3,000 yuan, which she earned through her hard work in a part-time job. Nowadays, surgery costs 300,000 yuan. Where did she get the 300,000 yuan? Don't be afraid, there is still hope. Jiang Mubai, who was standing aside, shook his head slightly and said softly. He glanced at Tang Wanxiu, then immediately sat down beside the bed and picked up her wrist to diagnose her. According to Hua Tuo's medical skills, the disease in Tang Wanxiu's body was indeed a type of cancer. But the level is only mild and it is not difficult to treat. Xiao Jiang, you also have medical skills. I never knew you were that good. You're amazing. Tang Wanxiu looked at Jiang Mubai with some surprise and asked with a smile. What medical skills does he have? He's just tinkering around here. Mom, Let's just listen to the doctor and stay in the hospital for surgery. Tang Wanwen shook her head and then stepped forward to advise. Tang Wanqiu, looking pale, shook her head and said with a smile, "Daughter, where can we find 300,000 yuan? I'd better go home and recuperate. It's not a big deal, and I won't die soon." Hearing this, Tang Wanwen couldn't help but shed sad tears on her face. Looking at her mother, who was almost old and half of her hair was white, she cried and said, "I won't allow you to say that. You are my only relative. I will save you even if I have to sell my blood." Jiang Mubai, who was standing aside, shook his head. He felt a little numb on his scalp after hearing the affectionate conversation between the mother and daughter. After a diagnosis, he turned around and said with a smile, "The problem isn't that serious. Surgery is indeed faster in Western medicine, but it only treats the symptoms and not the root cause. It's useless. Let's go back and get some Chinese medicine. Dietary supplements can help alleviate this symptom." Hearing this, Tang Wanwen was slightly stunned. He glanced at Jiang Mubai and then asked, "Is what you said true? Don't talk nonsense here." Jiang Mubai, crossing his arms, smiled and said seriously, "Do you think I'm joking about this? I'm Hua Tuo's descendant." Tang Wanwen shook her head in disbelief, thinking that all this was too unrealistic. "Just when I was in trouble, I heard footsteps outside the door, and then the doctor walked in. Behind him were several patients' family members and nurses. Are you going to be hospitalized or not? If not, then give up your bed. There's another patient here. If you can't afford the payment, then don't take up space here. Go with them and get discharged." The doctor glanced at Tang Wanwen and the others and said impatiently, "What are you talking about? My mother is still lying in bed, and you want to kick us out? Believe it or not, I will complain to you. You are a black hospital. You are making money from people's hard-earned money." Tang Wanwen stood up and scolded. The doctor smiled disapprovingly and glanced at him. Tang Wanwen teased, "Little girl, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. Paying for medical treatment is a matter of course. You can't mess around here." Feeling speechless, Tang Wanwen snorted and was about to say something more. But then footsteps were heard outside the door, and then a middle-aged man and an old man with grey hair and a smile on his face walked in. "What's going on, Xiao Liu? I heard you chattering non-stop outside the door. This is a regular hospital. Don't let this affect our reputation." The middle-aged man with a square face glanced at Dr. Liu and gave him a gentle reminder. "Uncle, not the director. There are two scoundrels here. They don't have money to stay in the hospital, and they won't leave even if we ask them to." Dr. Liu's old face turned red, and he pointed at Jiang Mubai and the others and said with a wry smile. The director nodded, turned around and glanced at Tang Wanwen and the others, then said coldly, "Family members of the patient, this is a hospital. Don't make trouble here. If you have anything to discuss, go outside and don't argue with our doctor in the ward." Hearing this, Tang Wanwen couldn't help but feel discouraged. When she was about to fight back, she saw Jiang Mubai reaching out to stop her. "Dr. Wu, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here again." Dr. Wu, who was standing behind the director, turned around and looked over when he heard such a familiar voice. It was discovered that among the so-called patient's family members, Jiang Mubai and Master Jiang were also here. He smiled and nodded, then quickly stepped forward and said flatteringly, "Master Jiang, it's indeed fate. I didn't expect to meet you here. What are you here for?" Dr. Liu and the director looked at each other, confused. They saw that the famous Dr. Wu was actually complimenting a young man, and they didn't know what was going on for a moment. "I came here to see a doctor, but I didn't expect to run into these two bastards. Excuse me, are the salary standards in the medical field so low now? Can a doctor with such low medical ethics be admitted to a regular hospital?" Jiang Mubai smiled, glanced at the two doctors and teased. Dr. Wu, whose old face flushed red, was slightly startled. He then turned around, took a look, and said with a smile, "People like this are truly unqualified to work in a regular hospital. Don't worry, I'll immediately send someone to have their medical licenses revoked. They'll never be qualified to work as doctors again." Hearing this, Tang Wanwen, who was standing beside her, was shocked by her beauty and subconsciously took another look at Jiang Mubai. I wondered who this guy was. He actually allowed the famous Dr. Wu to point fingers at him. "Teacher, I was wrong. I will never do it again. Please forgive me." When the director standing behind Dr. Wu heard this, his face immediately turned dark and he quickly grabbed his arm and begged for mercy. Chapter 41:41. Arranged Marriage? Dr. Wu, with a stern expression, snorted lightly, turned around and glanced at his two useless disciples, and said with a chuckle, "What's the point of begging me? You two blind bastards. Don't you know who you're begging for help? Never say from now on that I taught you how to do this. It's really embarrassing. Hearing this, the director and Dr. Liu reacted quickly. The two of them fell to their knees in front of Jiang Mubai with a thud, crying out with tears in their eyes. Master, I'm the one who didn't recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive me. I have an 80-year-old mother and a family of 3 to support. Please spare me, please, I still need to eat. I'm only in my 20s, Master. Jiang Mubai, with his arms folded, smiled slightly and did not rush to respond to the two's pleas for mercy. He turned around and glanced at Tang Wanwen, then asked with a smile, Do you think they should stay in the hospital? The choice is yours. Tang Wanwen was stunned for a moment, looking at Jiang Mubai, feeling a little complicated for a moment. Upon hearing this, Dr. Liu and the director immediately knelt before Tang Wanwen, tears streaming down their cheeks as they said, Little girl, I was blind and didn't know your identity. Please forgive me. I won't dare to do that again. Please spare me, I'm innocent. If I knew about this, I would definitely not let him do this. Tang Wanwen shook her head with a complicated expression, feeling a little hesitant. But thinking of their evil faces just now, she couldn't help but refuse. There are so many poor people in this society. If you are allowed to continue doing evil in the hospital, I think a lot of injustice will happen. You have to pay for your own mistakes. You don't have the ethics of a doctor. Upon hearing this, Dr. Xiao Liu's face immediately turned pale. He had been interning at this hospital for less than 3 months and was able to get here only because of his uncle's relationship. But now, because of a small thing, he had destroyed both his own rice bowl and his uncle's iron rice bowl. He was regretting it so much that his intestines almost burst. You little bastard, how could I teach you how to raise yourself? And now you come here and mess with me every day. I'm going to fucking beat you to death today. What the hell are you living for, you beast? The director, unable to bear the injustice, immediately grabbed his nephew's hair and slapped him hard. Dr. Wu, who was standing nearby, snorted softly, kicked the two of them, and shouted, You disgraceful thing, why don't you get out of here? What are you doing here? The aggrieved director nodded and immediately dragged his disappointing nephew out of the room. Suddenly, the whole room became barely quiet. After Dr. Wu finished teaching his 2 disciples a lesson, he turned around and said with a smile, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Master Jiang. This incident is our hospital's fault. They will definitely receive the punishment they deserve. I promise you that such a thing will never happen again. Jiang Mubai nodded calmly. He didn't say much about this matter. After all, there are too many things like this all over the country. Since ancient times, getting sick is like waving to the god of death. Life or death depends entirely on how much money you have in your pocket or how strong your life is. Okay, you can go now. Upon hearing this, Dr. Wu, as if he had been pardoned, felt relieved. He nodded and walked out quickly. As soon as he left the house, he realized that his legs were shaking. Ever since he heard the 5th shopkeeper's praise for this man last time, he has completely put away his arrogant attitude. He knew that there was always someone better than you in this world, and he couldn't afford to offend someone like that. God only knew how many complicated forces were behind him. You, what do you do? Why do you seem to know everything? In the room, Tang Wanwen glanced at Jiang Mubai with a complicated expression and couldn't help but ask softly. Jiang Mubai smiled disapprovingly and thought to himself, if he didn't have the perfect life system, he wouldn't be so omnipotent, right? He glanced back at Tang Wanxiu, then smiled and said, I'll tell you about this later, but I promise one thing, I will definitely be a law-abiding citizen. Leave Aunt Tang's condition to me for now. Let's go home. I promise to handle this matter beautifully for you. Tang Wanwen nodded. Now she had to believe Jiang Mubai's words. The scene that just happened shocked her so much that she was stuck in her head. It seems our Wanwen has really found a good boyfriend. He's really good at everything. I'm going to have a happy rest of my life. Tang Wanxiu, whose face turned pale, couldn't help but tease when she heard this. This made Jiang Mubai and Tang Wanwen's faces turn red immediately. Mom, what are you talking about? I have nothing to do with him. He is not my boyfriend. Tang Wanwen said with a pout. Tang Wanxiu shook her head, grabbed her daughter's arm, then grabbed Jiang Mubai's arm and said, Wanwen, I'm pretty good at judging people. Xiao Jiang is a nice person. What else are you dissatisfied with? You're not young anymore. I think it's a good idea for you to marry Xiao Jiang after you finish your studies. You won't suffer any loss. Hearing this, Jiang Mubai almost broke free from her grasp. He wondered if this was a forced sale, a straight arranged marriage. Tang Wanwen, whose face was blushing, almost went crazy when she heard this. She glanced at her mother and then muttered, "Oh, don't worry about it. You should take care of your illness first. My relationship with him isn't that simple. He has several beautiful girls chasing him at school, and you're always trying to tie him up with them. It's really hard work for you." Tang Wanxiu shook her head with a smile on her face, looked back at Jiang Mubai, and then said with a smile, "Xiao Jiang, don't blame me for being so talkative. I just got sick suddenly. I feel like I only have this one daughter, so I want to find her a good husband to protect her. If you have feelings for her, then go after her. Auntie supports you. My daughter is not bad either." Jiang Mubai, his face flushed red, rubbed his head, glanced at Tang Wanwen, and then said with a smile, "Auntie, I think you're overthinking this. You will definitely live a long life. Can I cure your illness first? As for other things, if there's a destiny, then great. If not, we shouldn't force it. After all, we are all young people now, right?" When Tang Wanwen, who was standing by, heard this, she felt an inexplicable sadness in her heart. I glanced at this annoying straight man and thought to myself that this guy is really hopeless. Chapter 42, Old Man of the Sun Family. At the same time, in a villa in Jiangbei City, the fifth shopkeeper looked at his father lying on the hospital bed, a soft light in his eyes. He shook his head, stepped forward, grasped his father's wrist, and said softly, "Dad, don't worry, you'll be fine. I've found a master for you. I gave you 2 doses of medicine according to his prescription, and your condition has obviously improved a lot." Lying on the hospital bed, the old man of the Sun family, who was suffering from illness, shook his head. He glanced at his most beloved fifth son, couldn't help but smile and said, "Xiaowu, I know what you mean. Daddy won't live for many more days. They should all be back in the next 2 days, so I can arrange the funeral." Upon hearing this, the fifth shopkeeper's face suddenly changed, and 2 lines of tears immediately flowed down. He shook his head and refused, saying, "Father, just believe me. Our Sun family has been practicing medicine for generations. The guy I met this time is definitely quite skilled. My son will invite him to your home tomorrow to treat you. Please don't be like this again. Trust me, okay?" Sun Xiaoman, who was standing aside, also had slightly red eyes. Looking at her grandfather who was suffering from illness, she felt extremely uncomfortable for a moment. She stepped forward, grabbed Grandpa's hand, and said softly, "Grandpa, what fifth uncle said is right. You must believe him. As long as that guy comes, you will definitely live hundreds of years longer." Hundreds of years. The old man of the Sun family smiled, grabbed his favorite granddaughter's hand and said, "Xiao Minute, living for hundreds of years, do you really think Grandpa is going to become an immortal? Grandpa is about to leave. From now on, you have to listen to your fifth uncle. Your parents passed away early, so he is considered your father. Do you know that?" Sun Xiaoman nodded with red eyes, grabbed her grandfather's wrist and said, "Don't say anything, Grandpa. You can still survive. Your granddaughter will find this person for you later. He will definitely be able to save you. Please believe me, okay? Don't say such things again." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden sound of dense footsteps outside the door, followed by 2 men in suits and ties, wearing designer clothes, and a woman walked in. The leading man looked righteous. He glanced at his father lying on the bed and immediately rushed to the bedside, crying, "Father, I am an unfilial son. I have been practicing martial arts in the army these years. Please forgive me." The fifth shopkeeper, who was standing aside, saw the man and subconsciously took a step back, with a look of impatience in his eyes. "Second brother, you've been in the army for so long, you must have quite a bit of power. After Dad passed away, the Sun family relied on you to control the outer sect. You must help your fifth brother manage the entire Sun family well, understand?" Mr. Sun said earnestly. The second brother, who was kneeling in front of the bed, couldn't help but look puzzled when he heard this. He turned around to glance at the fifth shopkeeper and then said, "Father, why is it that fifth brother will inherit the position of patriarch? Shouldn't this position belong to me or my third brother?" Upon hearing this, the fifth shopkeeper's expression immediately changed. He knew what these wolf cubs who didn't go home were thinking. "Second brother, with all due respect, you shouldn't be saying this nonsense at this time. If you come back to visit father, I welcome you. If you come back to talk nonsense, then I ask you to leave." The second brother, who was kneeling on the bed, heard this and immediately stood up slowly. His muscular body wrapped in his suit was instantly revealed. He glanced at the fifth shopkeeper and said calmly, "Fifth brother, what's with that tone of voice? I'm your second brother after all. How can you treat me like this? Father is critically ill, but our Sun family cannot sink. You are very clear about this. Am I wrong to say this?" Yes, fifth brother, what you said is a little wrong. The woman beside him echoed. Our second son can be considered the legitimate heir, so he must be qualified, right? The conversation between the few people sounded extremely harsh to Sun Xiaoman's ears. She touched Grandpa's arm, stood up, glanced at everyone, and scolded. Who do you think you are? A woman from another family. Do you think you are so great by marrying my second uncle? You have no right to speak here, get out. Suddenly, such tough words came out of Sun Xiaoman's mouth, which surprised the 5 shopkeepers. The woman standing next to her looked extremely embarrassed, and was about to say something. But the second son of the Sun family shook his head and said, Don't you understand? Just leave if I tell you to. You have no right to speak here. The woman was slightly stunned, and when she heard her man say the same thing, an expression of grievance suddenly appeared on her face. She snorted softly and immediately left the house in her high heels. The second son of the Sun family shook his head and then looked at Sun Xiaoman. Xiaominate, she is your elder after all. Be careful when you speak like that next time. Your parents passed away early, and we've spoiled you since you were little. Don't mess around at this critical moment. Sun Xiaoman shook his head with a stern expression, glanced at his 2 uncles, and then said, What I said is not wrong. Without the orthodox bloodline of our Sun family, you have no right to say a word here. Uncle, you know very well how my father died, so I advise you not to mention him in front of me anymore. Hearing this, the second son of the Sun family's face immediately became extremely ugly. He snorted and said nothing more. Old Mr. Sun, who was suffering from illness, couldn't help but sigh when he saw his descendants quarreling with each other. Ahem. Stop arguing. I haven't even left yet, and you guys are still arguing. Do you all have to obey me if I enforce the Sun family rules? As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent, and the second son and the 5th manager of the Sun family knelt on the ground. Sun Xiaoman, who was standing aside, shook her head. She glanced at the time and made a decision in her heart. You guys stay here with my grandpa. I'm going out to get some fresh air. After saying this, Sun Xiaoman immediately walked out of the house. As soon as she left the house, she saw a woman sitting on the sofa smoking. The woman happened to look at her, and as they stared at each other, an invisible pressure slowly dissipated. Behave yourself. You should know the rules when you come to our house. When the woman heard this, her face suddenly turned ugly, and she couldn't help gritting her teeth as she watched the departing figure. At the same time, in a rental house in the school district building, after Jiang Mubai's diagnosis, he had a general understanding of the herbs needed to treat Tang Wanqiu's illness. After some online research, he found that many items were unavailable. He shook his head, feeling a bit troubled. Chapter 43:43. A beautiful girl comes to your door in the middle of the night? Just when he was in trouble, Jiang Mubai's phone suddenly lit up. When I picked it up, I saw it was an unfamiliar text message. You have 3 minutes to come downstairs and see me immediately, or we will come to your house, Lin Shuali. Jiang Mubai was overwhelmed when he saw these few short words. How did this woman know where I lived? He shook his head in confusion, and couldn't help but think of the power behind Lin Shuali. It would be very easy for such a big chaebol to investigate an ordinary person. He glanced out the window and, sure enough, saw several very eye-catching supercars parked at the entrance of the community. My goodness, isn't this person coming alone? Jiang Mubai muttered to himself, shook his head, put on his flip-flops, and walked out the door. Tang Wanwen, wearing cute pajamas, was mopping the floor. But Jiang Mubai's door suddenly opened, and then this guy walked out. She couldn't help but be slightly stunned, and subconsciously covered her chest and said, It's so late at night, and you still come out to scare people. Are you sick? Jiang Mubai glanced at Tang Wanwen with a look of disgust on his face, then spread his hands and said, Don't worry, I like big ones. I don't like to see anything too small. Don't cover it up. Hearing this, Tang Wanwen's pretty face turned red. Looking at the departing back, she couldn't help but clench her fists. You want to see me, but I won't show it to you, you conceited fellow. But then again, it's almost 11 or 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Why does this guy still want to go out? Tang Wanwen, who was a little curious, touched her head and immediately followed in her slippers. At the same time, at the entrance of the community, Lin Shuali, with a sleepy face, glanced at Sun Xiaoman and couldn't help but fold her arms and said, I don't care. You have to book my trip this summer. Calling me here in the middle of the night is really a hassle. Sun Xiaoman, with her arms folded, nodded and said with a forced smile, Okay, thank you for your hard work. I really have something to ask this guy. Isn't it just a trip? Once I'm done with this, I'll go with you. Lin Shuali nodded indifferently, glanced at the time, and thought to herself, It's almost 3 minutes. Why hasn't this guy come down yet? Just when I was wondering, I saw a figure walking out of the gate of the community. Looking closely, it turned out to be Jiang Mubai. I saw this guy walking out in flip-flops and a short vest. If the people at Imperial University saw this, who would believe that this was their school hunk? Oh my God, you came out wearing this. Aren't you afraid I'll take a picture and post it on the campus website? I bet a lot of people would want to see it. Lin Shuali, with her arms folded, glanced at Jiang Mubai and couldn't help but tease him. Which law says I can't dress this way? If I'm handsome, I have to dress nicely. Jiang Mubai glanced at Lin Shuali with a calm expression, and then asked, Tell me, what's the matter that calls me out in the middle of the night? Sun Xiaoman, who was standing aside, nodded and said quickly, Come with me to the Sun family. My grandfather is in a very bad condition and can't wait until tomorrow. After this is done, whatever you want, I will agree to it. Hearing this, Jiang Mubai couldn't help laughing. He glanced at Sun Xiaoman and then teased, What? Are you still worried that I'll cure your grandfather and let you marry me? Sun Xiaoman, with a slightly red face, rolled her eyes and shook her head, saying, It's not important, okay? Now you need to come with me to save people. Let us go, get in the car, I'll prepare the clothes for you when we get to Sun's house. Jiang Mubai shook his head disapprovingly. He yawned and said with a smile, If you want me to go, then I'll go. I said tomorrow is tomorrow. Rules can't be changed easily. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoman's expression changed immediately. She looked at Jiang Mubai with some embarrassment, and couldn't help but snort, and 2 tears fell down. Lin Shuali, who was standing aside, sighed slightly and stepped forward and said, Okay, this is not a trivial matter, just joke about it. Look, she woke me up in the middle of the night. Give me some face and go. If you have any conditions, can't you just tell her? Jiang Mubai smiled calmly, thinking to himself, if he didn't do this once, how could he get the favor of these 2 people? He glanced at Lin Shuali and then said solemnly, Since I'm doing this for your sake, you'll owe me a favor from now on. I agree to this. Lin Shuali was slightly stunned, and immediately realized that this guy was trying to trick her. She snorted lightly, turned her head and said, You see, I sold myself to help you. Take him away now, don't stay here. Sun Xiaoman nodded anxiously, quickly opened the car door and said, Let's go, I'll tell you on the way. As the sound of a car roared, Lin Shuali couldn't help but shook her head as she looked at the back of the supercar going away. He turned around and glanced in the direction of the school district building, and deliberately said to himself loudly, I wonder if it's true as the rumors in school say. Does Tang Wanwen really live with him? Or maybe they are brother and sister, how interesting. After saying this, Lin Shuali drove away. Tang Wanwen, who was hiding near the gate, had a flushed face. It was obvious that the words just now were spoken to her. And this school beauty named Lin Shuali obviously discovered that she was eavesdropping. She looked at the departing figure and couldn't help but sigh slightly. Damn it, are you so busy in the middle of the night? It's really speechless. A moment later, in the Sun family house, shopkeeper Wu looked at his brothers and sisters who came one after another, and his expression became increasingly ugly. After giving his father the medicine, he walked straight out of the bedroom. Turning around and looking at his brothers and sisters who were talking and laughing in the living room, he couldn't help but cough slightly. Fifth brother, now that you're out, how is father? He only wants to see you now, and it's hard for us to see him. Yes, fifth brother, what happened to father? If there is anything, you must tell us. Fifth brother is now the official head of the family, and we have to listen to him from now on. After hearing these words, the fifth shopkeeper's expression became even uglier. He glanced at his third brother and fourth sister who was sitting in the middle without saying a word, and said in a cold voice, If you are not from the main branch of the Sun family, get out of here. I give you 3 seconds. After saying this, the living room suddenly fell silent. I don't know who stood up first, but the second person followed suit. Soon, there was almost no one else in the living room except the second, third, and fourth sons. Chapter 44, with ulterior motives. Old 5, your authority is growing. Usually, when we are not at the main house, you take care of everything at home. Why did father suddenly become like this? I remember Mr. Zhao said that father still has 1 year left. The fourth son of the Sun family, who had been silent all this time, stood up, glanced at the fifth shopkeeper, shook his head and asked. The third son of the Sun family, who was sitting nearby, smiled, stood up and said, I also want to know what kind of home you've become by having me look after you at home. At this critical moment, could anything happen to my father? Hearing this, the fifth shopkeeper looked extremely embarrassed. He shook his head and then sat down on the sofa not far from the fourth son of the Sun family. He glanced at a few people and then said lightly, "The poison in my father's body suddenly erupted. Even though I used all kinds of rare medicinal herbs to suppress it, it was useless. I know that things are turbulent both domestically and internationally right now. Nothing must happen to the old man. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called you back." The second son of the Sun family smiled. He took a sip of the hot tea in his hand, glanced at the fourth son of the Sun family, and then asked with a smile, "How's the situation in the East?" Old 4. "Based on our current situation, if these guys enter China, I'm afraid we'll have to fight them head on." The fourth one, with his arms folded, shook his head. He was one of the underground king forces in the East. As the person in charge, she also has a lot of opinions on this matter, especially since she is also a member of the Sun family and cannot stay out of it. The organization wants us to participate in these activities so that we can find out what other countries are trying to do. Secondly, I personally think it's because some small things have become a big deal. The second son of the Sun family nodded calmly and said nothing more. These major military and political events did not have much impact on them. On the contrary, now that the old man is about to pass away, it is time to redistribute the power of the entire family. Have you found any solution? Father can't leave at this critical moment. A lot of our global business depends on our father to take over, and the handover is only halfway done. I can't stand such a loss. The third son of the Sun family shook his head and looked at the fifth manager and asked. The silent shopkeeper Wu sighed. Now the only person he could rely on was the mysterious little guy. As for other aspects, he was exhausted and could no longer find any way to fill the gap. Just wait and see. The expert I'm looking for will be here tomorrow. Whether father lives or dies may be decided within this week, so you'd better ask for anything as soon as possible. Hearing this, the second son of the Sun family nodded with satisfaction. He stood up and took a look at his three brothers and sisters, and couldn't help but say, "It's not like it used to be. Many things can only be discussed off stage. For a family like ours to have grown to the size we have today is truly remarkable, so my suggestion is to split up." Split up the family? As soon as these two words were spoken, the hot teacup in the hands of the fifth shopkeeper immediately broke into two pieces. He raised his head and glanced coldly at the second son of the Sun family, and scolded, "If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have let my father send you to the army. I thought you could benefit the family, but now it seems you're an ungrateful person." The second son of the Sun family shook his head in disapproval. He walked to the middle of the living room, glanced at the people, and said lightly, "Excuse me for being blunt. The 8 great families were once so glorious, but they were unwilling to keep up with the times and ended up being eliminated and in their current state. Didn't you see what happened to the Tang family? Precisely because I saw this happen in the army, I don't want to follow in their footsteps, so let's make peace." Hearing this, the third son of the Sun family smiled slightly. He glanced at his second brother and couldn't help but teasingly said, "No matter what, second brother has some trump cards in his hand now. If you add the power of our Sun family, it will be easy for you to become the patriarch of a lower rank family. Unfortunately, things don't go as planned. I don't agree with your suggestion. The Sun family can't split up. This is my attitude." With the support of the third son of the Sun family, the fifth manager finally felt a little more at ease. He turned around and looked at the fourth child of the Sun family, and couldn't help asking, "Fourth sister, what do you mean?" The silent fourth son of the Sun family shook his head slightly and looked at the Baluo tune in his hand. She couldn't help but recall the scene when her father brought the 5 of them to Jiang Mubai to settle down when they were young. Decades passed, and everything disappeared like smoke. She glanced at the second son of the Sun family and said lightly, "The second brother is right. If we don't keep pace with the times, it's impossible for a large family to exist nowadays." The Lin family and the Gong family are the best examples. On the surface, their warriors have already pledged their allegiance to the state, but in reality, they have secretly preserved some of their vision. I suggest we do the same. Hearing this, the second son of the Sun family's expression changed slightly. Thinking that this was not a disguised rejection of his request, he didn't come back to this house to get such an answer. "Fourth sister, you have to think clearly. You know that the two of them don't understand the situation. Going against the country is a dead end. For a family like ours, now is the most appropriate time to draw a clear line." Hearing what the second son of the Sun family said, the fourth son of the Sun family couldn't help but laugh. He turned around and glanced at his second brother, and said lightly, "Fallen leaves return to their roots, second brother, I know this better than you. After all, I am a member of the Sun family. I can't do something that will destroy the entire family, so you don't have to persuade me. The country is recruiting warriors into the army. Everyone knows it, so there's no need to make such high-sounding statements. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard hurried footsteps outside the door. Then Sun Xiaoman walked in with Jiang Mubai. She glanced at the uncles and elders sitting in the living room and talking, then said, "Fifth uncle, let's get started. I've got him here." The fifth shopkeeper was stunned for a moment, and after a glance at Jiang Mubai, who was wearing flip-flops and a short vest, he couldn't help but say excitedly, "Xiao Minute, you are not kidding. Why did you invite the master? Didn't you say tomorrow?" Jiang Mubai rubbed his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He spread his hands and smiled. "I understand the situation. She said it was urgent, so I came here dressed like this. Let's get started, don't just sit here." Hearing this, the fifth shopkeeper was overjoyed and quickly stood up and took the two of them into the house. The second son of the Sun family, who was standing nearby, was slightly taken aback. Looking at the young man who had just walked in, he couldn't help but ask, "Is this the so-called master?" Chapter 45:45, Grey Doll, the second son of the Sun family. The fourth and third sons of the Sun family were also slightly stunned. Looking at the young figure walking in, 1,000 thoughts ran through their minds for a moment. In the room, Jiang Mubai saw the old man of the Sun family lying on the bed. "Grandpa, wake up. I've found a doctor for you. Let him take a look at you." Sun Xiaoman, who was very anxious, hurried to the bedside, helped the old man of the Sun family up and said anxiously, "How can this kid be so young? Is he really a doctor?" The old man of the Sun family, whose eyesight was blurry, slowly stood up, glanced at Jiang Mubai in front of him, and turned his head to ask. The fifth son of the Sun family, who was waiting beside him, nodded and said in a deep voice, "The medicine you took before was given by him. This doctor must be able to cure you. Let's cooperate now." The old man of the Sun family nodded, glanced at Jiang Mubai in front of him, and then smiled. Young people don't need to put too much pressure on themselves. I am also old and I know that my life is coming to an end. I'm handing this old bone over to you, so take a good look at it. Jiang Mubai nodded calmly and took 2 steps forward after hearing this. He glanced around the old man of the Sun family and said in a deep voice, "Open all the curtains on the 4 sides, and also remove the bed." Sun Xiaoman, who was standing by, couldn't help but feel confused when she heard this. "I thought to myself that I brought this person here to see a doctor, so why would he have objections to the bed? What's wrong with you? What did this bed do to you? If you move it away, where will my grandpa sleep?" Sun Xiaoman asked anxiously. "Xiao Minute, go and ask your second uncle and third uncle to come in. Listen to what they say and don't talk too much." The fifth son of the Sun family nodded, turned around to look at Sun Xiaoman and instructed. Unconvinced, Sun Xiaoman snorted and walked out immediately. "I'm sorry to bother you, master. I'll open the curtains right away, but what does this mean?" asked the fifth shopkeeper. "The whole room has no ventilation and smells like medicine. It's terrible. And Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, and palpation. You've been practicing medicine for so many years, haven't you noticed that the layout here is not right for the old man?" Hearing what Jiang Mubai said, shopkeeper Wu subconsciously glanced around. He was slightly stunned, then said puzzledly, "Now that you mention it, I just realized that it is a bit stuffy, but I made all the arrangements in this room myself. According to one gentleman, it's a scheme where everyone wins, and my father won't suffer any loss." Jiang Mubai shook his head in disapproval, according to Hua Tuo's medical skills. The aura of disease in this room has become extremely serious, and over time it has formed a murderous aura. Coupled with the influence of various precious medicinal materials, ordinary people cannot detect the existence of this evil spirit at all. There's no point in talking anymore. Just do as you're told, or I won't be able to treat you. Shopkeeper Wu nodded with confusion in his heart, and then without asking any more questions, he quickly opened the curtains, revealing most of the moon outside the window. Under the moonlight, the old man of the Sun family looked pale and particularly creepy. At this time, footsteps were heard outside the door, and then the second son of the Sun family, the third son of the Sun family, the fourth son of the Sun family, and Sun Xiaoman walked in. The burly second son of the Sun family glanced at Jiang Mubai, then turned and asked, "Fifth son, where did you find this charlatan? What are you doing in the middle of the night? Can this bed be moved casually? The old man has slept on it for so long. What if he gets cold when he gets up?" When the fifth son of the Sun family heard this, he looked a little embarrassed. But thinking of what Jiang Mubai said, he still gritted his teeth and said, "If this gentleman can save my father, everything else will be trivial. It's just a bed, what's so hard to move? Hurry up and do it, and stop talking nonsense." The third son of the Sun family nodded with his arms crossed. He turned around and glanced at Jiang Mubai. I thought to myself that it was incredible that this young guy could make Lao Wu trust him so much. I'll trust you this time, Lao Wu. This is the first time I've met someone you value so highly. The beautiful fourth son of the Sun family looked back at Jiang Mubai and said lightly. The few of them hit it off immediately. Except for the second son of the Sun family who did not take any action, the other three immediately helped the old man down and then moved the bed away from its original place. But at the moment of moving out, a wisp of black air suddenly emerged from under the bed. The old man of the Sun family coughed a few times and his face became weaker again. Sun Xiaoman was slightly startled when she saw this scene. She quickly turned around and asked, "What's under this bed? Why is there black energy?" Jiang Mubai smiled with his arms folded, then walked slowly towards him. Under the bed, there was a doll with silver needles stuck all over its body scattered there. There were 3 big characters Sun Chenjin written on it, and the black air just now was emitted from this doll. Jiang Mubai, feeling a little panicked, sighed, then turned around and said in a pretentious tone, "Manager Wu, come and take a look yourself. I won't interfere in this matter. Patient, please come with me to the front hall. It's more convenient for treatment there." After saying this, Jiang Mubai, Sun Xiaoman and the old man of the Sun family left the bedroom. The 5th shopkeeper, with a sullen face, looked quietly at the grey doll under the bed. When there were no more footsteps behind him, he turned around and glanced at the 4th and 3rd sons of the Sun family, and finally his gaze fell on the 2nd son, saying, "You don't want to move the bed. Did you know there was this thing underneath?" The 2nd son of the Sun family, with a calm expression, laughed out loud when he saw the 5th son looking at him. He turned around and glanced at the 4th son of the Sun family. The 3rd son spread his hands and said, "See? As soon as this happened, he threw it directly at me. I've been training troops in the Northwest for years. How could I possibly have the time to engage in such unorthodox practices?" The 3rd son of the Sun family, who was standing nearby, nodded and folded his arms, saying, "5th son, you're the only one left in this family. You didn't even know about this huge incident. It's really a bit too much to leave it to my second brother." The 5th son of the Sun family shook his head with an extremely ugly expression. He could guarantee with his life that he was not the one who put this thing there. Ever since he settled the old man here, he sent experts to investigate the entire house. There was actually a sinister and murderous thing under the bed, and he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Now that things have come to this, let's send someone to investigate. This thing looks a bit like something from the Mianbei region. Only the mice over there like to do that. The silent 4th son of the Sun family glanced at the grey doll, then said lightly, Chapter 4646, The Furious 2nd son of the Sun family. Cotton North. The 5th son of the Sun family nodded. He turned around and glanced at the few people, then said coldly, "Recently, the Lin family met someone from Mianbei. I'll take this thing to him for identification when I have time."